A very warm welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series here at Merit Royal Diamond Resort in North Cyprus. I'm Laura Nisi, joining today Ali Najad and Randy Liu. Guys, I finally got out in the sun this morning. Anyone else get up to anything?
Well, I got up. I didn't do anything after that other than make my way down to lunch a little bit earlier. Don't be jelly. I did find my way to the ice cream bar. I know that's
we all noticed that. Yeah,
it's been my first visit, but yeah, not much. What about you, Randy? Anything?
I've increased my treadmill time from 8 to 15 minutes. Other than that, not too much eventful things.
That's 15 more than I've put in so far on the trip. That's for sure. Anyone else down in the gym, by the way, this morning when you were there? Did you see any players?
No, I didn't see anyone. No. They claim they use the gym. I don't really think they do. They visit the buffet 3 times.
The results are there for sure.
Anyway, we'll get back to the recap for today. Yesterday's coverage, obviously, day 2 of event 2, the 20K Hold'em. We saw people like Hecklin, Haxton, and Dwan. They all made it into the money, but did fall before the final table. I think it was Buldigan was the last to bust just before the final table.
Yeah, very much so. And given that it was a 7 max event, of course, we played 8. 8th was Vyacheslav Buldigan, and then that would leave the final table set and ready to go. And here's how it shook out. And correction, Buldigan was 9th. We started the final table with 8th in the 7 max, and it was Sean Winter front and center with an ace-9 who would 3-bet a Stephen Chidwick Open with King-Jack suited. Looked like things were good for him on the flop. And then he had an exchange with Jason Kuhn, who said, your deck reads are just too good. And indeed they were, as he suggested Chidwick would not only hit a jack, but a king as well, which would leave him with an $85K payout. He would leave 7 players behind. Among them was Britain's Ian Bradley, with Queen Jack, would make it $1 million to go. Artur Martirosyan decided off of a very healthy stack of $6 million plus to give him a spin with pocket 5s. Queen high board looked like a beautiful development for Bradley. Turn dry as it gets, and he had just 1 card to fade, and wouldn't you know it, a disgusting 5 of spades would send him to the locker room with $116K in tow. 7th place finish for Bradley at his first ever Triton Series. And Martirosyan would follow suit. The bulk of his chips were lost in an absolutely explosive confrontation between himself and Jason Kuhn, where he held 2 queens against 2 kings, and then was pipped once more, pocket pair versus pocket pair, 3s and 4s. He had outs to a chop as of the turn. Could have won it with one of those 2-card outs on the river, the type that had sent Bradley to his demise, but unfortunately for the Russian, it was not meant to be, as he finished 6th for $154,000. Then as we moved forward, it was the turn of the Spaniard, Adrian Mateos, who was kept around courtesy of Jason Kuhn, who took a very passive line with a couple of kings, and then his final $400K would work its way into a main pot as Merit regulars, Ed Barsegian and Kanan Taharkani would play for an active side. Both of them flopped an ace. Kanan would raise the lead out from Barsegian somewhat unexpectedly, given that the task at hand for the 2 of them would seem more focused upon getting rid of Adrian Mateos than clashing skulls. In the end, they would chop up Mateos' remaining stack as he would add $197,000 to his career Triton totals. Then Barsegian, who normally is the man that checks out in 5th place here in these Merit tournaments. So many results exactly in that slot. The book has just taken it off the board. You can't bet Barsegian to finish 5th anymore. He would ultimately finish in 4th with a Jack 5 suited that turned into a flush draw on a King 10 deuce board, and Taharkani with the gut shot Broadway draw decided he was going to look his man up. Ace high in the lead. Barsegian with plenty of outs, but the deuce of spades not counted among them, and he would take down $245,000, showing top-class sportsmanship as always, and leaving behind the podium finishers, just 3. Stephen Chidwick in the lead. Ivan Liao, Player of the Year title, would run into a steel wheel redraw and a wheel on the flop for Taharkani. turn to 5 and river to 5, but ultimately was only drawing to a chop as of that turn card. Tahirkani would eliminate Chidwick, who picked up $298,000 and left Jason Kuhn in search of his 6th title against the Triton first-timer. A King 8-4 board would produce a gut shot, straight draw, and backdoor clubs for Kuhn up against bottom pair for Tahirkani, who on the turn picked up a flush draw, but it was in the form of a 7, which gave Kuhn the nut straight after a bet of $1.5 million, which Kuhn flatted, giving his man some rope. Tahirkani, unfortunately, drawing dead, ended up hitting queens and 4s, and who could blame him for deciding to jam as Kuhn would snap call and a little grimace on Tahirkani's face, but the type that was smoothed over courtesy of $451,000, which was what he took home for second. But the real story, of course, was Jason Kuhn becoming the most decorated player in Triton history, winning his 6th title, taking home $663,000. And if he wins any more jewelry, Laura, I think he's going to rival your collection at this point.
I don't think so. I think one of his Shambhala bracelets is probably worth more than everything I've got.
Listen,
so
those things are slick for sure.
He's going to have an arm of them by the end of it.
Yeah, 6 so far.
And obviously, Randy, this does move him 2 titles ahead of Mikita Badziakouski.
Yeah, it's pretty phenomenal, of course, to win to be 2 titles ahead of one of the greatest of all time, right, Mikita Badziakouski. But, you know, Jason is just a man who's determined to be the best Triton player of all time, right? He came here with 5 titles, which is already a tough feat to do in its own, and said, I'm going to win 2 titles. Usually you go, I'm going to take 1 at a time at a series. But you say, I'm going to win 2. Event number 2 takes a win up to 6. And, you know, he's put in the homework. We saw in the winner's interview that you did with him. He says that during my downtime, I go to my office. I'm studying spots. Other players may not do so. And he felt good. He felt like he wasn't in the best condition with, like, just health-wise in the last 2 stops. Here he's feeling fresh, playing phenomenal. Watching played throughout that final table and was very impressed.
If I'm not mistaken, Laura, yourself and producer James observed an interesting moment when Mikita was privy to Jason Kuhn having won, and there was a little bit of an emotional kind of display, right, when he realized that Jason had pulled 2 clear of him?
Mikita congratulated him on the title, but then when he turned away, he kind of did a bit of a...
Yeah. I mean, the competitive fire is strong in these guys. Obviously, it's not like he's hating on Jason by any stretch, but he realized, man, I used to be the prodigal son, and now all of a sudden Kuhn is casting a little bit of a shadow on the Belarusian.
And looking back, Ali, at that VT, I mean, we saw Chidwick and Kuhn, but we also saw some Merit Regs making waves there at the final table.
You know, we touched on Barsegian. He has tremendous results here at Merit Poker. 5th so often, this time 4th. Only a few slots remaining to improve upon, but Barsegian is really the type of guy that when, you know, we've had the privilege of commentating on him outside of the Triton borders and now within them as well, is consistent. Whether it's a 1K, a 2K, a 3K event, or here in 20 and 30Ks, you know, the guy is just playing the same solid game that I've observed, and it's with good reason, I think, that he has emerged as one of the regulars from Merit Poker, able to take a shot at stakes that are so much higher than the ones that he's accustomed to when he's playing here on his home turf. Of course, Tahirkani, an amazing result for him here. The first-comer story continues to be a robust one. Perhaps some competitive advantages afoot when they're unknown entities and commodities to our regs who have such a body of knowledge against one another, and I think it throws interesting spanners, as Henry Kilbane likes to say, into the mix, and of course eager to see more of those Merit regulars being a part of our Triton Super High Roller Series when we pay them a visit here in North Cyprus.
And Randy, bringing it back to Player of the Year, because we're going to keep doing that given it's coming to the end here. Kuhn won, but Chidwick did come 3rd. Where are we at now with points?
Yeah, so we've got the updated points, and it seems that Stephen Chidwick's got 31.99 points, and Jason Kuhn 26.24. And, you know, before we started this series, Stevie was around 2,800 or so. So imagine if Stevie just bricked the tournament, didn't cash. You know, Jason Kuhn would only be behind about 1 to 150 points. Very close here. Good lead still for Stephen Chidwick. We are just only 2 events down, plenty of events to go. So Jason still can catch up here, of course, leading the most trophies, but he is eyeballing that Player of the Year award. And I heard, you know, Henry Kilbane tell me that if he can win Player of the Year, Paul said he looking at one of my watches.
Oh, man.
Oh.
And rumor has it that it's the Paddock that he's got his eye on, but if he doesn't go for the white RM, he's asleep at the wheel. That is the sexiest watch on tour. Of course, subjective. I know you mentioned, imagine if Stephen Chidwick bricked the tournament. It takes imagination to think Stephen Chidwick is going to brick a tournament. Obviously, it does happen from time to time, but it feels like the man is always putting points together, going to make it tough on Kuhn.
And that is event number 2 in the books. Moving on to event number 3, probably everyone's favorite event, the Mystery Bounty. It is a 30K. Randy, for anyone that still doesn't understand it, what's the format with the Mystery Bounty?
Yeah, so in the Mystery Bounty, half of the prize pool goes to a bounty prize pool, half to the regular prize pool, which is distributed as normal based on how you place in the tournament. So on day 1, we weren't able to collect the bounty just yet, but now that we've got day 2 starting of play today, every person that you eliminate, you kind of get this bounty token. So at the end, we're going to have all these envelopes, and they're going to have a variety of different prizes. Ollie will be able to walk us through some of those.
Yeah, for sure. The tokens, every time you bust a player, you pick one up, you can redeem it for an envelope. Now, in the past, at the conclusion of the event immediately is when we opened up the envelopes. My understanding now, in the interest of not interrupting other tournament play that's going on, we're going to wait a couple of days and then open those envelopes up. And at the conclusion of last night's coverage, myself and producer James were on our way out of the tournament area, and we saw Luca Vivaldi at his laptop feverishly putting in some work to determine how we were going to distribute the bounty portion of the prize pool, exactly 50% of the money that was collected. And it's going to shake out like this. The smallest envelope will be a 30K. 24 of those will be available, and 2 of those envelopes are going to have a redraw attached to them. So the disappointment of winning the min 30K will be hedged by the fact that you get to reach right into the barrel and grab another one. Then the next step up from 30 is going to be a 50K envelope. There's going to be 8 of those, a third in relation to the 30K, and then just 5 85K bounties. Then we move up to 3 145K bounties, and then just one, and Orpin Kisichikolu can tell you all you need is one token to win the top prize, as he did in Vietnam. It was $250,000 on that occasion. This time around, a whopping $345,000 for the top envelope. All you got to do is pull that one out of the drum, and you finish third.
Yeah, that's pretty sick, Like, 'cause I don't even think Orpin even cashed the last event, but, he got that one bounty and got the huge prize.
He cashed all right.
He cashed huge. And,
yeah.
I think the GTO play is draw to 30K, get the draw again, then hit the 345.
Well, sure, obviously. That gives you an extra 30 in your back pocket if you can do it. In the beginning today, when we were at the top of the show, I was asking whether or not the redraw can be attached to the top prize or any of the prizes, and everyone looked at me like I was a mutant. I was like, just making sure. Imagine you hit the 345, then you get another draw. Everyone's throwing things at you. I like it.
Back to today.
Sure.
39 returning, 23 paid. Ali,
Yeah.
payouts, made cash.
Let's talk about them. In the Triton Poker Plus app here on my screen, we show the 2.325 total prize pool for the actual payouts, and the champ is going to collect a little over $500,000, $540 and change to be exact. There's the runner-up tally of $366,000, which is not too far ahead of that number one envelope, $345,000. As we scroll all the way down, of these 39 players, as mentioned, Lara, 23 will be paid. So we are 16 away from the bubble. So far in the first 2 events, those bubbles have burst swiftly as the pace of play has been brisk. Obviously, the levels not altogether long. These aren't really protracted affairs here. Guys like to get things over with and then move on to the next. And stack distribution has a little something to do with how quickly we'll get there. But that min cash, along with 22nd and 21st, will be $27,000.
And maybe quickly, if we go through the 2 feature tables
that
we're starting with.
Yeah, we got 2 of them as usual, Laura, and the blue feature table. We've got 2 Kiwis in the field, and they're both going to be at the same table. Sasha Jang and David Yan there, along with the likes of Tom Vogel saying the Dutch contingent absent in Vietnam. Nice to have them back in the mix. You've got a former Triton winner in Henrik Hecklin, followed by Biao Ding and Mario Mosbach, with the big stack belonging to Biao Ding, who was at the top of the leaderboard for some time yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. And, we know all these guys are capable of just being at the top and playing their game. It's going to be a bit different. We got a bounty prize to go for. They're going to be aggressive.
Give us a quick peek at the red table.
For sure. I mean, there's one big name that I want to point out at our red table is that guy on the right, Stephen Chidwick. Once again, trying to get more points.
Always in the hunt, isn't he? Bonomo, one of the most winning players in the history of poker there as well, along with first-timers in Puts and Sheriff and Madangiev. So things are going to be interesting, Laura.
And with that, I will leave you guys to it. I think it's kicking off behind us. So good luck with your day.
All right. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. We will send it down into the arena momentarily for the resumption of play as you get a look at the full chip counts at both our feature tables. The blinds, 10 and 25,000 with a 25K ante, brought to you by GG Poker. There is Biao Ding, mayor of the blue table, and Nacho Barbero, who has been running white hot in and out of the Triton borders. Seems to just be a money magnet of late. 1.5 million. Claims it's the year of Nacho, does Barbero. Well, certainly off to a good start so far, and there's plenty of year remaining. He is ahead of Stephen Chidwick over at that red table. Short stacks belonging to Socia Jiang and Ben Rashid Sharif. We will start things off with Mario Mazbach, who's showing that there's more than one way to make use of a Triton hoodie. Seems to be more of a fan of turning it into a scarf than a sweater. Was pretty cool in the room yesterday. A lot of players were wrapped up in blankets, trying to stay warm.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Consider the alternative, though. I would rather be in a little bit of a cold poker room where I can layer up than in a poker room that's just hot.
You strike me as a guy who visits the sauna all the time, though.
No, that's the steam room, Randy. Come on.
Okay.
The sauna is
I barely know the difference.
can't do it. Look at Vogelsang looking like
don't recognize
directly
him.
out of Woodstock. He's brought a different look
He has.
this series as we go around the table, giving you a look at the various stacks. There is the biggest of them.
We got a Chinese representative here, Biao Ding. Welcome. Had a good run in Vietnam. There's the other Kiwi.
Yeah, David Yan. Biao, playing under the Hong Kong banner, has just shy of 1.5 million in career Triton totals. Went 3 for 6 in Vietnam. All of his results coming in no limit events. What's the scouting report on Biao Ding, Randy, based on the observations from Vietnam? Snug, action, mixed bag?
He is a little bit unorthodox.
Okay.
Yeah, he's definitely got like a lot of moves, and honestly, I don't think the other players that played with him will have a complete understanding on how he approaches the game. Very good, and he's going to be able to leverage that little bit of unknown ability to his advantage, as we've seen some of these merit regs have been able to do in event 1 and 2.
Overall chip leader right now, playing under the French banner, first-time attendee to the Triton Super High Roller Series, is Mundir Zouhari, 2.26 million plus. Artur Martirosyan, as is so often the case, also in there, Randy, second in chips overall, just shy of 2 million. Biao Ding, third overall with 1.8.
Martirosyan's hungry, you saw what happened to him the other day, that Queens versus Kings.
Well,
he's back, top 2.
It's funny because I heard that he was multi-bulleted
Oh, yes.
last night, and I thought to myself, because of the kind of just unsympathetic, really unrelenting, nasty way in which he was dispatched in event number 2, that maybe he was a little steamy, hot under the collar coming into the mystery bounty. Might have been
Very
firing
possible.
those bullets in there. It's a little more liberal.
I think I heard it was more than the number of fingers on one hand.
No.
Just saying.
6 bullets?
I think so.
I know Mateos was in there for 5. Actually took the elevator down with him to the arena today. And
You ask him how that
he
was?
said number 5 was the one. The first 4 were just warm-ups as we get our first look over at our other feature table, where Nacho Barbero is locking up with Justin Bonomo. Both players sharing a6. Advantage Barbero with ace high and backdoor clubs. 145 in the middle.
Yeah, not too much connection for Bonomo. Good spot, too. Little C-bet intake, I assume, for Nacho.
Barbero's first ever Triton series was just a one-event affair back in Madrid, then played a much bigger schedule in Vietnam, where he final tabled twice, a first-place finish in the No Limit 8 Max for $600,000, and then second in the 25K Turbo for $460,000.
You describe it as the year of Nacho, right?
He describes it as the year of Nacho. I repeat it.
Both of them? Both? They show both? Yeah. Like back and forth? Because I usually see they showing more one.
I think they switch.
Really?
Is that a 20 stack of white chips?
I haven't sorted it, but I have 750,000.
Yeah, you gotta keep it on 20, so
Yeah,
it's a rule.
I'll do that.
It's exactly 750? Because I have 760, it matters.
Yeah, it was exactly.
You said exactly 750?
Notice Barbero taking an interest in whether or not his table is in fact a feature table. That's a guy who likes the cameras trained on him. He doesn't mind the attention, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. He might be like, well, if I want to make this sick play, I want to make sure it's for all the fans to be able to see it.
Right?
So do we need to put the card in the boxes for a while or no?
Here.
Oh.
On this box, yeah.
So you might have heard some of that conversation about, you know, it's important to know how many chips you got because I've got you covered. And that's mainly because we're playing this mystery bounty. Extra value if you cover your opponent. And you saw Chris Poots there open the cutoff. 8-7 offsuit. By no means standard, but he covered the guy in the big blind.
Relevant to
Very
his
relevant.
decision, without question. A lot of times you glance up at a screen and you see something that looks so crazy, the all-in 6 million from the button, and then you realize, oh, wait a minute, it's 3 blinds and 4 blinds in the small and the big blind, respectively.
And that's one of the things about these bounty tournaments. They're extremely fun to play and watch as well. People just kind of splash so much harder. And, you know, you mentioned some of the prizes earlier. You can't get that top prize unless you collect some bounties.
And the bounties are open for business now on day 2. 15 levels were played yesterday where the bounties could not be claimed, and that's not always the case in bounty events. Am I
No,
right, Randy? Sometimes the bounties are available from the onset.
Yeah, for sure. Especially online. I mean, they just give you the bounties right away. For now, it's bounty hunting season, I suppose.
Yeah.
What's
And
going on here?
Barbero is doing his hunting from under the gun
Yeah.
with Queen 5 suited. Chidwick defends with the Jack 8. And flops top pair with the 9 of hearts for dessert. Nothing cooking on Barbero's Parisha.
Yeah, you know, Nacho on day 1, he built that stack up to 1.6 million to now put himself in situations as many against the players who are shorter. For now, though, he will have a lot of trouble. Still going to fire away. Backdoor clubs. Backdoor straight draw potential. Go small.
Just wanting to make sure that if Chidwick isn't interested in continuing, that little bet allows him to find the exit. But of course, we know that's not going to be the case.
Well, let's see what Chidwick comes in here. You know, a lot of times you'll see players just check call here of top pair, especially weak kicker. But it's a small bet, so maybe there is some raise. Will be call.
Turn card somehow binks Barbero with the Queen of Spades giving him the lead. Chidwick does have a gut shot straight draw as he checks again on the heels of having called the 35. Keeping a keen eye on Nacho.
Yeah, Nacho kind of in an interesting spot here where usually he's got the best hand. Want to kind of charge those Jack 10 type hands, but could be behind too. Looks like a spot where you bet. Probably pitch it if you get resistance in the form of a raise, but unlikely, especially from a Jack 8. That should be a check call. But it could be some check folds possibly, because he did raise from under gun, and you know, Broadways would give Jack 8 a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, the texture is a little uncomfortable for both of these guys, and nevertheless, Barbero with the advantage of having been the upfront raiser And having position is barreling again for 1 1/4.
Looks like Chidwick is going to come along. But, you know, the 10, while would give Stephen Chidwick a straight, would be the dummy in, right? So you got to be a bit worried about that. 5.
Now somehow running queens up for Barbero just in case the queen alone was no good.
Yeah.
Year of Nacho, Randy?
The Year of Nacho. I mean, clearly an excellent card for Nacho because he definitely could have been behind, you know, whether it's in the form of like a better queen or like a Jack 9. Clear value bet. Wasn't certain if he was going to value bet if it was a blank card on the river. Backdoor spades come in. Something to keep in mind. It's harder for your opponent to hero call you when there's more things that show up to beat a pair of jacks.
Straights and flushes on board.
Yeah.
All in. All in.
Okay. Oh,
Wow.
it's the bounty aspect, isn't it?
Well, you know, we didn't get a chance to talk about some of the implications of the bounty format in terms of strategy and decisions that we're going to see as this one plays out that maybe we wouldn't expect in a non-bounty format.
Yeah, I actually don't think Nacho would be going for this jam if it wasn't for a bounty format here. You know, just added equity. Because remember, every time you bust one, you get at least your buy-in back, right? 30K for each envelope pull.
And the EV of the envelope's obviously greater than that.
There's a reason there's a lot of entries in this tournament, okay? It's players just going for bounties. And, of course, raising Queen 5 suited under gun by no means standard.
Well, listen, the thought for a lot of these guys, especially ones that come in with the late reg, is all I've got to do is make it to day 2. Once I'm there, presumably I'll be able to bust some people out, but you also want to get yourself there with a stack that has more people covered than that it is covered by.
Yeah, I mean, late registering in this tournament, well, sure, now you can collect bounties, but it's usually you're the one with the big target on your back.
Yeah, it's the difference between being a hunter or the hunted, predator or prey.
Like, if Rashid here goes with 2 5s, he might get looked up very light, considering it's only 8 blinds, but potentially a minimum 30K score if you can knock him out. So let's see.
He does jam.
How much?
Refer to him as a newcomer, but he did play one event way back pre-pandemic in London in 2019. That was the 100K no limit main, did not cash. So technically speaking, not a newcomer, but one would imagine this is going to be the first festival where he actually puts multiple events under his belt. And for the time being, he's got 2 5s under his belt, and Bonomo is ready to hunt a bounty with 2 8s as he jams over the top for 760,000. Nobody in the way, and Bonomo is in a brilliant position to claim the first envelope of the day's coverage with 450,000. In the middle for dessert, if he can hold. So far, so good. The 3 and the 4 working in conjunction with those 2 clubs for Sharif to maybe find some backdoor equity. And there is some of that backdoor equity. Randy nodding as if to say it's never easy.
Don't do it.
You sure? Don't do it, Bonomo?
Ace 5 or a 6 would give Sharif the W instead. The board pairs with a 3, and the Dutchman flings a token over to Justin, issues GG's as it's a short stint on the day.
It's my
for
first
Sharif.
ever mystery bounty. Yeah, my first one.
No way.
I mean, I've only played 3 mystery bounty tournaments.
Okay. The other day in Monaco, I covered only 1 people with 30 left. Kayam, he goes all in. I show on top. He has King 9, I have King Jack. I beat him and I get the biggest bounty. 1 bounty. It's the year of the Nacho.
Sick. What was that, 200K?
Nah, it was 50K, but it was just 10K, so it was good.
Yeah, nice. Very nice.
You got it? No.
I like it even better when he says it's the year of the Nacho.
The Nacho, not Nacho. The Nacho.
Also, every single time that he says it, I do think about a plate of nachos.
I was going to ask you, do you know the history to this nickname Nacho? Because his real name is Jose Barbero, right?
Jose Ignacio, and for
Okay.
Ignacio, Nacho is kind of the
The short
nickname.
form.
Yeah, like Bob and Robert, things like that. So
Okay.
people will
Got it.
refer to
So,
people.
like, Rand for me? No?
No.
Okay.
No, Randy. We're just going to go with Randy. It's easy enough,
Cool.
not complicated.
Understand.
The year of the Nacho
Play now,
appears to be full steam ahead.
Mhm.
Pocket Kings as Bonomo opens on the heels of having picked up a token with
Yeah,
the ace-9
roll over.
suited. And out of the small, Barbero takes it under advisement.
175.
I mean, a lot of considerations on what kind of bet sizing to try to maximize your chance of obtaining Bonomo's
Gonna 3-bet
bounty
it
token.
to 175,000 with the Gauchos. Pocket Kings.
Dare I ask what gaucho means?
Cowboys.
Okay, there we go. I know there's someone in chat that doesn't know. You're welcome.
Half the time, I'm the one that said it and I don't know. But I say it confidently.
Ace-9 of clubs, definitely a very playable hand here. We got a 3-bet to 7 blinds.
Benefit of position, obviously, part of the calculus for Bonomo, who does call.
You got to remember, too, we're playing a bounty tournament, so Barbero could easily be isolating weaker hands and, you know, of course, 2 kings. Ace-9 would do okay against that.
I don't think Nacho's going to mind this 4-5-6 rainbow board, given that he expects most of the open and then continue range for Bonomo not to include a whole lot of this part of the deck.
Yeah, and, you know, sure, of course, normally in a tournament you'd be scared on some board textures, but in a bounty you kind of just want to ramp up the variance, try to get it in whenever you got your opponent covered, because, look, like I said, minimum payout on those are 30K a piece, which is 1 bullet.
Another 175 post flop on request.
No backdoor clubs, really no business here.
Good fault, CJ. All right. We don't watch it after on the streams.
2 pair or straight?
Nah, big pair. Why didn't you
Gauchos.
shove? CJ, come on. Perfect 40 big lines.
I had a hand that could shove pre-flop, not on the flop.
Really? You got a good hand?
Ace-9 suited, shove, pre. Bounty factor.
It's,
Not the second nuts.
look, not of 100% frequency. You know how those solvers are, mixed strategy.
7-3?
Second nuts pre.
7-3 offsuit, and he's 3-betting me from a small blind.
Seven, 8 suited, bro. I love it. I would have bet less if I flipped 7.
Button open from Barbero with Ace-10.
He's the chatty one, isn't he?
Yeah, he likes to
I like it.
chirp a bit. I mean, it is the year of the Nacho.
No, might as well tell everyone about it.
Right. Extra, extra, read all about it. Or hear all about it.
Round 2 coming?
Confirmed. Seven, 7-5 with 2 spades. A much better looking board for the Bonomo holding on this occasion, as he's got 2 overs and a gut shot, and checks it over to Barbero, who checks back with the ace-high. King on the turn. Unimproved are both holdings.
Yeah, action on bottom, inside straight draw, but hard to lead out on the king. Perceived to hit that dealer check back range more. You know, ace kings, king queens. We'll see. Yeah, check as expected. I feel like Nacho's gonna keep trying to check this one down if he checks the flop here of ace 10. I wouldn't fault him if he throws a little tiny bet to deny equity.
Check back. Spades come in on the river. No showdown for Bonomo, but a king and then a queen behind it Might feel like this isn't his pot to try to win. Never know, though.
Yeah, just because you have no showdown doesn't mean Otto got to go for it. You
Right.
got to wave the white flag when you need to.
Yeah, the situation's got to be right as we see Barbero. A quick check back and an eager look over at Bonomo.
I felt like a
Shows the
check
nine
raise
high.
coming on that.
What, me?
I let you see.
If I
all
don't-
I let you see. You're a good guy, CJ. I let you see all the equity till the end.
I'm honest. If I don't have a big hand, I don't bet. Just check,
Like-
check, check.
I don't believe that. I seen you, bro. The other day I made a sick fall against you on Poker Go.
Why would I bluff? It's too risky.
I'm still dreaming about it. When I bet folded on the ace, you know, remember it came like King, Jack, 8, flash draw, and river came ace, and I bet and you shoved. Yeah, you remember.
I don't remember the hand.
Huge hand.
Were we in the money?
No. At the beginning of the tournament, but we had like a lot of chips both.
Chidwick opens ace-10
But
suited.
remember, I opened under the gun and you called. Then you pretty much like. I bet the flop, I bet the turn, I bet the river, and you shoved.
What was the run out? King, Jack, 8.
King, Jack, 8, Rick, ace.
And did the flush get there?
No. I think you had it, but I don't know. I don't want to know anyway.
Well, if I don't remember, that probably means I had it.
Yeah, right. It looked like you had it.
I like that assessment, by the way, by Bonomo as he and Barbero reflect
Crazy
upon a
that I
pot
bet
played
for you
recently.
there. You could have been turning like ace-6 into the bluff.
Madangiev defended the big.
Maybe
Flops bottom
maybe
pair.
queen 9 of spades. I remember there was like king, Jack, 8 into spades.
Chidwick with
It
the
was
gut
10K
shot.
or 15K.
Bonomo has no idea, by the way.
How many hands of poker that guy plays?
I use all the time bank.
This is a one-way conversation.
And a one-way turn as it's binking Chidwick for the lead. Ace of hearts.
Have you played poker before?
Occasionally.
It's so nice.
I think I only played in the studios once.
Yeah.
I played other Aria 10Ks though, in the
Yeah.
regular poker room.
One last check from Madangiev, perhaps.
I'm just happy Nacho can interview the players for us. This is good.
I love Nacho at a table. He plays limit mixed cash.
Okay. In your realm.
Yeah, also a lot of big bet games, to be fair, in the 300, 600 mix, which he plays back in Las
Justin got
Vegas
60K already in equity.
at Resorts World, right next door to my own
345K.
game, and
Nice.
have managed to
What's the market? The biggest?
345, I think.
It's
get
a
to know him
345K
reasonably well
market.
over the last few years.
What?
So we saw Chidwick barrel and take it there.
Guys, you guys are drawing dead. This is the year of the Nacho. It's mine.
You don't even have any bounties there. What are you talking about?
But it's gonna be mine.
You wasted all your luck
Relax,
yesterday.
bro. 1 for 1. That's how I roll.
You remember how many players we
Steve,
started the
full
day
of
with,
super,
Randy?
Super pros.
No, I actually forgot. What is
39.
it? Yeah, okay,
First time.
go
How
on.
long would you say we've been playing so far?
10 minutes?
I'll take the over on 10, but
Okay.
certainly the under on 30.
Okay, yeah.
How many players are left?
32. Wow. That's fast.
7 out of there already, as tokens are being claimed and they're being hunted.
They're being hunted. It's the Hunger Games out there.
¿Jugaste esa? La que...
150 acá pre-flop. Yo tengo hasta
Christopher
4,
puts
5,
Ah, maja.
7,
5
8,
jack,
4.
ace 2 suited,
Check.
deemed too much for Chidwick's holding to defend against.
You know Spanish. Can you translate this for us, Mateos?
Oh, I'm so sorry. We had to go to the
Aw.
other feature table, Randy.
All right.
You know I have control over that, right? I just pressed the button.
Will be an equally chatty table. I guarantee it. I don't.
Nobody is going to be as chatty as the year of the nacho.
No. I'm going to get a crack out of it every time he says it.
So good, isn't it? Biao Ding, ace 9.
He's got a monster stack here, 1.8 million.
Yeah. Boss here at our blue feature.
Yeah, covering the table, always a good thing.
Especially in a mystery bounty.
Mystery card.
Ooh.
What is that mystery card? Because 3-betting with 6, it's quite hard to guess, to be honest.
The ace of spades is busy. We know that.
That's true. That would be a good guess, though.
It's got to be a 6.
I'm thinking it's the king 6 suited. You know how the solvers like it.
Oh, I wonder. And so does Biao Ding as he faces a 4x.
Ace 9 offsuit, though. Not much playability.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to stay a mystery.
Oh, no.
Socia starts the process of trying to build her stack back up into one with some more breathing room than she currently has. Seems like she's done well to start the day.
Yeah. Most
She had
certainly.
like 11 bigs at the onset.
I've got a memory of a goldfish. You tell me.
Wow, she's up to 45 bigs, Randy. So things certainly look to have been going her way while we were over at
Listening
Camp
to
Nacho.
Yeah.
Neck and neck with her fellow countryman, David Yan, in the middle of the pack. Let's take a look at their chip counts there, brought to you by Merit Poker. Mosbach, the shorty, 16 bigs, 390,000 for him.
Big target on Mario Mosbach's back right now at this table. 16 blinds, easy to get in.
And I mean, truly, when we consider the implications of that 30K min envelope and the fact that each envelope has an expected value even higher than that, you will see people take spots that they wouldn't were it not a mystery bounty. And so you can expect a lot of all-in and call and potential bust-outs or spin-ups.
Yeah, and I feel like the 30K min bounty is quite large. You know, I'm sure there's been bounty tournaments where you don't get your buy-in back on the first bullet, so people are going to splash even more.
Yes. I'm back.
David Yan. Looks like he got a walk with the ace-queen, did he?
He did.
I'll take the wall.
Feel like Yan's never far from a genuine smile. For that matter, Socia as well. And I've been to Australia multiple times. Randy, that's
They're
where you
from
call
New
home.
Zealand.
No, listen.
Okay, go on.
Having been there, a lot of times people make the argument you can't go all the way from the States to Australia without bothering to pay a visit to New Zealand.
Agree.
And yet, I've yet to do so.
God damn it, Ollie.
You haven't even left your neighborhood in Melbourne. What are you talking about?
I've been to New Zealand, okay? It's a great place. Really is. But you don't do the outdoors thing, do you? Spas only. Ice cream. Yeah, maybe not for you.
I'll try it.
Aces. Good spot. Actually, really nice for Vogel saying. Not only because it's aces, the obvious, but he's got that shorter stack, so he might get action more than he should be because of the bounty situation. Kind of interesting spot on what to size with, actually. I can see a small 3-bet. I can see a flat call. I can see jam occasionally. Like, just kind of depends on what you think is going to extract the most action from the remaining players. Did we get a flat call or raise? Okay, a little raise?
Yeah, modest enough. Certainly looking to retain Biao Ding, who put an ace-9 offsuit into the bin just moments ago. Is he going to have to do it again?
A little bit different in the sense that the player he's up against is a bit shorter, so he may feel he's risking less stack to potentially take one post-flop.
Well, that's
I'll say
matter of
this,
fact.
though. He's probably getting 3-bet bluff less, though. right? Because knowing that
Right.
people have to splash,
Right.
so you gotta think about all different angles in these bounty tournaments.
Well served to muck it as multi-platinum winning recording artist Tom Vogelsang takes it down. He actually looks more like a record producer
Yes.
right now, maybe.
I see
Or
that.
like maybe like the lost member of the Beatles, Tom Lennon.
My time, for sure. I know all those people from the Beatles. I have no idea.
You can't name the Beatles, Randy?
No. Ringo? Ringo?
There you go. Ringo Starr.
Starr, yes.
Paul McCartney.
Yeah, I knew that one. I have no idea who else is in there.
Lennon.
John? Okay, good.
Confirmed.
There's one more?
There is one more.
I don't know. I've been to that place with the Beatles walk, where with the album cover in London. Do you have any idea what I'm talking about?
Abbey Road.
There we go. Been there. Took a photo and then left. That's all I know about the Beatles.
That's like when I went to the Great Wall of China, and then about 10 minutes into it, after having driven an hour and a half from my hotel in Beijing, I realized it's just a wall. There's not a lot to do. Took the photo, and I was like, you know what, driver? Let's get out of here.
Let's go home.
I'm cold, and this is just a wall. It's a magnificent wall,
Yes.
Tom.
but at the end of the day,
Can you stop disrespecting this Great Wall of China? It's a great place. Historic. Great wonders. Isn't it one of the 7 wonders of the world?
it is a world wonder, man-made wonder. But
See if we can make it.
how cool a wall can be is very capped. The range is just, you can't, it's a wall, Randy.
It's a wall.
All right? I don't care if it's dividing the U.S. and Mexico or keeping Mongols out. It's a wall. How cool can it be?
Your appreciation for history, zilch.
I'm a horrendous history buff. tourist.
Appreciation for ice cream, way up there.
Oh, of course.
Food.
Today, vanilla, strawberry, and chocolate up at the buffet.
Mhm.
Late at night, like
Velvety finish.
affecting sleep. I think like last night.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like, couldn't sleep.
You can get
Osbach,
the blue light blocking.
330,000
They have some really
on the
nice ones
button.
these days.
Oh really?
I have ones from Kung
He
Fu.
knows that people aren't going to be all that likely to want to fold to him, especially when they're deep enough
Block,
to go
blue light
envelope
blockers,
hunting.
which are also looking kind of nice.
Oh okay.
And-
Yeah, that's because
Yeah.
I saw one pair and they look so goofy. They were just like
No, no,
bright
but
orange.
You can also, if you go to just a glasses shop, they can also, you can get just the glasses and
Yeah.
they can put in blue light blocking, the blue light blocking.
Really?
Yeah.
So the lenses are clear.
Yeah, the lenses. So the lenses, yeah.
Ah.
They can put in different lenses.
Excuse me.
So it's definitely my computer glasses.
Yeah.
They're so strong. I cannot even see colors. Almost no colors.
Really?
Yeah.
That would be weird.
Yeah, but they're really they're really goofy.
They go for yeah.
Vogelsang counseling
The seats
Socia
also
Jang
don't
on.
worry about 'em.
He said,
I'm in one of the outer seats.
my son, the computer glass is so strong he can't see colors. How does he play poker?
Just take your time. Just have
Not with a
fun.
4-color deck, I'll tell you that. Paired flop, 2 hearts, Biao Ding leaning on Hecklin. And Henrik content to just get out of there. I'm just noticing.
That shirt's expensive, isn't it?
I was just gonna say, Randy.
that Louis?
I hadn't. It is Louis. Monogram print. Not even Biao Ding is immune to the desire
Yeah.
to flex his fashion might at a Triton stop. Henrik's sticking with the home team gear.
Yeah, home team. Extra points for him.
Stealth track jacket.
I don't know this hoodie. I feel like it's expensive too.
I'm gonna
It looks plain,
just
but
bet that it is. Now it's King 9 suited in the cutoff for Mosbach. A step up from that Queen 7 suited he had just a hand to go.
Short stack play actually is very different in bounty formats. Since you got that big target on your head, you can't like raise as loose as you normally would. Yeah, I don't fault him here. It looks tight, right? King 9 suited and a cutoff. But the thing is, he's going to open and get reshoved on or just re-raised on a lot, even if they don't have the premiums because, oh, I've got pocket fours. I'll get in with you if I can collect your bounty. So you kind of just avoid these situations where, you know, you raise fold a bit and you increase your value range. So, for example, let's just say your cuspy hand is ace 9. You might put in ace 8, ace 7 because people are going to call you down with king high.
Biao Ding. Min raising from the button with a 9-6 suited. King Queen certainly playable for Socia, and she does defend. Jack 10-5 is going to give her 2 overs and an open ender, which is more than we can save for Biao's 9 high on this clubless flop.
Yeah, we'll see if he decides to do one of those one and dones to just get rid of random cards or check back. Wouldn't fault him either way. Got the chip advantage, so maybe you throw a little chips out there.
$40K follow through, actually 80% of the number he dialed up pre, which was the min.
Let's see if she comes in with check call or check raise. I'd imagine you would be check calling more in a bounty format when you're not covered because the guy who's covering you is willing to splash it in. You don't want to get in with just open-ended straight draw.
Right.
Seems good so far.
And the king high is actually good. Little does Jiang know it, as she fails to improve on the turn and checks once more.
Yeah, just absolutely nothing here. A lot of times you'll see a check through. Unless he's feeling something with that. A little bit of a hesitation call potentially. Yeah, seems like he's going to reach for chips. Just felt that check call that took a little bit of time appearing to be weak. 160K, absolutely stone cold bluff. You asked me about his play. I did say unorthodox, and you can see this is just pure muscling, bullying.
You said a lot of times you'll see it check through, which means sometimes you won't. And this is one of those times as Ding is bullying. Is 160 too much for this king-queen to call? We are drawing to the nuts, but obviously with some frequency, the diamond 9, the diamond ace would be no good. And
yeah, appears so.
She does put it into the bin.
Unlikely result for this hand, but well done, Biao Ding.
Wasn't an accident how he came up the leaderboard to sit at the top of it for some time. Not there at present, currently running 5th overall. And chip leader coming into the day, Zugari, has given way to one Cowboy Dan Smith, who is your current chip leader.
Biao got second in Vietnam for 1.1 million in the 50K. No wonder he got a wardrobe upgrade.
Now, let's not allege that it was courtesy of second place money that the man went over to the Louis store and
a little,
picked up a package.
A little prize for yourself, right?
Could be a celebratory investment.
Yeah, I can see that.
I suspect that Biao had already been in the system.
I'm not implying that he didn't have a bankroll to be able to buy it at the time.
Okay, just making sure.
Okay, no.
To be fair, I'm going to need to see a certificate of authenticity. As we know,
Come
part of the
on.
world, the super fakes are prevalent. I think that one's genuine stuff. Not so
the finger
genuine.
magic. Do you see that again? That's
yeah.
David Yan.
Spirit fingers. Not so genuine kit for Henrik Eklund on the button. This Jack Deuce suited is. He got after Vogelsang, who flops second pair on an ace 9-7 board.
80. Check.
Knuckles.
Of course, yeah, the pre-flop open, of course, one of those spots where I cover you, put myself in situations. Ace-high boards often comes with C-bet, mini-bet.
Gets no smaller.
I mean, you can with the roundup. Anyways, mid-pair, though, should be a check call.
What does a mini bet, C bet do to you psychologically in a spot like this, Randy? Do you just think it's all or none? Is it polarizing much like a big bet is?
No, I don't think it's polarizing. I think it depends on the nature of the board and the stack size you're up against. I don't think it necessarily defines those kind of hands.
Hecklin picks up gut shot straight draw on this turn, which is coordinated.
It's a tough one to multi-barrel on, right? You know, the big blind check calling here to 8, quite a good card for it, you know, in the form of 8-7. You know, those two pairs, or pair straight draws, 10-9. Ace-X, of course, going nowhere. But then again, we've seen some people blast away on the turn with low equity hands. Okay, here we go. This is just some power poker right now, Jack Deuce.
125,000, far from a mini bet.
Tough spot here for Vogelsang. He most certainly would rather have some kind of straight draw to go with that 9, even though that would be a worse kicker, because I can't imagine that Hecklin will be betting a 9 on the turn. We'll make the call here. Nice stuff.
125 of his 655 slides in as the pot grows to 435,000, and a very dry 3 of clubs makes an appearance on this river. Hecklin knows Jack High is not a winner almost all of the time here.
For him to bet the turn, there must be some frequency of continuing to bet on blanks here with Jack Deuce. He knows he's up against one pair hands a lot, especially with the straight draw. Be kind of surprised if he doesn't have some frequency of large bets. Some good stuff here. You know, this bet is actually designed to target the one pair non-ace hands. It looks milky. So if you got that middling pair, do you really want to pay off here? Even though you're getting a good price, that's the question.
Vogelsang showing some respect to that third barrel as he needed a check back from Hecklin, and the Dane not in the mood as he takes one away.
World-class play right there.
Triton main event winner right there. Back in
Mm-hmm.
Madrid.
I can tell you in 3, 2, Monty. No, is it the 2? Let me see. Madrid, 2022.
I know it sounded like I said it as though it was a question, Randy, but
Well, I was scrolling down. He actually picked up another title in 2019, Montenegro, for 3.4 million Hong Kong.
not a main event though.
Not a main event because I was
What
like,
was that?
a 250K Hong Kong buy-in. So that
No
is
limit though?
Yeah, no limit. Hold
Yeah.
on. 30K, roughly. U.S. entry fee, a little bit more.
Ace-7 suited now on the button for Soxia Zheng, who has done splendidly on the day to spin her stack. Just north of the min sizing with the blinds at 1530. Vogelsang's already put it in the muck, and then ace for David Yan.
Got a Kiwi battle incoming.
One.
Ooh.
Wow. So who's got the covering stack? It's David Yan, right?
Just barely.
That's the important part of it. There's no way he'd be going all in there if he didn't have the covering stack. High fold equity, and if you happen to get called,
Got
bounty overlay.
Yep. That's exactly what I was going to mention. It's not a fact that's going to be lost on anyone who has ever played in a bounty event. You see some different things.
Yeah, it's really fun to watch the bounty, especially like, kind of like different pros have different strategies to go about it and different ranges. Not everyone technically agrees on how to approach those situations.
On the topic of Kiwis, Randy.
Yes.
A few years
Enlighten me.
back on a visit to Tokyo, as we see Hecklin welcoming pocket checks.
Yes. I'm wondering how Kiwi associates with Tokyo. Let's go on.
Well, it doesn't generally, except at the Andaz Hotel in Toronto Hills. The breakfast buffet. I'm foraging, come up on the fruit station, and I see kiwis. And as I cut into the kiwi, it's yellow inside. Golden kiwis.
You've never seen a golden kiwi.
Well, I hadn't until that point. You act like they're just all over the place.
They are they not? I've eaten them plenty of times. I'm uncultured.
You just think you just walk out of your house and golden kiwis drop on your head? I'd never seen one in the U.S., ever. They were delightful.
Yes.
Bit of a different flavor profile, by the way.
I think
than
they're
their green
sweeter.
counterparts. Yeah, yeah. No takers for Hecklin. Went down one of these IG rabbit holes, TikTok rabbit holes or something recently, and I saw one of these videos of a baby being fed green kiwi for the first time. Hilarious. Just the facial expressions.
Okay, I'm curious to see what else you're looking at on your IG
The
feed.
algo's weird. It doesn't really have a good read on me, if I'm
Okay.
honest. What's your algo feeding you?
Lately?
Golden kiwi videos?
It's been like...
What do you mean lately? It changes?
it changed.
It's like seasonal?
It adjusts. Of course it's seasonal. You must have phases when you like have some hobby or things you like or a little bit more or whatnot. I mean, like right now I'm getting these cooking videos and stuff because I'm not trying to cook it. I'm just trying to eat it. I'm trying to find recipes to give to my wife to cook for me.
I just got a bunch of like Emirati sheikhs playing with exotic cats, planes.
Of course you're the cat guy.
Thirst traps. I think that's it.
My IG feed.
Dogs. Lots of dogs.
It's Triton Poker Series, okay? Give me a little plug right there.
There is a little bit of Triton Poker Series that the algo's finally figured out.
They got that little behind the scenes one too. I don't know if you've seen that Instagram account, the lucky ones. It's pretty cool. You can see them set up a bit, do some yoga. I see some people playing some basketball.
A lot of content available on our Instagram, our Twitter.
Okay, let's take note of back to the poker real quick. Tom Vogel saying limps king jack offsuit here, short stack. Interesting.
Too much hand for him to fold, but not enough hand for him to feel comfortable opening off of that stack size. Is that the idea?
I'm thinking you're right. Try to like contain the pot. Don't really want to commit it in pre-flop, but maybe someone raises you call. Definitely need the bounty aspect, I believe, for this decision.
Mosbach dominated, but likes the price out of the small.
Bounty in tank, man. Is he thinking about just ripping it in?
God,
Thinking
how
I've
cool
got
would it
fold
be?
equity?
Oh,
Okay, he raises. I told you. I don't got a read on this one guy, and a lot of people don't. But he is aggressive.
I kind of like the choice to go about it in this way, just in case there's some weird frequency with which Vogelsang was just trying to bait somebody into getting after him with a big hand.
Very, very possible.
But he wants to see what's what.
I'm trying to lay down King Jack. There we go.
My
How
goodness.
ding. Is he going to take it down with deuce 4?
Mosbach's not going to call out of position for another 75 with a hand like King 7, is he?
I don't
Just
think so.
With 240 back?
Easily dominated king, usually. Out of position? Unless you're trying to gift your bounty. I don't know why you would continue here. There we go.
How about that? Deuce 4 offsuit. Biao just sniffed it out.
It was like the perfect size. He risked the minimum, but was able to like still win it uncontested, right? 3.5x pre.
I'm glad you said that because oftentimes I've likened presiding over your chips like being a general, and it's important that you not risk any more soldiers in a battle than you need to win that battle.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, we slip back over to the year
Of the
of the nacho table, where Stephen Chidwick has ace-9.
Oh, in the tank actually here in the hijack, trying to determine what to open with. 70k is the bet.
70,000. Follow.
Makes it 70 to go. Now Mateos.
Mr. 5 bullet. Doing good though.
Hey, listen, if he would have quit at 4, he wouldn't have been here.
It's true, he'd be down.
He would have been out 120 grand.
Now he
Instead,
can come out on top.
he's in the hunt as 27 players remain of the 39 that started the day. We're just 4 away from the money. 23 places paid.
That's actually a very important thing to note, is that we got to factor in that regular prize pool now as we're approaching the money.
$10-6 tray. Dreamy kit for Mateos, who flatted from the button. Can't really say the same for Chidwick, who's got just ace high.
Tough board, the continuation bet here out of position against a flat calling range. No diamond in hand.
Isn't it really just the 10x combos that we're worried about, though?
Pocket pairs, of course. You know, 7s, 8s, 9s. Maybe 9s would probably 3-bet you pre-flop, I suppose. Then again, I guess they might even 3-bet you to get in versus your bounty, so. But the thing is, these players these days, they are floating like king queens, you know, especially with backdoor diamonds. It's tough. But Chidwick's really taking his sweet time here.
Check.
Feels like a good time to try to get some value if Jack 10 is vulnerable. Well, check through.
And as a result of the check back, Mateos picks up a Jack high flush draw, the only one out of this twosome, but Chidwick picks up the best hand as he binks top pair. Why wouldn't Adrian have bet that turn? Or sorry, that flop?
You know, maybe this has something to do with this hesitation from Stephen Chidwick, both pre-flop and post-flop. You know, he's using some time, maybe still trying to define his range, wasn't able to kind of figure it out within his allotted post-flop time bank. It is interesting.
Bet 75,000.
Well, now Mateos faces a bet of 75,000 into 2 1/4. Obviously, he's got far too much hand to go away.
Yeah, of course, he's not happy to see the ace, but with the extra diamond, has to mandatory call for this bet size.
Yeah. I think ace-x very much within the realm of possibility for Stephen Chidwick as played. And now the board pairs with a 10, and Chidwick might not be thinking he's up against a 10 here. This could very much feel like a big diamond that was peeling. Maybe some Broadway combos with a diamond.
That's a very good point, actually, that you mentioned that he doesn't feel he's up against a 10 because he didn't bet the flop. And you know, I was saying that it seems like a decent spot to bet a 10. Chidwick could be in some big trouble here. And we're playing bounty format, so people flat calling in position. You can see Jack 10 offsuit. Definitely going to contain 2 Broadways offsuit, looking to try to hit a hand and make a move.
Look at this, though. A tidy check from Stephen Chidwick. Let's see whether or not Mateos asks for all of it. Certainly feels like he could.
He definitely could, and we've said it over and over again, is that added equity with the bounty in play. You cover your opponent.
Bet 700,000.
Yeah, he announces 700, but effectively this is all in as they play 495 effective. Can Chidwick find the fold? He needs to stay alive.
It's a confusing hand, I think, for Stephen Chidwick, that his opponent is betting on the 10, didn't bet the flop with it, perceived, as I suppose. The ace,
5 seconds.
would it Mateos jam here with an ace here? I'm not so sure, right? Like, Chidwick could have some pretty strong aces here still, like ace, queen, ace, king with the 10, right? Being a little bit worried, going for some pot control. So I don't know if I buy it if Mateos would be able to jam like ace, jack. And if that's the case, then it kind of looks like a 10 or nothing kind of situation. Tricky spot here. Oh, we also got to count the fact that we're so close to the money. So his tournament life here is very valuable for Stephen Chidwick.
Fold and live to fight.
5 seconds.
Call and it's all over. Multiple time extensions being utilized as Chidwick goes through all of the possibilities here. Ivan Liao, Player of the Year Award leader.
How many of you?
This is going to be, once this is all 5 days, 5 how much do you have this one?
I have one more.
I used 4 on this street and
Okay.
1 on the previous street, so this is all 5 days.
Mateos, stoic, giving nothing away, and at this point he can rest assured trip 10s is good.
Yeah, tough spot here.
5 seconds. Oh,
Lays it down.
Did you feel like he might call ever?
Of course, if he's going to use that many time banks, you know, obviously he weighed in all the different decisions, the bet size choices. Good stuff. Preserve his life.
Not the first nor the last time we're going to lay praise at Stephen Chidwick's doorstep. Good decisions come often from that man.
oh.
If my bankroll was an airline, I would want Stephen
615.
Chidwick as my chief pilot. Just when he's in the cockpit, I feel good about things.
Okay.
All in.
Play all in.
Ooh.
Now, Mateos, after that pickup, jams from the cutoff here, obviously well aware of the stack depths behind him,
Kings.
and not aware that Stephen Chidwick was going to wake up with top of range as we are stalled on Madangiev, who's got king-jack off suit.
Oh.
Goes in and a snap from Stevie. Just moments ago, he could have been showered had he called. Instead, puts it in the bin and now gets his chips in with kings against ace-4 in a much, much better situation.
Yeah, perfect timing on that. Let's see if we can hold, though. 70-30.
Mateos, of course, holding that ace. Such a pesky card to be up against in a 1 million chip pot. 4 in the window, but no help behind it.
Never easy.
Yes, kings still in front. To the turn we go. The heart is of no consequence, and now all Stephen Chidwick needs to do to double is fade the pointy-topped stuff, and he's done it.
Sometimes it's easy.
465,000.
That's why you're the best, Kiri. That's why you're the best.
Right there.
It's a really tough call, but you made it, you know?
You made it.
You didn't buckle under the pressure.
You make it look so easy.
The call wasn't the hard part. Fading the ace was the hard part.
That's true, that's true.
Fading the ace against Adri. Hard.
A new world of poker is coming, and we certainly hope that you are ready. It is the Triton Play World, one that you can pre-register for right now. Simply scan the QR code on your screen and join us today, as we've got giveaways and all kinds of good stuff awaiting you in our Triton Play app, one that's been worked on for the better part of 2 years now.
Yeah, of course. Gonna
Ready for
fine-tune it.
rollout.
Tournament? Oh, the 100K.
Finish fourth or something.
Monaco.
That's the life of another day of the life of Adrian.
Yeah, of course.
You win though. Thinking never happened to me. In my life, I swear. That one never happened to me. I won some good ones though. But that one's very
How many left in there? PT said 25, but there said 26. We should have this.
You heard someone say 25?
Here said 25.
Oh. See if I can figure it out.
Blind versus blind, folded around to Chidwick, who, fresh off the double, will limp against Nacho.
Still got 31 big blinds to play for in this hand. See how Nacho wants to take this one. You gotta check back.
Boys will both be a bit under-repped, and both interacting with this board. 5-4 deuce. It's a 6-high gut shot for Stevie, just the wheel gutter for Barbero, but advantage Nacho in terms of the pair of fours, let alone position.
Yeah, of course, the 3 would be a huge trouble card for Nacho. Does have the advantage right now. Maybe try to extract some value.
$40K bet. Stevie thinks it over.
Should be seeing some check call here.
As suspected. Fairly straightforward for the time being. Another 80 into the middle. And now, improvements for Chidwick, courtesy of the 7 of spades. A 3 or an 8 would give him a straight.
Yeah,
Oddly enough, the 6 would work too to make a win. He doesn't know that though.
He doesn't know that. If he faces another bet, he's thinking that he wants to hit it straight. But I I'd find it surprising if Nacho was to bet here with third pair. He's got good showdown value. But I don't really think he wants to blow up the pot too much in position with 2 overs. No, he did come out with chips.
Second check, second bet. As this time, Barbero takes it up to 120 into 170.
I can tell you that him betting here is definitely for value. Otherwise, it wouldn't really make sense. Must feel that there's a lot of, 3x, ace-x. Oh, a 6x, of course, too, and heart draws.
Remember, Chidwick limped pre, so this part of the deck very much a possibility, especially after he check-called the flop.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's 100% certainty that Nacho thinks he's got the best hand, but he feels there's enough value to try to extract from.
And another 120 plunked in there by Chidwick, who binks the 8-high straight on the river.
A lot of consideration here for Chidwick. He could definitely lead on the 4 straight. You don't really expect the player betting to bet thinly on a 4-liner too often. Chidwick can still represent bluffs, mainly in the form of hearts. But going to keep checking. I suppose since it is big blind versus small blind, that there's a lot more 6x's in the ranges than normal for the big blind that might try to represent it.
Check. Yep. Nice one. You were so dead on the flop.
You pair?
Nah, you were not that dead.
Ace 5, ace 4.
You were in bad shape. Very bad shape.
Barbero didn't have that event circled on his Year of the Nacho calendar. Chidwick taking it down.
How they make so many straights? So hard to make a straight.
Who has more, Stevie or Adrian?
Good question. I don't know.
It's very close. Adrian has 1.1. 5, 6, 7, 8, 1. He has more.
I have more?
Yeah.
By
a little bit, like by.
in the 1.195 I have.
Yeah, you have more. You have
1.195.
You have more.
You have less.
1.125.
Well, Justin going to come in with pocket 7s as they try to figure out who's got the bigger stack. Two from the money right now, Ollie. It's a 27K payout if you can reach it.
Help me understand. We know what a typical money bubble does, right?
Yes.
People get real tight, try to make the money. But given that this is a mystery bounty, how does that impact this specific phase? Are we going to see a lot more people attacking instead of getting tight, looking to exploit? Or is it no different than what we've seen from 39 down to 25?
I mean, there's definitely adjustment with the bounty. You know, making the money is still very important as you get most of your buy-in back. Just that, you know, the top prize is worth less now that we've delivered half the prize for bounty. Short stacks still play tight. They're going to, and they can't, and you've seen already where they've kind of folded some marginal hands that they normally probably would raise. They need to still play tight in the spot.
But
the chance of them getting bounty is so hard, right? Because they're the short stacks.
40,000.
What are you looking at?
A min cash 22nd or 21st place finish, as well as 20th, 19th, and 18th, all are worth less than the minimum envelope.
Yeah.
So you're more incentivized to bounty hunt than you are to make your way into the money.
Yeah.
For the foreseeable future.
The big stacks are going to go pretty nuts for sure. The thing is, the short stacks, they can't collect bounties because they're short.
Right.
So they're going to play tight. And the big stacks are just going to press on it.
Not exactly a short stack, but not the deepest around either. With 5-15 back right now. He limped in with the 2 sevens, I believe. Did he open raise?
He open raised
opened
2
raise,
sevens. Mateo's here, check call. You can see Jack 5, not a standard call pre-flop, but covering the opponent, give yourself that extra equity in the form of a bounty, regardless.
Adrian would have liked to have picked up a spade on the turn with these 5s. Instead,
yeah,
the 3 of clubs leaves him leading out.
You know what? I believe it's because the short stack is not going to go. It's going to check back the turn a lot with an ace-x. They have a lot of equity against you, so might as well deny against those hands. I mean, you never want to see someone leading into you when you got mid-pair. But given the price, I would imagine it'd be a mandatory call. You still beat some value, like 5x. 365 in the middle.
Bonomo making the call. Spades get there on the river.
For Mateo's here, can still have the best hand against ace-x, mainly. Well, we saw a check from Mateos. It's a good spot for a showdown for Bonomo.
Doesn't feel like there's any reason for him to try to bet these 7s. What would he be targeting value for, and would he even be willing to turn them into a bluff?
Yeah, I mean, definitely worthy of just thinking about it, see if it's better to potentially turn them into a bluff. The turn lead is, not a common thing that happens, so.
If he takes spades away from Adrian's range as played, check call lead, right?
Yeah.
And he presumes the 9 is completely irrelevant.
Okay.
Then does it boil down to I'm up against 5x or king x? And as such, with what frequency am I maybe up against the 5 and able to bet for value?
I guess the main question you'd also have to add in to weight is how often does the 5x call? King X would never fold.
Bonomo looks a little bit disappointed in himself. You saw him shake his head there.
He must have felt like, I know I got the best hand. And then we got to see it, confirmed it, felt disappointed.
But remember, man, just because we know or we heavily suspect that we have the best hand, doesn't mean that we have to bet it, because while we heavily suspect we have the best hand, when we bet, we open the action, and in the event...
Is it still 25 players left?
A hand like 2 sevens faces something weird, like a check raise. It becomes a lot more difficult to get ourselves to showdown. But I guess that's what separates
the other
good from great.
Yeah. Exactly.
How many hands we play? 4 more? 2 more? You guys play like a turtle. You guys play like I'm joking.
It's silly to not tell the players that they're doing modified hand for hand, because the players will still stall or whatever, not knowing that they're doing it.
They are doing like this in all the tournaments, like soft hand.
Yeah, but
They should learn.
You should tell the players the whole point is to speed up the game. If the players don't know, it doesn't speed up the game.
Conversation centering around a soft hand-for-hand policy, which Luca Vivaldi and the crew implement when we're 2 away from the money generally, so as to prevent any stalling. Bonomo pointing out that he feels that everyone should be aware that that's what we're doing. It is fairly standard and customary here at Triton, but if you didn't know, maybe you would think that there was some competitive advantage to trying to stall your way into the money.
Okay, I understand.
And soft hand for hand, Randy, basically means?
It basically means that they're measuring the number of hands played on each table too, right? Because if some tables are playing faster and some slower, it's unfair.
So they'll slow the table that's played more hands down,
they can
pause
slow
them.
down. And that's when you heard Nacho there saying, "Oh, you guys are playing like a turtle." I believe there was a 2-hand difference.
Yeah, I agree with Isaac. I think hand for hand would be better.
So, I just heard Bonomo saying they might prefer hand for hand. So they're doing the counting hand method right now rather than pure hand for hand.
Right. If somebody gets too far behind, then they'll have them
So how many players are?
catch up.
25 players left.
But do we play hand for hand or not?
As the blinds go
Right
up.
now it's soft hand for hand.
20-40.
The floor is discussing taking it full hand for hand. Do you understand soft hand for hand? If one table gets too many hands ahead, they pause all the other tables. So we played slow, so we're the only table playing now until we catch up to how many hands the other table played.
2040.
Thanks, Justin. He said it
I
much
mean,
better than me.
Seriously, if we knew that was coming.
2 short sentences, it was done.
He made us look pretty bad there.
Yeah.
Nacho, raise and take it with the Jack 9.
¿Qué te parece?
Más caliente todavía.
No, pero ¿sabes lo que fue? Siempre tengo que seguir mi primer instinto. Le iba a meter check raise al flop. Tenía rey 4, Adri. Le iba a meter check raise al flop porque estaba 100% seguro que tenía.
We played 2 hands since you said.
No es malo.
Is everyone going?
Cuando te apuestan pot al flop. Con ese stack,
Is everyone playing now?
We continue to play, Marius?
con ese stack, ¿qué haces, boludo? ¿Qué haces con un stack que te mete check raise a 300? Hay que foldear.
Last hand was a mistake. We
Capaz
were
que
supposed
justo
to play
esa es la única
15-30
que
last.
paga.
So yes, I learned very fast because of that, right? Yeah. Whereas by the time I was in high school, it was different. Like kids who were 12, 13, a lot of them maintain. I mean, they're older as well, but a lot of them maintained, you know, an Asian English accent, like.
Right.
Back over to the blue feature table, where apparently
high
there's
school
some
I was-
discrepancy in terms of the level that we're playing right now. It's going to depend on where you're at in the soft hand for hand. Things paused here for the time being. Looks like they're going to play 15 and 30,000 next. Mosbach is down to just 6 bigs. Hecklin in the lead.
Yeah, Mosbach alone at the bottom, 6 blinds. Vogel saying, got 380K versus the 165. Here he is.
Pocket fives. In it goes. Oh, yeah, Mosbach asking for a count. And
Vogelsen got an opportunity for a bounty as the
Right.
second to bottom.
it's the only seat that he has covered.
Yeah. I actually wouldn't mind if I get it in if I could against
Sure.
Mosbach. Big laydown, ace 10.
Yeah. Now ace 5, pardon me, ace 5 suited for Hecklin.
Funny.
No, it's just the solver bait factor.
I mean, of course, it's a force all in if he does continue.
Just unfortunate that he is holding a 5 up against 5s. Nevertheless, he jams. It'll be an easy muck for Jang.
I
And
mean, according to the previous conversation, I didn't even need to look before he ruined the fun.
Maybe I didn't look.
Ooh. Could be worse.
Could be better. One ace gone, right?
Yeah. Come on.
No greedy.
If I know one thing, don't be greedy.
I'm really good at making flush.
Hey, bro. I thought we were bros, bro.
Yeah, just gotta be a flush.
So Vogelsang goes from potentially having been able to claim a bounty had Mosbach been in there with ace-10, which would have been unimproved on this flop, to being at risk, but with bottom set, he ends up clean on the turn and
But you snap folded, so you would have never been in there.
doubles.
What? No, you told me I called it. I had 9-4.
Okay, okay.
6 cards
Well, it's a
straight.
long straight. Yeah.
It deserves like extra.
Full contact poker.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now it's 40-40.
I mean, I was told I could win 300,000, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not?
'Cause
320,000.
you didn't win 300,000 and you stole my chance to win
Yeah.
300,000.
Oh my God, it's 345. Jeez, rub it in, man.
By the way, I
No,
noticed that
all
David
this
Yan,
happens.
not wearing any patches, doesn't have a sponsorship. I've got an idea.
Mm-hmm. Enlighten me.
Pick your shampoo brand and conditioner. Because the mane is lustrous. Must be the New Zealand air.
Okay.
Bet they have really clean water.
They do. They do.
Let me just see. I'm pretty sure
Much
it's
better than an American tap.
730 plus the big blind.
I've
Behind
got a
is
water
730.
softener
Thank you.
and a 12-stage water filter at the house. That's how gnarly Vegas water is. If you leave it in a bowl, it turns to stone. It's so mineralized.
Fallen.
Folded around
Let me
associates.
see if I
King
can
deuce
find
suited.
something nice here.
And she's going to move all in. Vogelsang just
This one's
doubled
pretty
up to
good, actually.
760.
Wow.
And he is going to call. That is not what Yang wanted to hear. Feels like she's worked pretty hard to get her stack off of where it was to start the day. And now she has just 37% equity in a 1.6 million chip
I'll
pot.
take a flush, but not a 4-card flush.
That's a big one. 26 blinds in there. Person.
Maybe you can
All
get 5
club
cards flush.
board.
Drop it.
Jang on the hunt for a king or a deuce. Instead, it's an ace, and she will draw dead. Inconsequential river forthcoming, and a not at all inconsequential double-double for Tom
Really
Vogelsang.
good at all in.
I should just stick. I've said this. I've been saying this for years now. Every time I try to play post flop, it always goes wrong. Every time I'm all in, it goes good.
You like fucking won 5 times.
I didn't even. But
I mean, with pocket twos, you beat a 6-card Omaha hand.
when you're calling in the first place, you're basically saying I want to play post flop with all of you idiots, right? And you fucking.
I'll tell you what, generally speaking, if you do a lot better when you jam pre than you do when you try to play post, you might want to pursue a different career.
Yeah.
Of course, being facetious, as we know, Vogelsang's very talented. But that's not the right recipe for success in poker.
Yeah, you need some post-flop skills. I'll
Yeah,
say
for
that.
sure.
But good stuff for him. Up to 1.6 million, covering a lot of the players now remaining in the field. Mosbach. Saw 2 opportunities for Vogelsang to go out. He's still in.
sorry, small blind, 20. Yeah, all the Dutch guys.
Aces for Socia, just what the doctor ordered, as a wounded stack of 435K certainly will be ready. From the button, she makes it 80 to go.
A big raise.
Thank you.
Surprised that she didn't just come with 60?
Yeah, a
mid?
bit.
And you want customers, really, don't you?
I think so. I think you'll get some more defenses out of blinds too. Try to just take you out. Maybe she was trying to do some psychological warfare on the bet sizing there.
Back over to the red feature table. Where Mr. Pink, Justin Bonomo, peeks down at Jack 3 suited in the hijack.
He's had the pink hair for a while, hasn't he?
He has. He's kind of stuck with this. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Medvedev pauses before putting his king-9 into the muck.
Blinds are 20K, 40K now, by the way.
This is interesting. Nacho with king-queen suited in the small, and Mateos with a playable one in the big.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's probably going to push this in.
Feels a little less playable once Nacho jams for the full 15 bigs.
Nacho is probably jamming in this extremely wide range, actually. King 10 would be favorable against that range, but
2 away from the money.
I faded a snap call at least.
you heard Mateo say, no idea. Might be trying to figure out the stack sizes of the other tables.
My guess is the Triton Poker Plus app is working hard. And gamble declared by Mateos. Disaster. As he runs into a better king.
No. Tírame un 10. Jale mucho el 10, Nacho.
Mateo's suggesting it's a 10 rich deck. That is certainly what he needs to see to avoid busting out of the money here in a 1.3 million chip pot. No 10 available, and instead a queen. Mateos could find himself drawing dead on the turn. Can he get some equity? Yes, he can. The ace of clubs gives him the gutter. But the jack of clubs won't work, as Barbero's got the flush draw.
Of hearts.
3 outs once for the Spaniard. And instead it's the 7 of clubs, which gives Nacho the nuts.
Suerte. Eso está bendito.
Te iba a decir eso, al Pierre Bounty porque teníamos lo mismo, boludo. Gracias.
Mateos.
Fuck, I was my favorite player.
Wishing Barbero luck as he laments the fact that it was Adrian's pelt that he had to claim for that bounty.
But
But
call 100%. He asked me
that's
crash to my range. I'm showing any two.
Yeah, I think he knows that.
Like literally, I'm showing any two. He got so unlucky. I had king queen.
any 2, Randy?
I think so.
7 deuce
I
in there?
I actually do believe he's shoving any
I don't know
two.
what I do. No, maybe not any two. I don't know. Maybe
Okay,
I would
close.
think I would do it like other ones. Maybe
like-
92%. Yeah. Maybe not.
Well, some outer table action where we find Steve O'Dwyer. Looks like he's got his money out there. Danny Tang has raised it, I believe, up to 160K after the O'Dwyer limp. Is that right?
It seems that
And now
he got jammed on.
Yeah, O'Dwyer moved it in for 2.2, which has Danny covered. Uncomfortable spot for.
Maybe it's one of those all-in calls and we don't show until everyone's done their hand.
No. Guys, anyone on my side?
They're chatting quite a bit.
Oh, has Danny already made the call?
I think so. Otherwise, they wouldn't be talking so much.
Okay.
Camera guys, crew guys. Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Okay, someone's on Danny's side.
You're the important one.
Generally speaking, nobody's rooting for the short stack in these spots, obviously. As O'Dwyer does have Tang covered.
Yeah,
And we
come on. You the one? Oh, yeah. No, don't even.
are waiting for
Don't even it out, though. Don't even it out. This is way different. You were the dealer for that hand.
action at other
Don't make it
hands
even.
to
Don't square. Okay? Make it 2-0, please.
come to a close. And on their backs they go. It looks like O'Dwyer has got ace-9 up against ace-king. So the short stacks got way the best of it here. Flop. 2 diamonds, 2 sixes, and a deuce.
Yeah. There's no diamond, okay? No 9, no diamond. Okay?
Chop being offered by Danny.
I'm
Turn
so
non-compliant.
I'm not greedy. I'm not greedy at all, really. For real. There's no 9. No 9, okay?
No 9 and no chop either, as Danny will double through Steve. Mild groan throughout the room.
Well, especially from Mario, right? He was hoping that Danny Tang would get sucked down on, would have squeezed in, sitting on 2 blinds. Saw Nacho walk out there.
Peek now at the chip counts brought to you by GG Poker as Mario Mosbach down to just 2 bigs, Randy.
Not even. I feel like we rounded him up because I think the big blind's 40K.
Yep. Guess we could have rounded him down too.
He crossed the half mark.
Did he?
Could get fun though. He goes all in. Everyone knows that you can maybe collect a minimum pay of 30K. Could see some people splash a bit.
Yeah, you don't have to make the money to be a part of the bounty process. Those tokens, redeemable regardless, but they were not available on day 1 as day 2 of our mystery bounty. 30K buy-in. Finds itself grinding away on the bubble.
Remember, you know, Vogelsang was at the bottom of the chip counts at risk. Now looking real pretty up top.
Direct hand-for-hand delay here. It's never a good feeling when you're the man with just 2 big blinds. You know far and away you're the shortest stack in the room. Everyone has their eyes trained on your fate.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, guys, relax, okay? I don't need everyone to come huddling around my table when I get it in.
Celebration. When
salivating. Rooting for my demise.
And like a lot of anti-sweating, I'll tell you that.
It does feel like very negative energy, doesn't it?
That is very negative.
The kind that you would be ready to be displaying as well if you weren't the guy with the 2 big blinds. You'd be like, oh yeah, what are we rooting against? We talked about the min payout phenomenon where 23rd all the way through 18th failed to be worth more than a single bounty. So all those payouts are sub 30K. And if you take it in terms of the actual EV, it's even more payouts that are worth less than a bounty. And that's the cheapest bounty in the room right there that everyone is looking to collect. Like a pack of rabid dogs.
Looks like he is on the dealer button. We'll get a couple extra hands. This guy's been on a run.
Mozbach's got that. You're in a dark cave feeling. You think there's something out there, and not until you shine your flashlight out and see
I don't know.
5 pairs of
I
eyes
busted
staring
this
back at you.
At the final table yesterday in the seat, and I had the chips over here, so I'm like, I'm trying to I'm going back and forth, like, because I'm like double negatives a positive, but then I'm like, maybe it's still gonna be in my head. I'm trying to just. It's a weird scenario I'm going through. Can't figure out the right.
Sean Winter.
You know?
The most balanced strategy.
Yeah. Like I'm trying for my mental state.
For Juju.
Apparently struggling with how to approach this spot, even though he's not currently involved in this hand. Mozbach going to put it in the bin, as Vogel's saying. Opened a king 4 offsuit.
Yeah, you noticed the 3x open too.
The thing is, like, I didn't have
big
to
stack
call.
doing big stack things.
Just taking advantage of Mozbach's 2 blinds out there, leaving everyone less inclined to do anything on the bubble.
Yeah.
It would take so much hand to
Socio-
want to be involved.
Trying to make Socio not even defend, you know.
So your tree thing is like, no, I mean, it's not like
What do you think, Paul Mitchell?
I forgot I have my mic on.
Oh, you're talking about hair product.
L'Oreal?
Okay, I was like, who is Paul Mitchell?
Looks like we got one at the outer tables. An all-in and a call between Brian Kim and Artur Martirosyan. It is 7s for Kim. Martirosyan with 2 10s. And he ends up with 3 of them on the river as the short stack looks like it's going to double up once again. The good news for Brian is he had Artur covered. The bad news is he just got a big bite taken out of his stack. And again, the groan in the room.
65.
So many opportunities for
665.
eliminations. Mozbach's still gonna have to anti-sweat these players just a little bit harder next time.
Big blind first?
Just catching the tail end of that discussion there, I suspect it's in reference to what do your chips count towards in the event that you
but a lot of
have 1 big blind or less. Is it the ante? Or is it the big blind?
Yeah.
I heard them say big blind first.
Yep.
So is that confirmed?
What do you know? You don't know what hope is there for the rest of us.
For the few hands.
Producer James efforting, by the way.
Yeah, we'll get the answer, but I'm saying for Mario, he's actually had many opportunities to maybe burst the bubble on outer tables and him waiting.
5 seconds.
Time.
Does Mozbach want to wait it out for something better than King 9 suited?
There's a lot of funny scenarios where he continues. He actually gets called in multiple spots too. It doesn't necessarily mean he's going to get heads up.
Not much action today?
Me?
You have around the same.
Same with, same step?
No, him.
Oh, him. Oh.
David.
That's when I started.
Yeah.
Receiving confirmation, by the way, from producer James, who's conferred
How
with the
about you? What
staff
did you
that
start with?
indeed big blind
3.
first if you don't have enough to cover the
day.
antes and the
First
big
hand,
blind.
I played a 3-way all in.
I guess you won it.
No, I had 44% lost. Oh, that was a nice spot.
Mozbach does jam.
Huh? I Queen 10 suited versus King Jack and King Jack.
How many bounties were you looking for?
Now here's the thing, you don't need a lot of hand to get involved in this
Well,
pot.
I'm here.
No.
I lost.
And you're heavily incentivized to just flat but you do have to be a little bit worried about somebody bullying you off your hand behind. An ace on the button certainly feels like
It's a, yeah, like 130K
could
plus the chips.
try to
Ollie,
slide in here.
there's a big problem, and it's the player in the big blind. It's Tom Vogelsang with a huge stack. Looks like he's still going to go for it, Henrik Hecklin.
Yeah, as you see, Socia trying to rub some good stuff onto the fronts of those cards.
Big
Queen
opportunity.
three, not it, and Vogelsang does say call. An immediate oh no issued by Henrik Hecklin as he understands that the situation is dire for him.
Oh, you did call.
Yeah.
Oh.
Don't show.
Oh, so no, don't show. They said show.
Show, guys, guys.
She said show.
She said
No, she said don't show.
Oops.
All right, all you people, English second language speakers, don't show.
I got him at the ropes. I got him at the ropes. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry.
Don't.
Oh, yeah, sorry. As my friend.
Yeah, I know.
We always-
but as in-
we always show
No,
it.
I mean
Yeah,
the
I know.
early celebration yesterday. O'Dwyer, like Jacks versus tens, and then he snapped like ding 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 ding.
Oh no, I'm not happy.
And then freaking like Danny flops quads and Steven like.
Toon Mulder, Kevin Paquet and company all sweating this spot for Vogelsang, which, by the way, Randy,
You look pretty fucking happy.
is
I
dreamy.
mean, come on,
It's
I just
very
happy to be
dreamy for him.
alive.
It's actually not too
Happy to
bad
be
for
alive.
Mario.
That's good.
Happy to
Imagine if
be
Mario
with you guys.
holds. Hecklin out. In the money.
Right.
Too bad.
I'm not all in. I cover. Yeah, okay.
I'm feeling a lot of adrenaline right now.
Okay, for once, I'm actually rooting for you.
Okay, ace 10 and ace deuce are going to play for the much bigger side pot,
Again, a good
1.8 roughly. The main, a modest 255,000, and Mosbach's got to fade 2 hands,
Tom's loving
both of which he's behind against.
it. Loving it.
Note, though, he's got 1% more equity than Vogelsang.
Yeah, card sharing.
Yep. Wild spot.
All diamonds.
Thanks, Sean.
What a troll. You gotta love Sean Winter. And the flop is king high. Mosbach
Up somehow with you.
leaps into the lead.
I take queen of clubs. Then we can.
And Henrik is
4-4.
begging
Queen
for a
jack.
chop
Top
here.
was,
Queen jack.
Time being unavailable.
Out to be, what the hell?
King or an 8 would work,
Put an
though.
8 out.
4 would do it, too.
Or an ace. Ace is good for you.
Ace would have worked as well, and instead...
Chop it up. Oh no.
Wow, that's a crazy
Oh,
scenario.
no! You're right. The jack or the queen work as well.
thank
Totally
God.
overlooked that one,
Wow.
Randy.
Mm-hmm.
How much? 65?
As Henrik and Vogelsang are going to chop,
That's
and
like
they'll be
the
all
worst
too
thing
happy
I
to
feel.
send 65 over to Mario Mosbach and live to fight.
Oh my god.
I don't think.
What?
Like, what could be worse?
That was fun.
That is the worst thing that could happen for the
Jack of
short
clubs
and
on the
middling
turn would've been
stacks.
better for everyone.
Cyclone blowing the whole hotel away.
I guess. But then we
What a
just.
miracle for
This
Hecklin.
one you don't win. This one.
It'd be gone, bro.
Well,
The money's
I'd
still
rather
here.
lose this one than the first one because then I would have been out. So
Yeah, you should have lost that one.
The money could be worth it.
Fucking Hecklin.
Hecklin was very likely to bubble that
I've been
tournament.
waking up with some nice ones.
Real good.
So it's basically just like you didn't call. I like it.
I would have lost 80k out of it anyway.
Yeah, he loses his ante too.
Was it?
He's queen suited now as Mosbach heating up.
Yeah. I didn't even, I forgot about it.
Leaves
too.
himself
forgot about the
5K
deuce?
back.
Forgot about that, yeah.
I did too, actually.
He, unfortunately for him, he's gonna have to run it because I doubt Vogelsang will be folding his big blind regardless of the
This
cards.
is, me when I was 11.
Would have to be very dusty, but you know that 30k bounty, I don't really see Vogelsang folding.
So it's the same.
Oh,
like-
he's in
like
small
1.1?
blind.
1 point.
Thought he was in the big.
Okay, thank you.
Still interesting.
I'm just never
all
gonna
in.
get to draw an envelope. God
Well,
damn
he
it.
doesn't want to let David Yan participate in this bounty hunt as he jams.
Don't table, don't table.
Don't table.
Yen folds,
Make them
and
sweat it.
Mosbach's going to be in a
better,
great
better,
spot.
better than last hand. Oh wait. Yeah, you can sweat. I have better than last hand.
No, it was actually a special moment. We were like, this big deck overlooking the mountains, like a good view by the fire. You seen mine?
Yeah. I still have a good chance.
And the reason for not tabling your hands until the action is complete at the outer tables is so as not to influence any of the decisions in progress there by virtue of some sort of cooler hand being revealed, where you know the bubble's going to burst.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, sorry.
Mario in great position here. If he can double up here, would be in contention.
I need a German card. Or Vienna card.
Yes. Vienna card. What's the Vienna card?
What do you think?
I don't fucking
Sausage.
It always comes.
Vienna sausage, Randy.
Yeah,
Vienna sausage.
I knew, but they didn't
There's no
understand.
deck with sausage in it.
The 7 of sausage.
7 of sausages on the flop. So over comes Luca Vivaldi
Why? I would say
to serve as the master of ceremonies here.
It's going to be way more enjoyable.
I had a queen, so.
Some clubs would be good. That's a club.
Mosbach's fate.
Ooh,
Maybe
one.
broccoli.
Oh boy. Vogel saying a favorite on that flop.
That's a TV flop.
1 clean over card, a club draw, and a gutter with 590 in the middle and 2 to come. He hits the 7, and now a 6 for a chop, non-club, ace, or a deuce for the double.
Ooh.
And the 6 rolls off.
Fucking heckling.
Off
Chop.
6.
I swear I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it.
Huh?
Still your fault.
Absolutely chop up David's money.
I want to see your heart rate the last 2 hands.
Look at the Dutch crew back there, just disgusted.
I did not expect that.
Back-to-back chops for Vogel saying.
I think it's even up the score.
I'm gonna keep trying, you know. I'm gonna get one eventually.
You have 0?
Yeah, I was short.
You went from 300 to that?
Yeah, I
You got
was
0?
like in the last 10 minutes, or like the last 5 hands.
Oh, you just kept doubling to people.
Yeah, just double twice in a row.
We were all trying to get him.
You have one already?
Me? No, I have 0. I got short right away.
You doubled 3 times in total.
Yeah.
What a run out. What a run. Both those run outs. Those are sick run outs.
Action deck.
Oh.
You had to say it.
Rack them back up and onwards we march here in the hand-for-hand phase
Yeah, I guess I should.
of event 3.
Well, Tom's been jamming. Let's see if he continues here. Ace 8.
Why are we bringing Jason into this? He does the same.
Vogel jams again with the ace.
He literally sits there and like calls the cards, and it's just he says he has this cosmic ability. It like no shit. Within
Takes
like
it
an
down.
hour, like with 3 times or something. He's in a 3-way all-in.
Yes,
Gets king 9 suited versus aces versus ace queen suited, and then he just he's like, guys, like just sorry ahead of time. Flop comes a 9, turns a brick, and he puts out the king and goes dealer, and then bang, king on the river.
That's a good trick.
It's a pretty good party trick.
Actually.
Oh, Mario was it? Pretty fucking impressive, right?
What?
Jason calling the cards.
Yeah.
And then like 7 on the turn. Bang, 7.
I feel like you could binge watch an entire series during this bubble.
It is taking a sweet time.
A lot of downtime, huh?
I think they paused
Courtesy of
Oh.
Mosbach
the tables and whatnot.
showing some resiliency.
I don't know. It's
Some
it's
good
only
fortune.
152. It's only like 3 minutes. You know, it's exactly.
No, it's not. The levels are 30%. So it's 105 minutes. It's not 120.
15 shorter. Oh.
Yeah.
But still, it feels like longer than 2 hours.
Oh yeah, so it's even longer than what it feels.
Yeah.
I'm definitely blaming you for my elevated blood pressure at this point in time.
Check his.
Hmm?
He gets the 7 of clubs on the turn. He just feels defeated. Or 7x.
I wish it was a
No,
7.
but before you got here, I doubled him up, which is why, like, here's the stack, right?
I doubled him up too.
and that was way
Oh.
Everyone doubled up.
Everyone
Just you.
How much what did you peak at?
And then he doesn't burst the bubble,
peak.
and then now I'm just sitting here like.
How much did you have at peak?
This is peak.
No.
Oh no, he's asking me.
I can see where you're looking with the glasses.
That's why I'm doing the
Yeah,
peak. I shouldn't be pointing, but I'm trying to.
Peak, I think I got up to like 1.2-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So, you know, once again, no bounties, swimming the bubble.
I love Dr. Winter from the cardiology department pointing out that Jang's blood pressure pales in comparison to Mosbach's.
Huh?
It's a good one.
There's got to be 4 tables.
4 total
right now.
tables in
I
play.
guess you're just playing a handout.
6 players at each. 23 will be in the money. Stone bubble here. Ali Najad and Randy Liu here at the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel, Resort and Casino. Glad to have you with us from wherever you might be streaming, be it YouTube, be it Twitch, or be it the Triton Poker Plus app. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hopefully continue to enjoy the best in poker entertainment at the bargain basement price of free. Love that. Now, over to the outer table.
5 seconds.
See Dan Smith here involved.
Yeah. Involved with Alexander Shelukin. This one came down. Dan Smith open raise, the min to 80. Shelukin flat call. King 6-5. 2 club flop. Check, check. 9 on the turn. Smith fired 80, got called on the river. He check folds after the 4 hearts rolls off, and Shelukin barrels 450,000. And that was the hand that the field was waiting on to complete before they got dealt in once more.
All right, let's see. Queen 9. Got the big stack at the table.
All in.
Just pushing it in.
Yeah, Tom very comfortably jamming here. Nobody's going to want to tussle.
Yeah. And
oh, wait a minute. Have I spoken too soon?
He's
Did
got-
I hear an all-in from David? Yeah, no, it doesn't look like it.
I don't think he said it.
No, it was the dealer reiterating that Vogelsang had moved all in over the headset. But
Aces.
David Yan has red aces. And it's funny because I was going to ask you, Randy, if you get aces in this spot, is it one of those very rare, unique moments where you're supposed to just muck it with
No.
1.1?
We're not folding this. What timing for aces?
Mosbach
fold, but I
living the
actually-
dream right now.
No, keep it down.
Yes.
I'll just say it after.
No, don't say. I think you have my cards.
No.
Winter wants to tell us cards.
Maybe.
That's good timing though.
For you.
Queen 9 off.
Oh, the boys
You had an easy one?
shedding light on one another's holdings.
Bottom range.
But more importantly,
I
not
had the
tipping
number
their
one hand
hands,
that
so to
cracks
speak, to the rest of the room.
Sorry.
I don't know what it means. It's one. Just one. Just over one. This time I'm gonna put it in. Maybe that helps. That helps.
This is a pretty classic bubble. Not gonna lie.
Oh yeah. I'm just gonna put it in this time. Maybe that works.
Is there some sorcery like
yeah.
45.
Prepaid juju.
Here you go, David. It's for you.
Stop fucking calling stop.
So Henrik has been
We can chop it.
punched, smacked,
I don't
and
mind
now
chopping this
kicked as
time.
well by Sosia.
You said it.
Dangerous to sit to her right.
Yeah. Hard to
Yeah,
put a dent
whichever
in.
one it is.
Hecklin.
So many people rooting against me.
He's durable.
Yeah.
The durable Dane.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm pained because this is my fellow.
I don't think they're rooting for a
I
chop.
don't think they're rooting for chop. They're looking for like pain.
Always nice when your chip leader to extend.
I can't believe he's like making me root for him.
Did you hear Sean?
Yeah. Wait for me, please. I need it.
Always nice when your chip leader
Oh, two Olympics.
to extend.
We go first?
Suggesting that David can't win.
Even red ones.
Obviously, as the player who's covered, everybody's rooting for that. And might the Dutch delegation finally be able to celebrate the bursting of this bubble, courtesy of Vogelsang. On this occasion, they're taking the worst of it.
Here, David, take your money, please.
Oh, I like that. That's strong. That's very, yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's perfect.
9-6-4 flop.
That's all I need. That's all I need. I don't need anything more in this.
It's not really any fun turn.
Well, you do need a queen or a 9 if you hope to shower David Yan and burst the bubble. But instead, he's given the upside-down version as the board pairs with a 6 on the turn, and now that means that Tom can only hit the 9. 4 across spade.
Side.
9 was already out there, of course.
Actually, I have ace king. I was fucking with you. What if I just flipped over ace king there?
Looks like a confrontation at our other feature table. This one is of no consequence. It would seem, though there are 2 spades on the board here.
Never easy.
Fucking easy, guys. There's nothing easy in this life.
Use
Nacho.
spades.
Come on, put it. I want to sweat.
That's
Be okay with
Justin
these
covered.
spades.
But Bonomo with the 5% free roll, and in comes the spade.
Okay, use a spade now on the river.
They were saving it for the river.
Look at Barbero going with the reverse psychology, calling for
so
the spade,
close.
and instead getting the diamond
You call for it,
deuce
it
for
never
a chop.
comes, so I keep calling it. Wow. How didn't I choke 3?
We've had some action.
Wow, I really thought you had aces.
This is one of the most resilient bubbles in recent memory, Randy.
Mhm.
And who would have thought it, given that we're in the mystery bounty, where the bounty hunters should be extra active.
They are active. They're hunting. The game on this particular safari has proven elusive.
All right.
Yeah, many chances for it to bust, and Mario somehow squeezed it in. Still the shortest stack, 5 BBs.
Vogelsang, by the way, got a big chunk taken out of him by David Yan, who now sits with 2.2 million.
Yeah, Vogelsang's actions are going to be different now. Can't just rip it in as he's got the big stack right behind him. Let's see how David Yan plays the chip lead at this table.
Nacho Barbero, your overall chip leader. Mundir Zugari, who came in as the chip leader on the day, second, and Yan third.
Ik had een van die eerste 2 had moeten winnen. Ik had echt... Die tweede was zo nietig.
Curious to see how Henrik plays this ace-8. Understanding the situation. I see him pressure. 20 blinds. He knows David Yan's opening trash, but does he want to put himself at risk?
Die eerste was aas niet. Dat was gewoon voor.
I mean, when you've got So many shorter stacks in the room. One would think.
Especially because they're
No
very
way.
short. That's the thing. He's not scared.
Yeah, nevertheless, a jam from Hecklin.
I respect that.
Ik weet ook wel dat ik mooi moet. Ja.
What have we here?
Looks like post flop to me.
Outer table action.
Of nu deze hand gebeurt moet.
Jinya Gavrilovic, the opener to 90,000. Danny Tang made the call from the big. King, Jack, Deuce flop. Went check, check. Jack paired on the turn. Looks like the boys have checked once more. Now on the river. The 10 of spades. No flush out there. One last check from Danny. And Jenya's going to check back. Danny says nothing as Gavrilovic tables 9-10. It was a gutter on the flop, and then Jackson tens by the river. Look at those shades.
Yeah,
I
I
got
see it.
side shade. So if you're giving someone side eye, you can do it without getting the sun in your eyes.
I was just looking at that single stack. It was extremely tall.
That's because you're a professional.
I mean, near the last.
You're paying attention to the things that matter.
Yes, this is why I'm here.
Imagine without you where we'd be.
Dangerous.
Imagine if just me, that would be bad too.
I wouldn't say
Yeah,
that.
because it was 2 blinds.
Yeah. I was down to not. I was
Wouldn't
down
be
to
dangerous.
Is this a reality TV show? These guys are just chatting it up.
That's true.
In some ways, it feels like it.
You were trying to get me out of there, huh?
I was.
Fist pumps on your triples. And
Certainly in search of the weakest link at present.
it's okay.
But,
Okay. I understand. I was super happy. It wasn't like 100% happy. If I was in your spot, I'd like it.
David Yan putting those new chips to work again. 10-8 offsuit.
Button's good.
Yan able to take it down. Enjoying the benefits of being one of the big stacks in the room here on this pure money bubble.
I like that. Call.
I feel like 100% of tournaments should be mystery tournaments.
Sean Winner. I feel like 100% of tournaments should be mystery tournaments, he says. Oh, can't make this stuff up as it looks like we've got something developing.
I knew you way before I played this, right? True or not? Yeah. Facts. So I'm sorry, man. Mario, I got you, man.
As Christopher puts with the all-in button in front of him. Danny still got cards.
Second's pretty good. So it's like what, ace, jack?
No, I don't have any.
Oh, king, queen?
That's right.
All right. Keep it low, 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 low.
Danny's lobbying the dealer here. The card's not on their backs just yet, though. Perhaps
No picture?
some intel being exchanged already between Tang and Puts.
Suited diamonds?
Yeah.
That's not fair. That's not fair.
I remember my exact cards. If anybody's interested. I'm not going to say them if no one wants to hear them.
I prefer not to.
You prefer not to, Danny?
What?
You want to know what I had?
I prefer not to.
Okay. I'll keep it. Yeah.
Mario.
Hang on a
I got
minute.
you, baby. I got you.
Being told that Smith and Martirosian are locking up, and we can see that that's the case. Martirosian, the razor to 90,000 pre. Smith from the small blind flatted. The deuce 7 board saw Smith check and then raise the 150K follow through to 350. Artur making the call, and now the turn is an 8 of hearts. Kind of unexpected to have Smith flatting us from the small and then taking a line of check raise on the deuce 7 board. Randy, wouldn't you agree?
I certainly agree with that, and I think that's why Artur has opted to call whatever his holdings are.
Smith appears to have opted to check this turn.
Do we know who's got the covering stack at all? It kind of looks like Dan Smith based on the amount of chips.
Smith started with 1.9, Martirosian with 1.2, so you are indeed correct. And as we await Martirosian's action, it looked like a check back, which brought the 4 of hearts on the river. There's your full board. Smith has checked it.
Yeah, the check looks pretty weak. Maybe Artur's got like some kind of pocket pair. Trying to pot control a bit. Deciding what's worthy of value. There's backdoor hearts.
5 seconds.
Reaching for chips.
Bet. 420.
420K river barrel now from Artur.
Dan Smith is going to use a time card, it seems.
Yeah, he hasn't put it in the mug just yet. So this check raise on the flop appears to have not just been an attempt to steal a pot.
Yeah, I'm trying to wonder what kind of hand he can check raise here and check down to be value.
Is it ever just a 7? Some 7 combo?
7x from the small blind?
I know. As a flat caller in this spot feels ambitious.
It's narrow.
I'm as confused as you, and
The
I'm
way
guessing
the way he's holding the chips too doesn't look like it looks like a call or fold situation, right? Not a raise.
Oh, and he has made the call. What is Martirosian going to show him here?
I see a paint.
King 8 binked the turn.
So he floated.
Smith puts it into the muck, and he sure did float. That is not going to go down smooth
4 high.
for Dan. And now we're back over to Tang and puts.
Boys. 4 high. We need a 4.
Danny.
4 high.
Obviously has puts covered, or he wouldn't be quite as easygoing about the fact that he is behind headed to the flop with 3-4. Suited against the king-queen.
Yeah, 6 would be funny. 6 off. 6
would be hilarious.
6 would be hilarious. Right, bring it in. Bring it home. Ping. Ping 6. Bang. Oh.
Gut shot was obtained on the turn by Danny, and instead he manages to bink a 4 for a pair.
35 wins, 19.
And the bubble has burst here in event number 3 at long last. Certainly not in the hand perhaps we would have expected it to, as there were so many prior opportunities. And unfortunately for Christopher Putz, the newcomer to the Triton Super High Roller Series. He will be the dreaded Bubble Boy.
I mean, you're still playing.
It's official.
Let the
23 left.
Yusuf has been out a long time ago.
Everybody in the money.
Jeez.
The problem with just min cashing in this one, Randy, is it's a 30K buy-in, so the min cash doesn't even get you your buy-in back. And the other part is, how many people are actually only on one bullet at this point?
A lot of people for multiple bullets. And
Good for now.
Mario's ready to go. Let's go, Queen Jack.
Thanks.
I do too. So.
Who wants an extra bounty ticket?
The wheels are very
forget,
much
I know where you live.
greased in contrast to on the bubble, now that we're on the inside.
Winter. Think about a Queen 9.
That's low, even to
Just give some pets. Just pet her a little bit.
I'll steal them and take it there.
I know
Min
you
cash, by
guys
the way,
love my
$27,000. And Winter
Good boy.
dog. He is a very
folds.
good boy.
This is going in. You made the money. Pay jumps are small. Bounty pay jumps are way bigger.
Trained
And
that dog for a
available-
long time. You still got to catch up to do.
Courtesy of the Mosbach all-in, which is met with a Henrik all-in. And now Sasha just looking for one she can get in there. Pocket threes.
Ooh,
That's not a good card.
it's interesting actually. Yes, she does cover Mario.
Million.
Walk me through this. You've got Mosbach in the hijack, willing to stick in his 195, which you cover.
Mm-hmm. Important.
But then in turn from the button, Hecklin is jamming.
She lays it down. I was going to say that Hecklin's reshove range isn't that tight because he's going to go for the bounty.
Right. But what about Mosbach's open range?
Still, since
Kinda-
he just squeezed in.
kinda loose too, or no?
Not loose per se, but not tight.
Right. Not as tight as it was, prior to the bubble bursting.
Correct.
So he will spin the wheel. Mosbach, that is, against Hecklin. With 490 in the middle. And an ace-high flop. Very much feels like it's not going to be one that is headed Mario's way. As he's looking to prepay.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God, you can actually jump it.
Here, I'll do your. I'll do your thing. 5.
Go on, 5.
Try to get.
Go on, 5.
Chop was available on the turn after the deuce rolled off, but unfortunately for Mario Mosbach, he is the next to fall. Fortunately, though, it's in 23rd, not 24th, and that's a big key difference, as he will collect $27,000 and leave 22 players behind.
I just take off the table, right?
As we are headed for a break. And as we head to that break, we will, of course, as always, take a look at the chip counts brought to you by Poker Stake, where the Kiwis are bookending that fivesome. David Yan, a lovely spin, up to 2.2 million in chips, as he currently sits in 5th overall. So Shijang with 8 big blinds, currently, well, where's she at? 21st out of the 22 remaining runners. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu back at the break desk here in event number 3, our 30K Mystery Bounty. Very entertaining, but also very drawn out, Randy.
That was a bit stressful, right? Mario was like getting these opportunities where maybe he'll squeeze in some money. People kept doubling. There were situations when it chopped out, when it shouldn't chop out. It was fun. They finally squeezed in. They got that little 27K min cash right? And now it's bounty hunting time.
If you had to guess right now how many people remaining in this field are on a single bullet as opposed to multi-bullets, you think anybody is?
Of course, there's some people out there, but
where would you pin it at? More or less than half the field? Less.
Less.
Okay.
100%, yes.
More or less than a quarter of the field.
It's a good line.
Now we got ourselves a good line. All right. And it's a good time for us to step aside. When we return in just a few minutes' time, I will turn into Henry Kilbane as I yield the desk to him, and we will have continuing coverage here of the 30K Mystery Bounty. Don't go anywhere or return to the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino just after this, and we'll leave you with the GTO Wizard quiz.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. What is equity in poker? A, the expected value of your hand. B, the probability that your hand will win. Or C, how often your hand goes to showdown. Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Crushed the whole market. So many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
Now
larger than all of GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Nacho.
Yeah, Nacho kind of in an interesting spot here where usually he's got the best hand. Wants to kind of charge those Jack 10 type hands, but could be behind too. Looks like a spot where you bet. Probably pitch it if you get resistance in the form of a raise, but unlikely. Especially from a Jack 8. That should be a check call. But it could be some check folds possibly, because he did raise from under the gun, and you know, Broadways would give Jack 8 a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, the texture is a little uncomfortable for both of these guys, and nevertheless, Barbero with the advantage of having been the upfront raiser and having position is barreling again for 1 1/4.
Looks like Chidwick is going to come along, but you know, the 10, while would give Stephen Chidwick a straight, would be the dummy end, right? So you got to be a bit worried about that. 5.
Now somehow running queens up for Barbero just in case the queen alone was no good.
Yeah.
Year of Nacho, Randy?
The Year of Nacho. I mean, clearly an excellent card for Nacho because he definitely could have been behind, you know, whether it's in the form of like a better queen or like a Jack 9. Clear value bet. Wasn't certain if he was going to value bet if it was a blank card on the river. Backdoor spades come in. Something to keep in mind. It's harder for your opponent to hero call you when there's more things that show up to beat a pair of jacks.
Straights and flushes on board.
Yeah.
All in. All in.
Okay. Oh,
wow.
It's the bounty aspect, isn't it?
Well, you know, we didn't get a chance to talk about some of the implications of the bounty format in terms of strategy and decisions that we're going to see as this one plays out that maybe we wouldn't expect in a non-bounty format.
Yeah, actually, don't think Nacho would be going for this jam if it wasn't for a bounty format here. You know, just added equity. Because remember, every time you bust on one, you get at least your buy-in back, right? 30K for each envelope pull.
And the EV of the envelope's obviously greater than that.
There's a reason there's a lot of entries in this tournament, okay? It's players just going for bounties. And, of course, raising Queen 5 suited under gun by no means standard.
Well, listen, the thought for a lot of these guys, especially ones that come in with the late reg, is all I've got to do is make it to day 2. Once I'm...
Why didn't you shove? CJ, come on. Perfect 40 big blinds.
I had a hand that could shove pre-flop, not on the flop.
Really? You have a good hand?
Ace-9 suited, shove, pre. Bounty factor?
It's... Look, not with 100% frequency. You know how those solvers are. Mixed strategy.
7-3?
Second nuts, pre.
7-3 offsuit, and he's 3-betting me from a small blind.
7-8 suited, bro. I love you. I would have bet less if I flipped 7-8.
Button open from Barbero with Ace-10.
He's the chatty one, isn't he?
Yeah, he likes to...
I like it.
Chirp a bit. I mean, it is the year of the Nacho.
No, might as well tell everyone about it.
Right. Extra, extra, read all about it. Or hear all about it.
Round 2 coming?
Confirmed. $7-7-5 with 2 spades. A much better looking board for the Bonomo holding on this occasion. As he's got 2 overs and a gut shot and checks it over to Barbero, who checks back with the ace high. King on the turn. Unimproved are both holdings.
Yeah, action on bottom one side straight draw, but hard to lead out on the king. Perceived to hit that dealer check back range more. You know, ace kings, king queens. We'll see. Yeah, check as expected. I feel like Nacho's going to keep trying to check this one down if he checks the flop here of ace 10. I wouldn't fault him if he throws a little tiny bet to deny equity.
Check back. Spades come in on the river. No showdown for Bonomo, but a king and then a queen behind it. You might feel like this isn't his pot to try to win. Never know, though.
Yeah, just because you have no showdown doesn't mean Otto got to go for it. You
Right.
got to wave the white flag when you need to.
Yeah, the situation's got to be right as we see Barbero. A quick check back and an eager look over at Bonomo.
I felt like a
Shows the
check
9
raise
high.
coming in that.
What, me?
Biao got second in Vietnam for 1.1 million in the 50K. No wonder he got a wardrobe upgrade.
Now, let's not allege that it was courtesy of second place money that
Okay,
the
of
man
course,
went
of
over to the
course.
Louis store and
A little,
picked up a package.
A little prize for yourself, right?
Could be a celebratory investment.
Yeah, I can see that.
I suspect that Biao had already
Of course.
been in the system.
I'm not implying that he didn't have a bankroll to be able to buy it at the time.
Okay, just making sure.
Okay? No.
To be fair, I'm going to need to see a certificate of authenticity. As we know,
Come
part of the world,
on.
the super fakes are prevalent. I think that one's genuine stuff. Not so
the finger
genuine.
magic. Do you see that again? That's
yeah.
David Yan.
Spirit fingers. Not so genuine kit for Henrik Eklund on the button. This Jack Deuce suited is. He got after Vogelsang, who flops second pair on an ace-9-7 board.
80. Check.
Knuckles.
Yeah, the pre-flop open, of course, one of those spots where I cover you, put myself in situations. Ace-high boards often comes with C-bet, mini-bet.
Gets no smaller.
I mean, you can with the roundup. Anyways, mid-pair, though, should be a check call.
What does a mini-bet, C-bet do to you psychologically in a spot like this, Randy? Do you just think it's all or none? Is it polarizing much like a big bet is?
No, I don't think it's polarizing. I think it depends on the nature of the board and the stack size you're up against. I don't think it necessarily defines those kind of hands.
Hecklin picks up good shot straight draw on this turn, which is coordinated.
It's a tough one to multi-barrel on, right? You know, the big blind check calling here to 8. Quite a good card for it, you know, in the form of 8-7. You know, those two pairs. Or pair straight draws, 10-9. Ace-X, of course, going nowhere. But then again, we've seen some people blast away on the turn with low equity hands. Okay, here we go. This is just some power poker right now, Jack Deuce.
125,000, far from a mini bet.
Tough spot here for Vogelsang. He most certainly would rather have some kind of straight draw to go with that 9, even though that would be a worse kicker. Because I can't imagine that Hecklin will be betting a 9 on the turn. We'll make the call here. Nice stuff.
125 of his 655 slides in as the pot grows to 435,000, and a very dry 3 of clubs makes an appearance on this river. Hecklin knows Jack High is not a winner almost all of the time here.
For him to bet the turn, there must be some frequency of continuing to bet on blanks here of Jack Deuce. He knows he's up against one pair hands a lot, especially with the straight draw. Be kind of surprised if he doesn't have some frequency of large bets.
Well, very warm welcome back to the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Spa and Casino here in northern Cyprus. It is day 2, Randy, of the Triton Super High Roller Series, event number 3. Arguably one of our favorite events is the 30K Mystery Bounty. And Randy, not only are we in the money, but we're in the bounty hunting stage of the tournament, with the bounties being brought into play at the start of day 2. And I know you and Ali kicking things off, getting us down into the money. And yeah, some people have been going bounty hunting, Randy.
Well, I mean, that's why we're already in the money. It's because people have been bounty hunting very hard. And then we got very close to the bubble, and you expected to burst really quickly, but there were just so many all-in confrontations where no one busted.
Okay.
And then we had opportunities where stacks flip-flopped quite a bit, and Vogel sang jamming, David Yan picking up 2 aces, good timing. And yeah, eventually Mario Mosbach was sitting on 2 big blinds for a long time. So many all-ins after. He doesn't bubble.
Managed to sneak into the
snuck
money.
into the money. Chris Poots out.
There we go. So 22 players remaining. Let's dive into the Triton Poker Plus app. We do have 2 new feature tables coming up for you. It is none other than the year of Nacho. Nacho Barbero out in front, leading the final 22 with 57 big blinds, followed by Danny Tang and then Patrick Antonius in third. Have you had the chance to see any of these guys in the mix so far, Randy? I mean, I know we love commentating on Patrick Antonius.
Yeah, we got some Nacho, and he was talking about how it is the year of the Nacho.
Year of the Nacho.
Himself, we didn't need to say it. He's been splashing, having fun, and raising all the hands. And, once again, in prime position to take another Triton title.
Well, he is going to be at our blue feature table with Dan Smith, Brian Kim, Haxton, Martirosyan, and Shalukin as we throw it down to the main stage. The blue and red feature table chip counts brought to you by PokerStake. Patrick Antonius, chip leader on the blue table. Danny Tang, chip leader on the red table. And a couple of shorties, but Randy, no one really in the immediate danger zone. I mean, Brian Kim on 13 big, 6-handed. That big blind and big blind ante coming around a lot quicker compared to full ring. But even still, 13 big blinds can do some damage. And given that players are bounty hunting, maybe Kim going to get looked up a little bit lighter than he usually would.
Oh, 100% going to get looked up lighter. I mean, think about this. We made it into the money. We got 27K guaranteed, but the pay jump's an extra 2,300. But if you can bust someone, you get at least 30K in one ticket. So you should be bounty hunting pretty hard until we kind of get back to that final table where pay jumps are getting, exponential.
Yeah. Well, playing down to a winner today. Champion going to be going home with 500. And look at that drip. Sorry, but look at the drip on Dan Smith. Can we just take a moment? He looks like he belongs in the Louvre.
In the Louvre.
I mean, come on, this guy. How fresh does that man look right now? 540,500 going to the eventual champion. Then I know you and Ali already mentioned, but when it comes to the bounty side of things, we want to take care of the players. We don't want to interrupt play. So the plan is on the 14th, I believe, during the dinner break, we're going to hold the bounty ceremony. It's going to be streamed, obviously, for the viewers, and we're going to go bounty hunting.
Yeah, Ali will get his moment again.
There we go. I mean, that was, for me, one of the most exciting parts in Vietnam. Look at Kim jamming his final 13 bigs with King 7 suited. Ike in the big with 7-4. Thinking this one through. And now, Randy, I'm not too familiar with the math, and I don't want to put you... dig a hole for you, but is there any insights you can maybe give us when it comes to the calling off ranges, rather than this being just for chips, rather than this being just for 13 bigs? There's a lot of math that goes into
There's definitely some math to it, and I'm sure all the pros kind of got their own little opinions on how to calculate that to the T. But of course, this would normally be a mandatory fold here with 7-4 offsuit for 13 blinds, but he's calculating whether the pot odds are important. Like I told you, it's a 30K minimum.
Yeah,
I don't know the exact EV of the envelope, but surviving to the next pay jump is less than 3K.
Right.
So,
big this tank, we can see the 7-4 off, but Ike mulling over a lot of mathematical considerations. It does eventually fold.
It's a bit too weak in that spot, but he definitely will have a much looser calling range by far.
Well, I'm super excited for this because the fact that he's tanking with just 7-4 offsuit, got a funny feeling we're going to see some crazy all-ins, which is ultimately going to lead to maybe some bad beats or some cooler situations. But for now, Brian Kim picking up the blinds in the big blind ante. The year of Nacho leading the final 22. Patrick Antonius in second. There he is, Mr. Antonius on our screens. Going to be under the gun.
What do we got in our mouth? A toothpick?
He's chilling.
Is that a Sammy Farha?
I mean, he's played enough with Sammy, right?
Although I think Sammy was a cigarette, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. The unlit cigarette, yeah.
Anyone with a toothpick? I don't remember.
Yeah, Sammy as well. I
Oh,
think
as
you're
well?
right.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Just depends on what's on hand.
Mixing it up.
9 faded. Thank you.
So round to Kim. Randy, I see Adrian Mateos eliminated before the money. He's in for 5 bullets.
He made a big call down. Basically, Nacho, jam, small blind versus big blind, king, queen, and Mateos caught it off with king 10 with a decent stack, but knows that Nacho was jamming at least 90% of his range, and he admitted it after too. Little show there from Martirosian.
So some of the big names left in the field. David Yannick, Caxton, of course, on our screens. Henrik Hegland, Steve O'Dwyer, Stephen Chidwick, Tom Vogelsang, Sean Winter, Justin Bonomo, Seth Davies, Sia Jiang, Suyan Madangiev. Once again, Triton Poker Plus app. You can get all 4 tables up on the app to sweat along the outer table action, and that ensures that you never miss a hand. Just seen that Justin Bonomo was doubled up to 1.1 million. King Queen getting there against Barbero's Pocket Jacks. Again, you can sweat that action over on the app for now. Action on Ike. Got a long old day of bounty hunting ahead of us. Pocket 7s, 32 big blinds on the button. Doesn't cover both blinds. Does have the chip leader of the table
110.
in the big.
Yeah, with deep stacks, keep things standard for now in terms of sizing. Antonius, ace-9 of clubs.
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Patrick Antonius with a few options on his hands, Randy. Ace-9 suited, could just jam, could defend.
He could definitely jam. It is a lot of blinds, so he might ear towards just calling. You know, maybe if it was up against like low 20s, probably would be jamming, especially with the bounty situation. Fair fight.
It's up to a flop. Yeah, it is a fair fight. We're flipping as things stand. And how about that for middle set? King 7-4, 1 club, 2-9-5 in the middle.
Yeah, hand might not be over actually, as Patrick with ace high often good against a dealer button open, backdoor clubs, decent kicker. Although we know he's drawing very slim.
75.
Quarter pot.
I think versus that sizing, Randy, one would expect to see a turn. As you mentioned, ace high on a disconnected dry board such as this. Going to be good a decent amount of the time.
Yeah, it should be good a lot. Not in this case, but king high boards are very c-bettable, so ace-9 seems like a must call.
This is music.
Check raise.
To Ike Haxton's ears. The 4x check raise.
Yeah,
Patrick.
It's a pretty big check raise. 2 7s on this board texture in position. Definitely want to, you know, just leave the bluffs in there. If your opponent's holding some kind of big hand, they'll still put in chips on most turns. There's no like overcards to scare the top pair anyways, besides an ace, so I like this call.
Oh, let's see a turn card. Club would potentially lead to some more fireworks. That's not a club, Randy, and maybe without picking up equity on the turn, Antonius gonna pump the brakes. Let's see, 5-6 gets there.
Yeah, it does feel like this is one of those one and done check raises on that dry texture. No, Haxton's bet calling range is very king X heavy, unlikely to lay it down. I suppose on this card it depends on what Haxton thinks Antonius would check raise check. Could see some like inside straight draws that pair it up, like an 8-5, 8-6. Not sure how much King X is check raising with these stacks.
9-4-5 in the middle. Ike gonna look to get all the chips in the middle by the river.
$240.
Go smallish, Randy.
And the reason he's going smallish, like I suggested earlier, is that it's unlikely he's getting check raised by a king on the flop. So maybe it's those one pair gutty type hands. Maybe he can do some more action with the small bet. It's over.
Quick fold from Patrick. Pumping the brakes after getting called the check raise on the flop. Davies with a double up on the outer table. Barbero has claimed another bounty, eliminating the Bulgarian Stoyan Madangiev in 22nd. So we know Nacho bounty hunting out there. Final 27K pay jump. Sorry, payout rather. Then there'll be a $2,300 pay jump.
Telling you, the big pay jump is really just collecting bounties right now.
No, 100%. I mean, Barbero's been doing his best out there. Eliminated Mateus, as you mentioned. Now eliminating Stoyan, so a couple of bounties at least for the Argentinian.
Just over 1 million.
Every hand. The players know when there's bounties on the line. Every hand they're like, yeah, I'm playing $1 million. Playing this much. Got some action from table 2. Vogelsang has just doubled up against Cecilia Jiang, who's down to just one big blind. Vogelsang up to 25 bigs. That is such an amazing shirt. I'm going to have to ask him where he got it from.
I'm just trying to figure out what is the little shape that's on it.
Looks like a Picasso piece.
A Picasso piece.
It really does.
The Louvre, you say?
Yeah.
Right next to the Mona Lisa.
That would be it. You been to the Louvre?
Yeah, but I don't really have appreciation for art.
Yeah, Randy,
No.
you uncultured swine.
I am uncultured. I've said this multiple times. Chad is probably not very happy with me about that either, but it's okay. I'm willing to admit it.
Fair play. You're owning it. Ike, ace-10 in the hijack. Up to over 40 big blinds now, courtesy of that flopped set.
Suited connectors in position. Very deep stacks. He looks like he's going to lay it down. Actually, this table is full of stacks, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I was saying before the break, there's no real like immediate short stack where we might see some bounty hunting. It's a 3-way all-in on table 2. We'll keep you updated Jiang against Vogelsang against Yan. So Jiang was down to 1 big. Jammed Queen Jack on the button. Vogelsang ISO'd with King 7. Yang called off in the big with Ace 8. Came Ace King Queen. 10 on the turn, giving Jiang the nut straight. 6 on the river, meaning Yan scoops a massive side pot. Eliminates Vogelsang, claims that bounty, and Jiang triples up to 5 big blinds. Yan now one of the tournament chip leaders with 3.1 million. As Alexander and Ike both flop top pair.
That's a crazy swing over there.
75.
Got kicker problems here for Alexander. Dry board 2.
Dropping like flies out there, Andy. Down to 20 now. Things going well for Ike at this feature so far. And that was until the 4 of clubs rolled off on the turn. 4-4-5 in the middle. Ace 10 going to be good a lot of the time. Hijack v big blind.
It is such a disguised 2 pair as well. Ace 10 is going to feel very good here, especially because it's not a 3-bet pot.
Yeah, precisely. Single raise pot. Plenty of value to be had from 9x, weaker Ace X.
Yeah, and you also kind of want to protect against that wheel that could come out on the river card. So Ace 10, a lot of reason to bet.
Yeah, hands like 4-5, 4-3.
580.
Oh my word. Ike with the turn over bet. Action back on the Russian with the turn 2 pair.
Yeah, interesting spot here. Clearly going nowhere with Ace 4. It's just a matter of question is, do I potentially raise now?
Some protection needed, right? Some clubs
Yeah,
out there.
Your hand's vulnerable too, of course, to higher 2 pair.
Want to get value from Ace King, Ace Queen.
A 9 is bad. Yeah, clubs, because it kind of also depends on what you expect Haxton to do. If he's got 2 clubs and, you know, it blanks on river, would he follow through there? Should we charge those hand now?
Alexander does have Ike covered.
Thing is, they're very deep too.
They are. They started off the hand around 44 bigs effective. Just going to come with the smooth call, Randy.
Yeah, I don't mind this because I feel like the big aces might be able to get away by raising.
I don't think we get to...
This hand doesn't look like 2 pair plus right now too, to check call, check call. Still looks like a 1 pair type hand.
Yeah, maybe some 9x of clubs. 6 of diamonds. I mean, it doesn't get much brickier than that, Randy.
A really good card for him. You know, there's no perceived 2 pairs that got there. You know, Ace 6, but that's it.
Third knuckle from Alexander.
Let's see if Haxton can find a check here. Of course, it's plausible that he's up against 2 pair. He could be up against a better single ace sometimes, right? They were kind of deep, so maybe it's not mandatory to 3-bet big blind versus hijack with like ace jack, ace queen.
Yeah, and what hands are we expecting to call us that are worse? It's going to check behind. Ike avoiding the river cooler. Ace 4 is good, and that is a monster pickup for Shalukin. Up to 2.9 million now. Good for 3rd in chips. Now covers the entire table as well. How about it? Had 2 pair in a similar spot against Davies late last night. Talk of impeccable posture at all times at the table. Shout out Antonius. Looks like we're losing Brian Kim from our feature table to head over to table 2. So we have 4 tables of 5 now. He's going to be joining Winter, Jiang, Hecklin, and Yan. He's going to be loving it over there as well, Randy.
He can bounty hunt over there, I guess.
Jiang on 5 bigs, Winter on 8. Talk about the run good in terms of seat change.
Seat draw is actually pretty darn important
so
in general,
sick,
but in
yeah.
bounty tournaments, it just means you have access to half the prize pool now.
It really does.
AK.
Kalashnikov for Martirosyan. Suited King, cut off for Antonius. Playable hand for Alexander in the small against his fellow countryman, and that would open the door for an Ike Haxton defend with the suited king.
We are playing short-handed, actually, at this table.
Yeah, 4 tables of 5.
There's merit to actually being aggressive and going all in here. Did he do it?
He did indeed.
Yeah. Lots of fold equity. He's not doing too bad against Ace-King. And bounty hunting. You can be more aggressive when you got the bigger stack. That's what you're seeing right here.
Well, Artur, 60-40 favorite to eliminate, to double up here rather. Alexander going bounty hunting. If he can win here with the Queen Jack suited, would be tournament chip leader with 19 left. Needs to do the dirty on Martirosyan's Ace King. Well, Ace 9-8, gut shot for Alexander. Now looking for a 10 or some running clubs, running 2 pair. So far so good for Artur. Just 4 outs once now for Shalukin. 7 of spades going to complete the board. So a full double for Martirosyan, up to 2.1 million now, and with that can go bounty hunting. Now covers Smith and Haxton. I believe he now covers Shalukin as well.
Well, not only is double chips, but more opportunities.
Some words exchanged.
You understand this? No? No translation for us?
I mean, look, I don't want to... He basically said, nice hand, pal.
Nice hand.
Yeah.
Enjoy the stack.
He said, put it to good use. Artur was like, okay, pal, I will. I'll try.
Just don't take my bounty.
Jiang on table 2, looking to spin the wheel. Her final 5 bigs. Making it to the middle with deuces against Henrik Heklen's King 10. We'll keep you updated on that one. She has been eliminated, Hekling. Flopping a pair of kings and holding on turn and river, so we're down to 19, and Heklen has claimed a bounty. GG's Cecilia Jiang. Just one more elimination. We'll be down to the final 3 tables.
Yeah, Heklen's been having a wild ride. Roller coaster. Ace Queen suited.
Yeah, talking of roller coasters, Randy.
Big one.
Artur on the spin. Likely to just jam.
Yep. Whenever you can put your opponent at risk who's got the shorter stack of these kind of holdings, you just want to get it in there rather than trying to do some trappy stuff.
No messing around from Smith. And with that in mind, Randy, I mean, what does it do for these, 20-ish big blind stacks when it comes to opening? Even hands like Queen 10 where we can see standard open, but maybe always worried at the back of the mind that these suited kings, suited aces are just going to pile on us.
So basically what happens is the shorter stacks will tighten up their ranges in terms of opening, things that can't really handle the heat, but then they widen their value range knowing that they're going to get isolated by wide margins. So whatever their normal range is, they're probably going to extend it a few pips, You know, let's just say normally they get in pocket nines, maybe sixes look like premiums now, and you
That
know,
makes sense.
ace 9 turns into ace 7. Just these are some of the adjustments you need to make. And like the open raises, you know, things that seem playable, maybe even some suited connectors, but when you're really short, you get jammed on, you don't even get the opportunity to take them post flop.
That makes a ton of sense. We're going to see some major adjustments in strategy.
Do we have redraw at 18?
Don't think he's going to get a free one here. Got ace queen in the big.
I think you're right, Randy. You ever thought about commentary if it doesn't work out for you? Maybe tarot readings?
I'll be such a bad tarot reader. So you will be eating food later today, and you'll be going to sleep. Just as many basic things I can think of.
4.5x promptly met with a fold. Shout out to all of our viewers over on YouTube, Twitch, for those of you watching over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Appreciate you all keeping myself and Randy company. This is event number 3, the 30k mystery bounty. We are in the money. The bounties were brought into play at the start of today. This is day 2. We'll be playing down to a champion. And then tomorrow on dinner break of the 40k, we will be bringing you the bounty draw. And I know we're going to be watching that one live. The viewers will be here with us for that as well. If you haven't already, click the like button over on YouTube. Help Triton Poker on their mission to bring the highest stakes poker to the world free of charge. I have no idea how much just clicking that like button helps us reach a wider audience. Helps us grow the game. 2 more weeks of high stakes poker here. Some cash games filmed last night. I know you're releasing a 5-part series later on in the year. It's already been recorded.
It was good, and there's more coming. They just increased the amount of cash games that they run at these stops. So more work for me, but more entertainment for you guys.
More work for you, more entertainment. Although, based on what you said yesterday...
I don't really do anything, I just watch.
Yeah, I was about to say, it sounds like you're getting paid to just, you know, say hello to everyone.
Hello, this is Randy Lou. Goodbye, see you next episode.
Potential spot here, by the way. Artur opening on the button. Rejam spot for Dan Smith. Patrick with a suited king. May look to get busy.
Deep stacks. So Dan here in a very interesting spot. Could easily reshove this. Would get looked up lighter too. Yeah, he's going to rip it in. He can get it in all right.
In it goes, and yeah.
I believe it's 835.
See what Artur does. I mean, Artur 2.1 million effective against Patrick.
Oh, yeah. Empty.
Tricky spot here for Artur. We do have the bounty in play. It's a sizable amount of chips, though.
85.
Do keep in mind Patrick does have him covered, and Patrick could still have a reasonable hand here.
There could be some traps for sure.
Because he's trying to trap Dan Smith, who's short.
Right. See what Artur decides to do with his suited ace on the button.
I suppose it depends on how often you think it's like kind of broadways. Just going to go for it. Good spot for Dan Smith. So yeah, I told you, value range increase.
What is it? A6 of hearts.
A lot of chops, right?
Show your hand, Artur. Ask him what it is. You're going to get to see it.
It's the old school life thing.
Yeah.
I can't see it. It's too far.
The cards on their
When
backs.
6 of diamonds comes, I'll point it out.
And Smith, a slight equity favorite. They're going to tie 32% of the time. But for now, Smith in good shape. And with a couple of hearts on board. Even better shape now.
Confirmed exciting.
5 clubs.
5 of clubs for a sweat. How about a chop? Unless a heart 6 or a 4 comes. Or an ace. I do apologize. An ace would give Dan Smith the pot. Queen of diamonds? Queen of spades.
Call.
On the river. Chop it up, gentlemen. There's Patrick Bucks. Barbero scooping a monster pot on the outer table with aces. Poker Stake, ladies and gentlemen. Today's event is brought to you by Poker Stake, the official staking partner of Triton. It's the ultimate platform for staking and professional poker players around the globe, always putting up action with no fees on any purchases. Poker Stake is the go-to platform for anyone looking to support their favorite player's journey and celebrate the rewards of big victories. You check out pokerstake.com now and stake your champion. As we've mentioned on several occasions, back in Vietnam, we had viewers that had snapped up a piece of Michael Soiser and Michael Zhang's action that was available over on PokerStake, and both of them runner-up in the main events, the No Limit Holder main event and the Short Deck main, for I believe
110.
I want to say a 22x.
I don't remember
on Michael
the
Soiser and like an 11x on Michael Zhang.
I do remember, though, not related to that, but Soiza read some tweets recently. Still got action for sale.
He does, yeah.
No markup when I checked it.
No markup. Markup in this one, though.
Trouble.
Patrick Antonius, ace, queen of diamonds. I mean, 5-handed, just an absolute monster. Gonna jam, and this is as bad as it gets. Gonna be looking for a mamacita. Some diamonds to suck out on Ike.
Yeah, so bad for him. Quick double peek.
I don't mean to slow roll you, but I'm going to give it a second just in case somebody busts.
Must be a pay jump.
Doesn't look like it.
No, it's a 17 one, right?
Yeah, 29-3. Does make the call. Ike did say he doesn't mean to slow roll him, but just going to take a couple of seconds before making the call. I mean, there are a lot of short stacks out there, so a double elimination could happen. Ike with the ace-king in great shape against Patrick's ace-queen. This one, 2.6 million chip pot. As it comes, queen, jack, 10. Patrick finding the 3 outer, but Ike has flopped Broadway. Now an 85% lock. And with the heart on the turn, Patrick looking for one of the 2 remaining kings that would chop the pot with Ike. No dice. 2.6 million chip pot going Ike's way, and he now finds himself 4th in chips overall.
Not too bad, Ike. Not too bad.
Do have an all-in on the outer table. Table 2, Hecklin with kings against Brian Kim's ace-9. Keep you guys updated on that one as it's come ace-high. Hecklin getting 3 outer. Chip counts brought to you by Merit Poker. Ike Haxton out in front with 53 bigs. As Kim has doubled up on the outer table. Sean Winter over there down to just 4 big blinds. Once again, Triton Poker Plus, you can sweat every hand from every tournament at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Shout out Merit Poker, by the way, here in Northern Cyprus. Very quickly becoming, I say quickly becoming, already well established as the go-to place to play poker in Europe. Poker Paradise. We're at the Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa with enough dessert options to...
Plenty of... We've already seen Ollie here having ice cream bowls he's left behind.
I mean, talking of glucose spikes and sugar rushes and crashes...
The place to be.
And to avoid the sugar crashes, you just have to keep...
You keep it going.
There we go.
Yeah.
You know how it is.
I've seen you have some.
I did. Yesterday I tucked in. Couldn't resist. Barbero leading the final 19. 76 big blinds.
Fold.
Patrick down at 20 blinds.
840.
So many things to consider here. As Randy was discussing, the min bounty is worth 30k, so stick your pay jumps. It's the bounties these guys are after.
Well, these two players got some decent stack to play for. Isaac Haxton can't really go reckless against a 1.8 million chip stack.
Are there more white chips I can't see behind, or 1.5? Oh, thank you.
Kim is all in on the outer table against David Yan. The 17 bigs. We'll keep you guys updated on that one as always.
165.
Looks like Haxton going to try to pounce on this middling stack.
Table captain now. After doubling up with ace king, gets the fold.
Yeah, just attacking the situation. Probably also knows that his opponent doesn't really want to risk his stack because, you know, he's sitting on 1.8 million. Definitely can collect some bounties with that one.
Blinds going up. Yan with ace-7, by the way, against Kim's ace-3. Kim, the all-in player at risk. Blinds going up to 30,000, 60,000 with a 60,000 big blind ante. Event number 3, the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Northern Cyprus, the 30k mystery bounty. As Kim gets lucky against Yan for a 34 big blind pot over on table 2. Outflopping Jan's ace-7 on an ace-4 3 board. Clean run out. Things going incredibly well for Kim. Was at our feature table earlier on. Playing very healthy 1.6 million chip stack. Sorry, 1.8 million. Now covers both Winter and Hecklen over on table 2. I'm trying to give the viewers reason
You
to
are
download.
the Triton Poker Plus
I mean,
app
look,
right
man,
now.
I've got all 4 tables. I'm not missing a hand. We've got the 2 feature tables here. We have every single hand being played on the outer tables. Super exciting stuff. We've got Sean Winter over there on just 2 big blinds. I mean, I'm calling with 7 deuce, min bounty, 30k.
Haxton covers. Got a tough customer, though, in the big blind.
240.
There it is.
Got a 4x.
4x. Good luck, Artur.
Yeah, bounty tournaments are very situational. You know, we knew final tables already were like that, but here it's just...
It's so unique, right?
Put yourself in a situation to collect bounties. Pounce on the guys. Kind of want to maintain their stack so they can collect on their bounties. Adjusting ranges in all sorts of different spots. Really just a fun one to watch and play yourself.
I don't want to keep mentioning it, but the appreciation I have for that shirt.
Only the 10th time.
I know.
This time, this session already.
I'll ask him. Don't worry. I'll ask him where he got
find
it
out.
from. Ace-6 of spades for Dan Smith. Holler.
All in.
14 bigs. Gonna jam from under the gun.
Hijack. But yeah, same thing. Queens. Bad timing.
Alex just 1 seat over.
840.
Loving this proposition in front of him. Couple of ladies with 3 players behind as well.
Yeah, in bounty tournaments, you tend to reshove too, rather than just smooth call, isolate it to collect the bounty for yourself. Either way, just got to put some chips in. Looks like he's just going to call here. Hoping for an induction.
Setting the trap.
Pretty much same difference, though, given that he's got 975 back.
Oh, my word. Ace-Jack for Artur. What do you do in this spot? Bounty up for grabs.
From him because I can't understand how much he has the line.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. There's a potential 3-way all-in here.
Yeah. Ace-Jack is definitely crushing the original open jam range from the hijack, even for 14 blinds. But the cold call there, normally is pretty tight, but bounty factor. Now it's loose.
Do you think that the weaker parts of Alex's range, let's say, you know, maybe an ace-5 suited, an ace-10, would rather jam to ISO, so this looking a lot stronger, the flat call?
You would think so, but maybe they don't know Alexander's exact strategy on that. Like, does he always call his whole range? Does he always reshove his whole range? You know, hard to say. But in general, yes, I agree with what you're saying. It's a lot of blinds, though, for Artur. I think this is the right laydown.
Fold. Well played, sir. Avoiding disaster there. So Dan Smith gets shown the queens. We've seen 1 ace folded already. So 2 immediate outs for Dan, as well as spades and some straight possibilities.
I forgive you.
Smith's like, don't worry. Still got spades. No spades on that board.
Trouble.
This is going to be difficult for Smith against these 2 queens.
One more shot.
Ace and an ace only. No dice as the 7 of diamonds completes the board, and we're going to lose Dan Smith in 19th place. Couldn't convert the ace-6 of spades.
Talk about that shirt one more time. Look at it.
I mean,
it's a horse.
Come on, man. That belongs in a museum, an art gallery. So with that, Randy, final 3 tables now, really getting down to the business end of event number 3, the 30K mystery bounty. We're going to have a final 3 table redraw, which is really going to mix things up because this table, not as many short stacks compared to some of the outer tables. So hopefully with the redraws, we get some of those shorter stacks at the 2 features. Chip counts brought to you by PokerStake here. Ike Caxton and Alexander Shalukin both sat on 47 big blinds apiece. Patrick Antonius down to 14 bigs as we're going to mix things up. Everyone currently guaranteed, Randy, as we welcome you back to the broadcast booth, $29,300 for their efforts. We are on a small Patreon, but as you alluded to, maybe these players not as concerned about these 2, 3, 4K ladders because of the min bounty of 30,000.
Yeah, right now it's just trying to chip up, trying to adjust your ranges, and hopefully collect some bounties. The redraw is going to be very important for most of these players. You're trying to get on the table with the short stacks. But if you don't, then you're just going to have to kind of play your ranges and try to maneuver to another redraw, the final table.
Well, the year of Nacho, it is Jose Barbero leading the final 18 with 64 big blinds. David Yan on his heels with 54. Alexander Shalukin in 3rd, rounding out the top 3. Couple of short stacks out there in terms of players at immediate risk. Sean Winter on just 1 big blind. Seth Davies on 12. Alexei Platonov on 13. So those may be the 3 stacks that we're going to be keeping an eye on in terms of, you know, getting it in. Players maybe calling a bit wider, going for that, you know, min bounty. That's a guaranteed 30K payout with obviously top bounties up for grabs. Randy and I are going to step aside for a quick 5-minute break as we break it down to the final 3 tables. And when we come back, 2 fresh featured tables. And as always, keep an eye on the Triton Poker Plus app, as we'll be giving you live updates from the third table where you can watch every single hand played. But from us now, quick 5-minute break, and we'll see you guys on the flip side.
GG Poker.
It's the best poker
The biggest
software.
poker site.
This is a crazy.
No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
about them secret lab chairs there, Randy, on break? How about it? Talk about ultimate comfort in the booth as we welcome you back to event number 3. We're down to the final 3 tables of the 30K mystery bounty. And Randy, we've seen some wild hands so far, given that the min bounty is 30K and people obviously more willing to put in like 15, 20 bigs to go bounty hunting.
Yeah, people are fighting for it, right? Like we've been talking about over and over again, at least 30K in each envelope, but the EV is even more given that there's a huge prize out there. But really the big lotto right now is the seat draw. Who got the Sean Winter table with the guy sitting at 1 big blind?
Poor guy, everyone's going to be going after him. Well, I can tell you who got the Sean Winter seat draw as we take you to the Triton Poker Plus app. Our 2 main feature tables, the blue and the red table. On table 1, we've got our chip leader, Nacho Barbero, leading the final 18 with 64 big blinds. He's joined by Jan, who's second in chips. So a bit of a rough seat draw there for Jan, having the chip leader on his table. Davies, Tang, Ding, and Bonomo. On the red table, we've got Gavrilovic, Platonov, Winter, who's on that 1 big blind, Chidwick, O'Dwyer, and Martirosyan. So maybe going to see some 2, 3, 4-way all-ins, given that Winter is on 1 big. Then on the outer table, Haxton, Hecklin, Antonius, Kim, just moments away from throwing it down to the final 3 tables. But with that Winter 1 big blind, I'm expecting to see some shenanigans, Randy.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it. Ranges have been wider, and the Winter table is going to be a lot of fun to watch, and where maybe it's a 3-way clash.
There we go. Without further ado, let's throw it down to the main stage. Blue and red table. The tables, we're going to have our cameras on, but we do have cameras on the outer table as well, should there be some all-in situations over there. Red table, no Sean Winter, down to just 1 big blind on table, or blue table rather. Justin Bonomo and Seth Davies at the bottom of the counts with sub 15. So let's see. Nacho Barbero gonna go bounty hunting. Pretty rough seat draw for David Yan. I mean, he would cover everyone if he was on any of the other feature tables.
I mean, like I said, if I'm not 100%, I don't want to say I'm 100%.
Hey, where are my termites?
London should be.
He's fucking with you.
What? I think I left them somewhere.
Oh, you're being serious?
Yeah, I thought it was serious.
Left what?
He's obviously I'm a good bluffer.
Can we continue? Good, yeah.
This guy took it to the next level.
Man, I bet Newcastle. Danny, I bet Newcastle -1, and they're drawing. They just.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they're drawing.
Leeds was leading 1-0 first.
They were 2-1 and they score on minute 80. I can't believe it. I can't breathe. 10 dimes to it.
1 minute 80.
Sounds like some football bets not going Nacho's way.
I mean,
good news is he's chip leading.
You could have a shot stack as well, you know.
Yeah, I'm chip leader at least.
Yeah, you're chilling.
Right.
You're chilling, you know.
Yeah.
That bet is like irrelevant in this, you know.
With 360k bounties, yeah. Right.
So.
There we go. Always a silver lining, Randy.
300k pots yesterday, and it seems small.
Fold. Sorry.
You started with
1.8.
How much you made it? Call.
Nacho getting in there from the small blind. Sees that the big blind is quite short.
For me to like put it this side.
Yeah, suited connector. Certainly look to crack big pairs. Very disguised, of course. Bonomo going to make the fold. Discipline from #1 on the all-time tournament earnings list is Justin Bonomo.
I'm liking these sunglasses from Biaoding. Top pair.
Uh-oh. 9-6-4 with 1 club. Middle pair for Barbero. Biaoding with top.
Bonomo would have been open-ended.
380 in the middle. Biaoding starting the hand. Middle of the pack. 30 big blinds. $1.7 million behind. It's going to fire out C-bet. 225 into 380, so around, what, 60% pot?
Yeah, a bit bigger. Might change how Nacho might approach this on further streets. But for now, of course, got a check call here with middle pair. Got clubs working, backdoor straight draws. Potentially still the best hand too. It's a good one for him.
It is indeed. Turning an open-ender and could potentially play this turn card aggressively against a double barrel. 830 in the middle. Biao Ding wants to do here.
Still a lot of value to be had here with ace-9 against a small blind flat. There's pocket pairs like 7s, 8s, you know, worse 9s. Your hand's vulnerable too, right? When we bring out the 3-6-4, protect against straight draws. And you did mention it is reasonable to make a stance here and be aggressive with 6-5.
Have some fold equity, fold out some hands potentially.
That's the question is, what hands can I get to fold? Do I think they'll fold them? If he doesn't think they'll fold too much, then he'll come in with a check call. Nacho. Check call, looking for straight card or 2 pair. River card king, Biao Ding. Gonna be able to scoop this one.
Does indeed. Check mark earned. Checks through. Biao Ding up to 2.6 million.
It's a big one for him.
Yes, indeed. Switching out to the outer table, Artur has outflopped Alexei Platonov, who jammed from under the gun with his 2 7s. Now drawing to a 7 and a 7 only, as Artur's going to claim another bounty. 9 on the river does put us straight on board, but Artur with that king in hand. River's the king high straight. GG's as we go to the outer table now. Randy, we got Zugurani with ace-king suited against Shalukin's pocket 7s, and looks like the 7s held on the 6-5 deuce 8 deuce board. And with that, Mundir has been eliminated. Alexander with the hold with the 7s. He's now up to 4.4 million. A couple of eliminations down to 16 players now.
That's fast.
He put on the cutoff. He put on the high shot. He puts 125. I'm next to him. I have 24 bigs. I have 7s. I'm like, okay, I have to go. I reship. Martiriosian calls on the big line.
How many there?
Seth Davies.
He calls on the big line with
Come
eights.
for
Like
north
I think
of
it was
him.
a borderline. And he opened to 125 and folded. Or 125 left.
He has one
he had,
big line.
he had king, queen. He had 7s and 8s.
How many people were in the tournament?
17 away from the money.
Oh, okay.
Sean Winter, by the way, with that one big blind stack, sticking around. He's still in the mix.
He might be getting some little pay jumps, right?
He couldn't believe it when we had 7s and 8s. He was
Now
like,
going to
he
defend.
could
He's
so-
dominated. 370 in
He
the
would have
middle.
lost on the hand, though, 'cause it's not in game,
As it
but-
comes, Jack high, domination,
It was so
rotation
funny when he saw 7s
for
and 8s.
Ding. Davies in rough shape with 2 to come.
Yeah, 125 to win 1 million.
It's a pretty dry board,
It
so
is.
I wouldn't be surprised if Davies fires a continuation bet here against a wide big blind defense.
Continue for small.
There's a lot of merit for Biao Ding to actually check raise here for value. You know, by check calling, you might miss out on that bounty potential.
2 penalties. 1 red card.
2-2, right? Of course.
These lads love their
I'm gonna
football,
quit
don't
betting.
they? Nacho's going to give up.
Yeah.
Solid read from Randy.
Thank you. It's easy when I can see both hole cards.
I'm gonna quit betting till the next games.
Give yourself some credit, Randy.
Nah, I'm kidding.
So Nacho lost a bet. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, he's giving up betting until the next game, so you know.
Okay, it's not the year of Nacho.
Not a case of once bitten, twice as shy. That's for sure. Willing to. He's just going to give up on this game.
Okay, what's
the
happening?
Outer table got Patrick Antonius all in with ace 6 of diamonds against Alexander Shalukin's pocket kings.
Running hot.
Alexander running hot as we see Patrick double tap the table. Bounty flipped over. Look at that. Alexander with 4 bounties now in front of him. Holds with the kings. He's now the tournament chip leader with 5.4 million. Overwhelming chip leader.
Patrick's got some bounty tokens, so net positive. He's crushing though, Alexander Shalukin. Look at those chips. There's so many of them. So many red chips too.
Winter all in. There's 3s against 8s. 8s are going to hold. For Artur, who's claiming another bounty. Got a question in the chat from Kelly Shields. Great question, asking, in what order are the mystery bounty prizes drawn? So tomorrow, as mentioned, in order to not disturb the players in the 40K, we're going to do the bounty draw. And the way this is going to work is that there are numbers on each bounty. So say, for example, you eliminate bounty number 1. You would draw first, even if you have 6 bounties. So say you had 6 bounties, 1, 5, 10, 16, whatever. You draw all of your 6, and then the next player with the lowest number would then go second.
Right.
So we just move on to whoever has the next lowest number. And a little bit of a twist as well. We got a couple of bounties that say draw again.
But you get a prize and draw again.
You get 30,000 and get to draw again.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to that for a bit of an extra sweat. Do appreciate the questions, of course. Do keep them coming in. We'll do our best to try and get back to you all.
Game show host Ollie will know all the details when that time
all
comes.
the details, and knowing Ali is going to be trying to get people to swap
and sell
their
action.
bounties and whatnot.
You want to buy this envelope? You want to buy half? Swap. That's his thing. That's his calling. That's why he comes to Triton, really, just for the one.
That is the
mystery
sole
bounty.
purpose. Game show host. Shout out to all of our community helping support the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Northern Cyprus, whether it be getting involved in the conversation on Twitch or YouTube, whether it's just lurking whilst grinding along on GG Poker.
Henry, do you feel like it's a highlight reel? I feel like so many people just busted out so quickly already.
Felt that way, didn't it?
Didn't we have final 3-table redraw?
From 18 to 14 in the blink of an eye.
I feel like we get another redraw at final 2.
We do.
Okay. It's a 6-max event also. Things fly.
Well, as you have touched on several occasions.
That chip stack looked like it's going to tip over any second now. Okay, outer table or other feature. Got David Yan and Biao Ding. Queen high action. Pair of deuces actually for David Yan with the kings.
Dewey on the turn for Yan, gonna do it. To 3.5 million. Second in chips. 14 left.
Well, you're playing without, right? You're playing without me, right?
Well, we were talking when we came back from break, Randy. Secret Lab. Game-winning comfort for when the stakes are high. Special shout out to Secret Lab, the official chair partner of the Triton Poker Series. Our players, of course, are the best at their game. And that means spending long hours seated to really perfect their play. Secret Lab's researched back chairs are extensively tested and engineered for optimal sitting health. I mean, I'm sat here like a one-armed bandit, healing in great comfort. We're talking about award-winning features like an integrated lumbar support, fully adjustable armrest to alleviate pressure from your wrists and elbows, and a pebble seat base that naturally guides you into a healthy sitting posture. Over 2 million users today have a Secret Lab in their own homes, whether it be at the dinner table or in the you know, the grindhouse
Just six
at the office.
Six secret lab at the dinner table.
There we go. The latest Titan Evo 2023 is also the official preferred chair of choice for many leading brands around the world. You could say our champs are ready to go all in on comfort.
All in with 2 9s as well for Justin Bonomo incoming.
All in.
In it goes. 11 bigs. Oh boy.
Fight
Ding
time.
on the button. Ace, Queen of Hearts. I'd be more than happy to spin the wheel here, especially with a bounty on the line.
Yeah, I guess the big question here is, does he smooth call here or rejam? I would think you'd want to rejam to try to kick out Nacho. Clearly a monster hand. 5-handed.
Oh, hang on, we'll come back to that because we've got Artur v Stevo, Ace King against 6s. Stevo Dwyer with the small blind limp, setting the trap, shaking his hands that Artur has a pair.
Because he thought he got him, right? He's limp. Saw the jam, like, got you. What do you mean I'm behind?
2.9 million in the middle. If Artur can hold here, it's going to be up to 4.5 million with 13 left. Would be up to second in chips. As it comes ace high.
Now we can
ace 4-4. Uh-oh.
Lucky Charms.
What does that mean? Deuce of clubs on the turn. One card to come. Artur looking for a 6 and a 6 only. Oh, behave, dealer. 6 of clubs. Corner pocket. The 2 outer for Artur Martirosyan to eliminate Stevo Dwyer in 14th and scoop a 2.9 million chip pot up to 4.5, and in the process claiming a bounty, as we now have a potential. Okay, I was going to say potential 4-way all in. 3-way all in.
So Davies woke up with a hand too.
Ace King of clubs against Ace Queen of Hearts against Justin Bonomo's pocket nines. Bonomo covering Davies, Biaoding covering both. If he can find some hearts or a queen, will claim 2 bounties. Davies looking for an ace, clubs, or a king. Bonomo just looking to hold.
I'm so dead. I mean,
5 cards to come. Oh my
Queen
word.
high board. Biaoding.
Would have been a sick hold. Justin Bonomo. Davies looking for some clubs or a king.
Be optimistic for me, David.
Ace on the turn does now give Bonomo a flush draw.
Spade and a heart.
9 or a diamond to triple up and claim a bounty in the process.
Of spades.
No dice. 10 of hearts on the river, and Biaoding not only scoops a 2 million chip pot, 1.6 in the middle, 400 in the side, he claims 2 bounties in the process.
60k min.
Picking up 60k min. And with that, we've gone from 3 tables of 6, 18 players, down to 11 players.
Again, right?
So we're going on another redraw.
We redraw again, right?
1 table of 6, 1 table of 5. Alexander Shalukin leading the pack with 89 big blinds. Artur Martirosyan in second. Biaoding now in third. That's how things stand with these 3 players. Chip counts brought to you by Merit Poker. That was less than a level, Randy. A 35-minute level.
Extremely fast. Yeah, just 3 people remaining at this table. Simply just eliminated 2, but a redraw, like you said. 11 remaining. 6 and 5 will be the way it distributes, right?
Well, welcome back to the break desk here. We only saw the viewers at home just moments ago. We've gone from 18 to 11, meaning everyone's now guaranteed 45,300 for their efforts. Obviously, champion that we'll be playing down to today will be going home with 540,500. Quick break. Final 2 table redraw. Table of 6, table of 5. When we return from break, we'll obviously be playing down to the final table. But in the meantime, during the break, how about you viewers at home test out your game theory optimal knowledge with a little GTO Wizard quiz. Let us know how you get on. Randy and I are going to take a quick break and enjoy this quiz from the GTO Wiz Kids.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. What is equity in poker? A, the expected value of your hand. B, the probability that your hand will win. Or C, how often your hand goes to showdown. Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
GG Poker. It's the best poker The biggest software. Poker site.
This is a crazy.
No way!
So a warm welcome back to the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Spa and Casino here in Northern Cyprus. It's event number 3, the 30k Mystery Bounty, part of the Triton Super High Roller Series. And Randy, I mean, we went from 18 to 11 in, what, 10 minutes, 12 minutes? We're down to the final 11. We've got couple of Russians out in front. Alexander Shalukin playing a massive 89 big blinds. Artur Martirosyan second in chips with 76 big blinds. We'll take a quick look at the bottom of the chip counts. Brian Kim, Stephen Chidwick with 18 and 19 big. So maybe, Randy, no bust outs for the foreseeable future, given that the shortest stacks have quite a decent sized stack.
Yeah, we've had a lot of bust outs already, right? Like, we got to get time for the levels to rise and catch up. A lot of poker to be played, but, you know, 30k bounty minimum is still a big bounty, so you can still see stacks get in with these 20-25 stacks. Do want to point out that another deep run, Stephen Chidwick potential, right? Still in there. Lead on the Ivan Lau Player of the Year award, right?
He does indeed. Ike Haxton, Henrik Hecklund also in the mixes. We've seen the tables filled up now over on the Triton Poker Plus app. So on the red feature table, we've got Martirosyan, Gavrilovic, Shalukin, Jan, Haxton and Hecklund. And then on the blue feature table, Stephen Chidwick, Brian Kim, Ding, Barbero and Tang. So 2 of the shortest stacks over on that 5-handed table. So with that in mind, obviously the big blind and the big blind ante coming around a little bit faster than on the red feature. Kim and Chidwick maybe going to need to get a little bit more involved. Not as much room for them to hide. In terms of payouts, everyone guaranteed 45,300. Obviously playing down to a champion today, where said champion will be walking away with 540,500. Randy, and now any major strategy adjustments now that we're down to the final 2? Because the pay jumps, we were kind of ignoring them a little bit at the start, given how small they were, but they are getting sizable now.
Yeah, at this point, definitely strategy adjustments in terms of ranges. So we got to respect the prize pool now, especially when we reach the final table, right? Every pay jump is at least 35k or so. So I imagine that you're going to want to try to fight for that top prize. We'll have to keep in mind that if you can collect bounty, go for it, but don't overdo it, because there's a point when going for that 30k minimum envelope is not as good as going for the top prize.
That makes a ton of sense. Now, we mentioned the chip leaders. Both of them are going to be at the red feature table. The average stack, by the way, now 47 big. So I've got a funny feeling we're going to see a few more flops, maybe some 3-bets, maybe some post-flop shenanigans going on from these world-class players, given how deep we are. And as mentioned, no more 1 big blind stacks for them to kind of tangle too loosely. And maybe going to see some of these big stacks willing to collide more, given that, you know, they can take it to the streets and they can play bigger pots against each other.
Yeah, I certainly agree with everything you said, Henry, and I do think that these big stacks will try to attack. But once again, you want to put yourself in position to kind of play pots with the guy with 15, 17, 18 big blinds. You will play your draws pretty aggressively against those stacks with high equity on the flop, right? If you can hopefully get them to fold or collect the bounty is the proposition that you're going to be going for throughout the rest of this tournament.
Now, just to fill the viewers in at home, the bounty draw is going to be tomorrow. Obviously, we don't want to disturb the players in the 40k. So dinner break tomorrow. We're going to hold a ceremony, bring food and drink in. Everyone that claimed a bounty is going to get their chance to pull their bounties out. Ali Najad with the game show host role of bounty draw. I'm going to try and convince players if they want to buy, sell, swap bounties. So all sorts of shenanigans going to be going on tomorrow for that bounty draw. Today, the focus, of course, on just the payouts, but tomorrow you won't want to miss the mystery bounty prizes drawn out. We've obviously seen Alexander Shalukin, who's chip leader, claim 4 bounties already, I believe, so far. So he's going to be, you know, with, I mean, 120k guaranteed already in terms of bounties, with a chance to claim bigger ones. As the stage has been set, the final 2 tables of the 30k mystery bounty is upon us, and that is how things stand. Unfortunate seat draw for Artur, who is second in chips, has the chip leader at his table to compete with, but that could obviously lead to positive things for Martirosyan. Casual 150 big blind potential.
Yeah, personally for me, I'd rather be at the blue table, just given that there's the 2 sub-20 big blind stacks. On the red table, the shortest is 27 big blinds, and we know 27 big blinds is a lot of work with in a tournament, so I definitely prefer the blue table in this instance.
Well, just a few minutes left on the clock at big blind 60k. 30,000, 60,000 with a 60,000 big blind ante. Chip counts brought to you by Merit Poker, our host here in Northern Cyprus. Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa and Casino and Sea View and Restaurant and Dessert Buffet. You name it. Chidwick with an ace on the button.
And did you notice that Steven Chidwick folded the button ace-deuce offsuit? And that's mainly because of the structure of the tournament. Like, the big stacks have a lot of incentive to just reshove on you, even with weaker holdings than normal. So Chidwick trying to preserve that stack a bit.
See if Ding wants to lean into this limp.
Oh, he's been aggressive. Saw him make a play earlier, 4-deuce offsuit from the big blind against a limp in the call and took it down.
Makes sense, bottom of range. Want to polarize our 3x, 3.5x.
Against Bournemouth?
Against Wolves.
Wolves? Slow play, take it, team.
But Wolves season is finished already. Like, they have nothing to play for.
There's really not that much Brian Kim can do because Ding has a lot of incentive to just get it in pre-flop, so he can't expect a lot of fold equity even with the raise. Good stuff.
Ding with 1.45 million in Triton earnings. 3 cashes all coming in Vietnam. That was his first time ever venturing out to a Triton Super High Roller Series. Had a second place there in the 50k for 1.1 million.
It's a big one.
Yes, that was indeed. 0 for 2 so far in the first events, but here guaranteed the cash, of course.
The game doesn't finish 5-0.
I'm gonna bet.
Also claimed those 2 bounties of Seth Davies and Justin Bonomo, so guaranteed at least 60k in bounties as well. That's being sat third in chips.
Rashford is out. He's not even on the bench. He's out? Yes, he's out. It's Marshall up front. Sancho, Bruno, Anthony. Martial.
Got a 2.5x open here. He knows that the big blind's going to defend wider because of his stack size. Ding's got 2 kings. Mandatory get in for these 2 players. Wow. He's collected a lot of bounties today already as well.
Well, he's going to look to claim the bounty of Ivan Liao, Player of the Year, leaderboard front runner, Steven Chidwick. Three bets to 400. Less than 3x from the small. Kind of just announcing to Barbera that, hey, ISOing against Chidwick. Want to stack off, get out of my way. You can see he's got the goods. Couple of cowboys.
I just really can't see a way Steven Chidwick gets away from 2 9s here.
There it is. Snap call from Biao Ding, and Chidwick in rough shape. One of his flush draws is live, of course. Looking for one of the 2 remaining 9s in the deck. To get us down to 2 tables of 5. No dice on that board, and Stevie reduced to just the 9 of hearts unless he picks up some straight draw on the turn. GG's Steven Chidwick. Biao Ding turning the nut flush, claiming a bounty in the process, eliminating one of the most decorated tournament poker players in the world. Steven Chidwick out in 11th for $45,300. Biao Ding building a stack here late into day 2.
He's amazing.
Claiming another bounty in the process.
Good players, not like egocentric like Paris Saint-Germain. They're like a disaster. Bro, you will see. He will kill it. With Dembele and Lewandowski,
second in chips.
It's going to be a picnic.
You're talking about two guys that adds up to like 80.
Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. So Biao Ding eliminating Stephen Chidwick, Seth Davies, and Justin Bonomo in the last couple of orbits, claiming 3 bounties. Guaranteed at least 90k in bounties, as well as 45,300 he's currently guaranteed.
Well, he
He's tied for the chip lead.
Don't be expecting 500k, you know?
No, they can't have him. No,
you know? He has to be on 50k.
He wants to retire. He deserves. He's the most important thing that happened to Barcelona. He wants to retire.
That makes sense.
Finish.
Yeah,
finish.
Sure.
Or like have a good because he left kind of.
He should have never left.
He should have never left.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Kim gonna open jam four-handed from the cutoff, as it looks like Ike Haxton is gonna be brought over. Oh no, maybe not. Nacho with a couple of 4s. Asking for a count.
1 million.
For 18 bigs. Some future game stuff to process here as well for Barbero.
Yeah. 2 4s definitely does okay though in this spot. Depends on how much he values kind of the rest of the prize pool right now. You can see he's kind of in that mucking form right now, right? Yeah, there we go.
Pass.
It's very good for Brian Kim.
I had a pair. Not a big one though.
Yeah, I like the fold.
Like
He's currently middle of the pack with a very healthy 49 big blinds. If he
really
spins the
think
wheel
like
and loses,
Barcelona
all of a
is
sudden
gonna,
he's
like,
down to
go,
30
like,
bigs and kind
do
of covered
amazing
by
with
everyone.
his
Puts a
He really
target
wants
on
to
his
play
back.
there. He wants to be happy. Like the guy doesn't care. He has too much money, and his wife doesn't want to go to Saudi Arabia. Bro, Saudi Arabia, when you're living in, I don't have anything against like where he was gonna live. I don't have anything. I never been actually, but he was living in Paris, in Barcelona. I mean, the kids they go to.
Yeah. Of course.
He's gonna go. You know when? At 39.
39.
After the World Cup, he goes.
Goes to where? After the World Cup.
Yeah, 100%. You think he can play at 39 in Saudi Arabia? He's gonna be the best player.
Why don't go to MSL? He could go to MSL now.
I know him, like how he thinks, and he wants to compete. He's not gonna go to the MLS right now in 35, but he can play 2-3 more years. 0%. He's gonna lower his salary and go play to win the Champions League, to be ready for the next World Cup. And then at 39, he goes to the MLS, he goes to Saudi Arabia.
You know, like how he goes back to Barcelona now. It's like.
No, but Xavi really wants him.
I know, but let's say he doesn't go back to Barcelona. It's Barcelona owes him. You know, Barcelona owes him for being nasty to Messi. But now he goes back. It's like the story isn't perfect. He should have never left.
Yeah, he should have never left. Yeah, but the other president of Barcelona was like.
Yeah.
What's up, Archer?
Yeah.
We're talking about football here.
I don't know.
I don't know.
You will see. I would bet that he goes to Barcelona. Like, he can still go in 2 years, you know, to Saudi Arabia.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right.
Artur joining the table with 75 bigs. Bad news for Barbero, Tang, and Kim. Ding doesn't mind. Ding still covers.
Wow, Archer's got a massive stack. Yeah, that's big trouble. Regardless, some dusty hands in the blinds.
You have around 3 million?
What?
You have around 3 million?
Oh, did he limp the dealer button? Excuse me. Missed that.
Did indeed. Small ball. Nice hand to limp button with.
Yeah, you tend to small ball with this solid stack against someone who's got you covered. Makes sense. Got some pair on pair.
King 10 deuce, couple of spades. Artur flopping bottom pair, as Randy alluded to. 5 of spades on the turn. Let's bring in the front door flush. Neither player with a spade in hand.
Yeah, you would expect the deuce 4 here to be very check heavy. Barbaro does have to worry about letting another spade drop off on the river. Maybe find value now.
You had flush yesterday against me? You had flush?
No.
Oh wow, so you're quite cooler you.
Some post-mortem from
Come
a
on,
hand from yesterday.
Yeah.
Chip counts brought to you by Poker Stake. We're still at blinds, 30,000, 60,000, with a 60,000 big blind anti-Biao Ding. Claiming a few scalps. Big names, Stephen Chidwick, Justin Bonner and Seth Davies, all coming up short against Ding. Currently chip leader this tournament with 10 players left. Brian Kim at the short end of the stick. 20 big blinds, everyone guaranteed. 45,300. We are on a $8,700 pay jump between 10th and 9th. And there is a pay jump every bust out once we get down to 9 players. Oh, well, actually, from here on out.
Two 10s for our chip leader.
Year of Nacho.
It's a big mystery card here.
Very crucial mystery card. It's like a jack, queen, king, or an ace in there, and, well, not this time.
Well, good thing he folded, because Archer's got ace, king suited. These are some big stacks going to war here. I'm curious to see how this one plays out. Definitely some fireworks.
Well, this is first v third in chips overall. We were talking about a potential 100+ big blind pot. Ace king against 10s, 5-handed as well.
It's a bigger 3-bet because of how deep they are, so that also is going to maybe change the way Biao Ding approaches this one.
Action back on Ding.
Most of the time you'll see the player call here in position, you know, 2 10s obviously still good. Try to maneuver post-flop. He shouldn't be expecting Arch to get way out of line against his stack size, so call is the right play rather than applying more pressure.
Oh, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Big flop incoming. 1.2 million in the middle already. This is first v third in chips. It comes queen 7-7. Not a single club on board for Artur. Ding's 10s. Still the best hand, but one overcard. Of course, already behind against the overpairs as well.
Yeah, solid board here actually for 2 10s. Artur debating whether to continuation bet here or not. I mean, Biao Ding's probably got a pretty wide calling range.
He's going to have a wider range than most, right?
Especially because you got him covered. But look at this. This is a 10% C-bet. And normally you would expect Biao Ding to be calling a flop continuation bet, but there is some merit for a raise just given how little he just bet the flop.
Well, let's defer to Ding, see what he decides to do.
Calls the play.
Another overcard to Ding's 10s. Artur doesn't want to river a straight, that's for sure. Let's see, 86% of the equity for Ding. Arthur still looking for an ace or a king with one card to come.
So his small bet on the flop 10% pot doesn't really define his opponent's range that well, as there's going to be a lot more backdoor floaty type hands. Ace king, it's a good card to multi-barrel on. Yeah, you block also the hands that can continue in the form of ace queen and king queen. I like this multi-barrel. You often see it with ace king, especially picking up the extra outs, perceived outs, I suppose.
Some power poker from Arthur. 2 overs to Ding's 10s.
It's a tough one. Not sure whether he should be calling or folding. Kind of depends on what he thinks his opponent's up to. Does fold. Nicely played.
Have ourselves a new chip leader. His name is Arthur Martirosyan. Playing 5.2 million after powering his way through that pot. The 2 tables of 5. Time to get busy. The shorter stack. And talking of time, Jacob and Co, the official timekeeper of the Triton Poker Series, our official timekeeper. Jacob and Co makes these incredible timepieces. They're not just about the diamonds, sapphires, and the rubies. If you're into poker and gambling themed gear, there's just the one perfect watch brand to check out. They're embedding a playful spirit into the watch functions. Their Astronomia Casino has a functioning roulette inside the piece. You can check it out during the break, and we've already seen it showcased.
Tried them before? No.
I want to say by Kanapong, the Thai superstar, who was taking bets with his functioning roulette wheel inside his timepiece. Try to get a bit of money back on the, what, 600-700K
Not gonna be mean at
that he
all,
dropped on it.
Stevie wanted to
We'll also be awarding a special collaboration timepiece to be won by the Triton No Limit Hold'em and Short Deck main event winners. Seen Henrik Hecklin and Stephen Chidwick rocking theirs.
Arthur getting aggressive here. Queen 6 off. Brian Kim, Queen 10.
If I say we keep playing and I like a loose lead hand, I'm like, fucking idiot. And if we go on a break, and you will never know though.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's just, it's a downside. It's a downside anyway.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Crazy, huh? 0-0. Aston Villa's winning. Bro, honestly, I kind of want to bet Bournemouth and Nottingham Forest. I don't even.
Aston Villa is winning. Wow. Liverpool.
What's the line, bro? Couldn't we bet Nottingham Forest? Chelsea's so bad. These guys might win.
Obviously don't want to talk over the players, but they're just talking about football results. So we'll dive back into this. King Deuce Deuce, Piao Ding defending with the Jack 5 of clubs. Arthur opening on the button, covering the entire field. Not just this table.
Should be a simple one here. Small bet. Check fold a lot.
Going up to 140.
Ding was thinking about it. Did let it go. The rich get richer. Blinds going up, 40,000, 80,000 with an 80,000 big blind ante. Down to the final 10 players here in event number 3. Got here in pretty quick fashion as well. But now the average stack, even with the blind level increase, 39 bigs. The deepest we've seen it at this stage of the tournament thus far during the series. Understandable given the chips that were flying in the middle.
I thought I put for 2.
Brian Kim at the bottom of the chip counts with just 13 bigs. Now the blinds have gone up. Barbero dominating Artur, but is covered. Expect to see a lot more passiveness, given that he is covered, although ace-3, nice hand to 3-bet with.
I don't think he'll be 3-betting, right? Maybe. I mean, I guess if he thinks his opponent won't be defending. But by 3-betting, you just really open the door to waste his hand in a situation where the bigger stack might just push you in pre-flop.
With 1 time bank? Yeah, I know. It's if he doesn't have time banks, it's okay. If he has 1 time bank also, yes, okay.
Some time bank conversations going on.
Okay.
The dealers do, of course, count down when they get down to the final 5 seconds, just to, you know, let the players know.
Yeah, just so they don't waste time banks on accident.
Yep.
Artur is the pre-flop raiser. No connection.
Maybe a one and done here. Some nice turn cards. Overcards to the board that he can continue firing on. This bet designed to just fold out all of the rags, the hands that just can't continue on this board.
Yeah, ace-3 doesn't really have too much here.
$350.
Okay. It doesn't have too much, but it's got a check raise, and it's going to work. Good stuff. Nacho. What does he say normally? The world,
the year of Nacho.
The year, but maybe it was 1 second later. I tried to say at 0 call, but maybe it was 1 second later. I don't know. I think it was right on the
Yeah, it was, but...
Okay, so that's what the dispute was.
Try to kill some extra time banks?
Well, yeah, apparently Nacho did go over the clock, but only by a fraction of a second. Genia with the open. Ace 6-0, and the hijack does have to be worried about this monster stack on his left. Alexander Shalukin, tournament chip leader.
Reaching for chips.
There we go.
Trying to attack Genia.
Leaning into that middling stack.
Nice play here from ace-3 offsuit. I imagine it's going to get it done unless Genia's got a amazing read here. The ace-6 is just really hard to compete out of position. Wow, did he just jam ace-6? How did he find that?
Clock. I mean, like you said, if he just has some sick read, knows that Alexander's going to be 3-betting him light, given the ICM considerations, and
wow,
given that he's got the chip lead.
Especially in a bounty format, right? He's got you covered. He's got a lot of incentive to 3-bet, try to get in with you.
What a sick pickup there from Genia.
That is a hand read. That's really sick, too.
It was almost like a snap jam as well. Just looked up at the clock, all in.
Like, no, I'm not going to use a time card on this. No need. I know where I'm at. Jeez.
That was gangster. Well, it won't be folding this time. Alexander Shalukin with a couple of hooks.
It's a given.
Oh boy, David Yan. 1 seat to his left. Currently 5th in chips, playing average. Ace Queen-O.
David Yan just saw Shalukin, right? 3-bet fold last hand. Comes into play a little bit. Looks like re-raising chips incoming. Ace Queen.
465, around 3x, shy. Couple of aces.
Yeah, that's bad for David Yan.
In the blinds, Genya, ace-5 suited, a potential cold 4-bet spot.
I mean, for him to make that play of ace-6, definitely a consideration of ace-5.
Oh, we know he's got moves up his sleeves, that's for sure. Does get out of the way and avoids disaster. Action back on the man with the jacks.
Well, we know he's not folding. Is there a case where he makes it more? Will be a call. It's a big pot, right? 1.1 in the middle. Two big hands. Big flop.
Oh my word. About to say a couple of aces folded in the blinds. No need. David Yan has flopped the nut straight. Alexander with middle set. 1.1 million in the middle. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to play a chip lead pot with 10 left in the 30k mystery bounty. 2 cards to come.
I mean, Alexander still got 34%.
It's so disgusting. 10 outs twice.
Well, there are turn cards that might change the action depending on how Alexander approaches this flop. Does he check call? Does he check raise? Of course, ace-queen in David Yan's range. Comes in with call. It's a really big turn card for him, as there could be some action killers or potentially boat ups.
That is as bricky as it gets. Obviously does bring the backdoor spade draw, but given this SPR and given the way the hand's played out, David Yan going to look to get max value here.
Yeah, this could easily get in on the turn.
What a disgusting flop. 3-bet pot. Hijack v cutoff.
I like to see David Yan come in with a smaller bet than all in, just given that he got check called on the flop, so it does kind of lean towards one pair a little bit more. Don't want those hands to go away.
Yeah, unblocking the pairs is nice, of course. Queen of Hearts, blocker in hand, so not as much to protect against. Wants to extract some value from those 1-pair, 2-pair type holdings. So we can see here Alexander with middle set in a 3-bet pot. It looks like he's going for exactly that, Randy, like you mentioned. 725,000, just north of third pot. Now action back on the Patrick Antonius assassin.
Nice description for his name. Look, clearly a cooler right now. 2 jacks. There's a lot in there. There's a lot of merit for putting the rest of the chips in there. Could just call as well. Looks like he will do that. There are river cards that save him in the form of a queen or an ace. Maybe even a 9.
Big river incoming, 3.4 million. It's the 8 of hearts. So the front door flush draw does complete. David Yan with the check mark as we cut back out to the outer table quickly to see this hand play out. Kim with a small blind rejam with King Jack. Barbero obviously snap calling with the queens, gets from 10 to 9. We'll jump back into the action as Yan mulls over that decision on the river.
Yep, bounty potential here for Barbero. Been collecting.
Yes, indeed. Get a few bounties as it comes ace, jack, deuce. Middle pair for Kim does give him an additional couple of outs. Looking for a king or a jack to stay alive.
I think so.
As the deuce of clubs on the turn changes nothing. Would be the final table of 7. Still 10 players left. And then we're down to 9.
I told you not to
GG's.
shove, bro. I like you. I told you not
Brian
to shove. I
Kim.
ran good against you, and you still shove.
45,300 for his efforts.
It's just still
Nacho.
Needle the guy who wins. Fuck.
Nah, I'm not needling, bro. I like him. He knows. I'm not needling him.
Okay, what happened here? David Yan bets 1.4 million, practically all in. And he has not been snapped off. Can he get away from 2 jacks?
I wonder if Alex just jams here, just in case Jan has a hand like aces, ace king, tens.
Well, for him not to have called it, he's clearly troubled that he might be beat here. What, top set, ace queen, 2 hearts possible. He's got the jack of hearts, that doesn't help. It's a huge pot.
I mean, if he clicks the call button, it's a 6.2 million chip pot. And
He
Jan's
does.
the tournament chip leader. Couldn't get away from the set, understandably so. Just a sick setup for the Russian. 3-bet pot, cut off the hijack. Jan flopping the joint, getting max value. As the Kiwi is now our tournament chip leader with 9 players left. And with that, Shalukin now down to 8th in chips. All of a sudden, the hunter becomes the hunted.
Yeah, he's gone from tournament chip leader down to 20 BBs.
So 1 table of 5, 1 table of 4. David Jan, chip leader with 79 bigs, tournament average 43 bigs. Everyone guaranteed 54,000 for their efforts thus far. Champion going to be going home with 540,500 plus bounties. Min bounty of 30,000.
Suited connector, it's Haxton.
1-5.
160.
Grace, 160.
Genya with a potential rejam spot. Queen 10 suited for 30 bigs. Alexander in the big blind with a couple of 8s. The back end of that insane cooler.
Looks like he's going to come in for call, and I think that's going to give Alexander opportunity to shove this 2 8s in there. Lots of chips in the middle, much needed. Less than 20 blinds.
Would be a disgusting way to go from going from 1 of 9 to out in 9th in back-to-back hands. See, Ike's likely to get out of the way.
Yes.
The spot for Genya with the Queen 10 of spades.
It's a very tough call to make here. Queen 10 of spades. Maxon just getting a count first. I don't think he's going to put in 20 big blinds of 6-5 suited, especially with 9 remaining.
1,445,000.
Yeah, it'd be too ambitious to continue with Queen 10 suited. Good stuff.
A bit of breathing room for Alex, obviously.
Recovery.
Yeah, nothing compared to the size of the pot that he just lost against David Yan, but still in the hunt. Playing 25 bigs.
Mystery card and a mystery bounty. Okay.
The mystery man.
The mystery man.
180.
Gotta think it's some paint with that king.
Another mystery hand for another mystery man in the mystery bounty.
That's right.
Kyrenia with a spades. Looks somewhat interested.
He does. We thinking suited connector or pocket eights?
Maybe an ace-8, yeah, suited connector, 9-8 suited, 8-7 suited. Just saw a 4-bet jam in that ace-6-0 earlier on. Like, no customers. The 5-deuce hits the mark. So 5-handed at this feature table. 4-handed on the other one with Martiroshin, Tang, Barbero, and Ding. All battling it out. Who's it going to be? I mean, average stack 43 big blinds. Still 2 eliminations away from setting our final table. Shortest stack, Henrik Hecklund with 19 bigs. I feel like it's going to take some hand v hand collision to get us down to that FT, given how deep we are.
Who is that? Is that David Yan?
I think so. Just blame it on Yan.
Blame it on Yan.
He's the chip leader. So yeah.
Ace deuce going at it. Haxton king queen. Does have a covering stack, so may change the
160, yeah.
type of action he chooses to go for.
Full 40 in the middle, Jenny the effective stack. Although it's going to be tough for these hands to collide. 9-3 deuce. Jenny is still the best of it. Bottom pair.
Yeah, pretty dry board here, and it's definitely very reasonable if a continuation betting comes that Haxton still continues with king queen.
Yeah, nice to fold out hands that have 2 overs to new pair of deuces.
Check
He's going
through.
to check back. Line pairing on the turn. Does obviously bring the backdoor flush draw. the way Nacho walks, you see that just strolling in.
I feel really in the
Look at him, the swag on that guy.
He just owns it. Great card for Jenya's ace deuce, besides improving. Gonna check one more. Let him get there, though.
Oh, I am a fan of the pot control, especially with ICM, but unfortunately for Jenya, it does mean that Haxton has the check mark next to his name on the river. The diamonds rolls off, giving Ike 2 pair kings and 9s. Jenya with a diamond blocker as well. Checks through, and Ike tables the winner. Jenya maybe going to kick himself for not putting in a bet on the flop or turn, but as mentioned, easy to be results oriented here. You can see the cards. Artur has taken the chip lead from Biao Ding on the outer table. He's been chipping up nicely ever since eliminating Steve O'Dwyer. Chip counts brought to you by our title sponsor, GG Poker. David Yan with an overwhelming chip lead, more than 2x what Ike Haxton has, second in chips. Let us know in the chat, you viewers at home, if you're grinding along on GG. Love to hear about some deep runs, whether or not you're playing tournaments or cash games. Of course, the daily Triton free rolls happening over on GG Poker as well. Passwords dished out in the chat. All eyes on that GG Poker World Festival, 1st of May, running through till the 6th of June with over 200 million guaranteed.
Big hand here for Isaac Haxton. Short stack in the big blind.
Less than that.
220. 220.
Let's see if he gets any action from Hecklin. 9 left. Got a pay jump bubble here too, right? 54K to 67.6.
Yeah, pay jump with every elimination from 10. Min bounty of 30K.
Reasonable hand to take a flop here, Jack 9. Also expecting Haxton to open some garbage, given the stack distribution. Flop. Too good.
Almost having too much of this board, Randy. Top 2. Henrik with just Jack high, 520 in the middle. Unfortunately for Ike. Unlikely to get much action out of Henrik unless he slips it on over with a check. Allows Henrik to catch a piece on the turn as he does.
Just feels like he's got way too much. Hard for his opponent to continue. Give his opponent a chance to catch up. Plus, given the stack situation, it's like hard for Henrik to actually hold these bigger holdings as they would reshove pre-flop a lot. Does Haxton maybe start finding a bet now? It's a pretty blank card still.
Yeah, I mean, Rainbow completing turn card. Doesn't bring in any additional straight draws. Henrik drawing dead.
$350.
Delayed C-bet from Ike. Met with a snap fold from our Madrid main event champion, rocking that Jacob & Co timepiece. Ike up to 3.3 million now. Has bang on tournament average. Currently 5th of 9.
What do we at now?
So it sounds like.
Oh, you're gonna balance it. Oh.
They're just making sure it's balanced. And talking of balance, you can teach yourself to be balanced from a game theory optimal point of view. You can take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Start crushing at gtowizard.com/Triton. Today you can get free access for the next 24 hours and a 10% discount on your first purchase. Again, GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. And for those of you that have been with us since the start of the series, we do have new quizzes every day to test your knowledge. Analyze your played hands, practice by playing versus GTO, and study any spot in the game, including spots from these live streams. If you want to see just how close to GTO these end bosses are playing, maybe clip a hand or take note of some hands.
Tell you, that guy Isaac Haxton, GTO.
Is that the man?
He's the man. The OG. The dream machine. Did I just get a walk? Unusual, but nice.
Just put them where they're visible.
Okay.
Tournament chip leader since winning that massive pot. It's Been dealt nothing but rags. Not really able to leverage that chip lead just yet in terms of pushing the rest of the table around. Hecklin now down to 15 bigs. 1.2 million on the button.
I think normally this is a hand you would want to open with. Looks like he is going to come in with it. With a limp. Dealer button tends to fare well against 2 random hands from the blinds, but they got something to fight back with.
Yeah, it's going to open the door for Genia to be able to complete. Potentially raise.
Feels like he grabbed a lot. 3x. Genia's reading this button limp as weakness, trying to pounce on it.
Taking the betting lead in the process, folding out the big blind. See how Hecklin wants to proceed here. He is the shortest stack, currently 9 of 9.
Gonna lay it down. Nicely done, Genia.
Tell you what, Genia is someone to keep an eye on. If he can double up to a playable stack, I mean, he's still playing 26 bigs effective, but if that man gets like 40, 50 bigs.
I've seen him play, and he's pretty... He gets in there, right? He always tries to find ways to win pots, and we've seen it too ourselves when he quickly 4-bet jammed at a6 into the chip leader. He's got game. New to our scene.
Ace Queen of Diamonds for Ike now.
Time to fight.
What a swingy couple of days it's been for him. He was at our feature late yesterday. Managed to crack Seth Davies' kings with his ace-jack-o in a 4-bet pot. Genia, the man we were just talking about, who likes taking some of these raggy ace-X. Potentially going to run into it here. And there is the 3-bet to 550.
Yeah, he's pressing.
Action back on Ike. Does cover.
Very difficult to count. No, the stack.
So Genia started his hand with 29 big blinds.
Yeah.
Ace Queen can certainly push it against this 3-bet. Must be aware this opponent is pretty active as well. There's the jam. It's almost the music cued right on time.
The Prince of Darkness has arrived. It's like a Lord of the Rings. Hans Zimmer styled music in the background.
Only for Isaac. And I suppose here Genia is just wondering how often maybe he's up against some weaker ace. Some pocket pairs lower than a 9. Very reasonable, right? You can see 8, 7, 6s pushing it back. See if he can get away.
He's going to be down to 22 bigs if he folds here. Wow, he's made the call, Randy.
Wow.
He's called it off with the ace-9. Gets shown the ace-queen.
Misstep.
The old 3-bet caller for 30 bigs. Maybe a byproduct of some of the previous hands leveling himself into thinking that, hey, they maybe saw me 4-bet jamming the ace-6, now jamming on me wider. I can have suited broadways that I'm ahead of, maybe some weaker ace-X as it comes king, king, jack. So some chop outs for Genia, but for now, in dire straits, looking for a 9 to scoop. And with that turn card, looking for an ace or a king to chop. Cannot win the hand outright. No dice. Oh, hang on. Chop it up.
Chop it
Forgot about
up.
the queen, Randy.
Aces, kings with a queen kicker, both players.
Wow. What a disgusting run out.
He's gotten his bag. He's walked away. The music was over, and he's still here.
How about that for a run out?
That was a big pot, too.
That
It was
was
29
huge.
big blinds a person.
Good. I hit all of my outs and it doesn't work.
Ike taking it well. Genia caught with his hand in the cookie jar there, but bailed out by the poker gods. It does sound like do have a break coming up. Blinds will be going up to 50,000, 100,000, so cost of poker getting more expensive, especially for the likes of Henrik Hecklund. It's out on just 1.1 million. Talk about that run out from Genia, I mean.
Yeah, he got bailed out there.
It really did. And now potential bounty spot. He's asking for a count. Does have 2 players behind, sorry, 3 players behind to worry about. He's 4 diamonds.
Yeah, and also the big one is that we're in the final 9, so pay jumps every single person you can survive against, right? So that's important. Chips matter so much more. Laydown makes sense.
So it's going to fold round to the blinds. David Yan, tournament chip leader. With King Jack of clubs, I think this is enough hand, Randy. Question is, does he want to ISO? Obviously 40 big blinds effective. All in announced. Ike going to get out of the way. Hecklund in great shape to double up here.
No.
67% equity.
King 7 is king with the axe. No, you should have been there. Never mind.
Sounds like some inside jokes that we're not too familiar with between
glad you
Jan and
have it.
Hecklund.
Okay, I'll give you a chop. I'll chop.
Says
5-6.
he'll chop. 5-6 run out needed for the chop or a double board pair. How about the Queen of Clubs?
Oh, that. I'll take that.
Hecklund.
Oh shit, he has clubs. I didn't. Oh my
Didn't
god.
realize.
Oh, I'm not winning now.
That's
oh my god, that's the
misstep.
I thought it was
You don't
safe.
say that.
It's like the worst. Don't do it.
Didn't
to me.
realize that Jan had
Not
picked
like
up a
this.
flush draw.
Oh, thank
Doesn't
God.
convert though. Ace of Hearts on the river.
I was like, he's
Hecklund
dead.
doubling up to 2.3 million. So we'll be playing 23 bigs when we return from this scheduled break. David Yan, still tournament chip leader, only just after taking a bit of a hit there. And maybe the talk of the town at the moment is Genia with 9 lives. Ace-9 calling it off after 3-betting with the Ace-9 against Ike Haxton's Ace-Queen, was drawing to a chop and a chop only as we welcome you back to the break desk. So instead of being down to 8, Randy, with Ike Haxton as the chip leader and Genia out in 9th, it remains Artur Martirosyan at the top of the chip counts. David Yan, who was the chip leader, taking a bit of a hit there against Henrik Hecklund, now down to 45 bigs. And with the blinds going up, it has brought the average stack down. So looking at the chip counts, Artur, as mentioned, out in front. Alexander Chalukin with just 17 bigs. Henrik with a bit of breathing room now after that double up. But yeah, here we go. 9 left, 2 away from the final table. Payouts as things stand. Everyone guaranteed $54,000 for their efforts, and we are on a $13,000 pay jump as we head to a scheduled break. Randy going to be stepping out for some dinner and some, well, maybe sunset for you, Randy, here at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa. Don't go too far. When we return, Ali and myself will be playing down to the final table. And we'll see you guys on the flip side of this break.
GG Poker. It's the best poker the biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Alexei Platonov, who jammed from under the gun with his 2 7s. Now drawing to a 7 and a 7 only, as Artur's going to claim another bounty. 9 on the river does put us straight on board, but Artur with that king in hand. River's a king high straight. GG's as we go to the outer table now. Randy, we got Zugarani with ace-king suited against Shalukin's pocket 7s, and looks like the 7s held on the 6-5 deuce 8 deuce board. And with that, Mondir has been eliminated. Alexander with the hold with the 7s. He's now up to 4.4 million. A couple of eliminations down to 16 players now.
That's fast.
He put on the cutoff. He put on the.
Tonius all in with ace 6 of diamonds against Alexander Shalukin's pocket kings.
Running hot.
Alexander running hot as we see Patrick double tap the table. Bounty flipped over. Look at that. Alexander with 4 bounties now in front of him. Holds with the kings. He's now the tournament chip leader with 5.4 million. Overwhelming. chip leader.
Patrick's got some bounty tokens, so net positive. He's crushing though, Alexander Shalukin. Look at those chips. There's so many of them. So many red chips too.
Winter all in. There's 3s against 8s. 8s are going to hold for Artur, who's claiming another bounty. Got a question in the chat from Kelly Shields. Great question, asking, in what order are the mystery bounty prizes drawn? So tomorrow, as mentioned, in order to not disturb the players in the 48, we're going to do the bounty draw. And the way this is going to work is that there are numbers on each bounty. So say, for example, you eliminate bounty number 1. You would draw first, even if you have 6 bounties. So say you had 6 bounties, 1, 5, 10, 16, whatever. You draw all of your 6, and then the next player with the lowest number would then go second.
Right.
So we just move on to whoever has the next lowest number. And a little bit of a twist as well. We got a couple of bounties that say draw again.
But you get a prize and draw again.
You get 30,000 and get to draw again.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to that for a bit of an extra sweat. I do appreciate the questions, of course. Do keep them coming in. We'll do our best to try and get back to you all.
Game show.
The grind
just
house
6
at the office.
6 secret lab at the dinner table.
There we go. The latest Titan Evo 2023 is also the official preferred chair of choice for many leading brands around the world. You could say our champs are ready to go all in on comfort.
All in with 2 9s as well for Justin Bonomo incoming.
All in.
In it goes. 11 bigs. Oh boy.
Fight
Biao Ding
time.
on the button. Ace, Queen of Hearts. I'd be more than happy to spin the wheel here, especially with a bounty on the line.
Yeah, I guess the big question here is, does he smooth call here or rejam? I would think you'd want to rejam to try to kick out Nacho. Clearly a monster hand. 5-handed.
Oh, hang on, we'll come back to that because we've got Artur v Stevo, Ace King against 6s. Stevo Dwyer with the small blind limp, setting the trap, shaking his hands that Artur has a pair.
Because he thought he got him, right? He's limp. Saw the jam, like, got you. What do you mean I'm behind?
2.9 million in the middle. If Artur can hold here, it's going to be up to 4.5 million with 13 left. Would be up to second in chips. As it comes ace high.
Now we can
ace 4-4. Uh-oh.
Lucky Charms.
What does that mean? Deuce of clubs on the turn. 1 card to come. Artur looking for a 6 and a 6 only. Oh, behave, dealer. 6 of clubs. Corner pocket. The 2 outer for Artur Martirosyan to eliminate Stevo Dwyer in 14th and scoop a 2.9 million chip pot. Up to 4.5 and in the process claiming a bounty as we now have a potential... Okay, I was going to say potential 4-way all in. 3-way all in.
So Davies woke up with a hand too.
Ace King of clubs against Ace Queen of Hearts against Justin Bonomo's pocket 9s. Bonomo covering Davies, Biao Ding covering both. If he can find some hearts or a queen. And a warm welcome back to the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Spa and Casino. We are down to the final 9 players here in event number 3, the 30k mystery bounties. I welcome Ali Najad back into the booth, replacing Randy Lou for a few levels. As we work our way down to the final table, Ali, 2 away with Artur Martirosyan, a recognizable name now at the Triton Super High Roller Series with the chip lead, but only just against the Kiwi David Yan, who won a monster pot just before break, flopping the nut straight against a flop set in a 3-bet pot. Ali, I mean, look, blinds going up to 50,000, 100,000. Alexander Shalukin with just 16 bigs. Henrik Hecklin with 23. maybe those the two guys that are going to have to proceed with caution, given that there is that bounty effect where everyone's going to be kind of bounty hunting.
Yeah, to be fair, Gavrilovic in 7th, 24 bigs, just a click ahead of Hecklin. I kind of am zeroed in on the Argentine. The year of the nacho. Not just year of nacho, but the year of the nacho, which infers more of like a snack dish than it does an actual person. But nevertheless, he has been just smooth sailing, coasting. He's white hot both within and beyond the borders of Triton. Obviously notched that victory in Vietnam and seems like he is right at home, very comfortable, getting himself familiarized with this mystery bounty format, as many have to, because things do play out quite a bit differently, of course, when we are bounty hunting. And you'd rather be a hunter than the hunted, which is where we find ourselves if we're toward the top of this leaderboard, as the Russians do bookend this 9-pack right now with the blinds at 50 and 100,000. Ike Haxton in the conversation as well, and Danny Tang, of course, is looming. So it will certainly be interesting as we're just moments away from sending it back down to the action for continuing coverage here of event number 3, the 30K Mystery Bounty, with 2 tables remaining, Henry.
Yeah, 1 table of 5, 1 table of 4, some short-handed play, so not as much room to hide for some of these shorter stacks as, I mean, look at this, Shalukin, the shortest on 16, playing 4-handed, so that big blind and big blind ante coming around pretty fast. David Yan over there just spanned the wheel against Henrik Hecklin. His King-Jack coming up short against Hecklin's King-Queen, as he was the overwhelming chip leader for a few orbits.
Did you feel in that frame like play deviated greatly from what we would have otherwise expected had this been a non-bounty event?
It slowed down considerably because the average increased so much with a couple of 3-way all-ins, a couple of double eliminations. So it went from a bunch of short stacks trying to survive to then the average stack for a long amount of time was north of 40 bigs. So there was a lot more post-flop poker. There was some 3-betting, 4-betting, calling off. There's all sorts going on.
As it stands, 34 bigs is the average, 3.4 million, as we see Barbero squaring off against Martirosian, button versus big blind, 2 overs and an open-ender against the gutter for Martirosian as he checks it over to the Argentine.
600K in the middle. 2 hands that could collide on future streets. Don't see Artur going anywhere just yet, especially against a 25% C-bet. Maybe with some check raises out there for the chip leader. Maybe just lean into that ICM.
Just a call for the time being, as another 300 slides into this one. 4 clubs, not impacting anything whatsoever.
Interesting spot for Artur. Certainly a turn card he could consider leading the 4 of clubs. Going to have more 4x in the big blind defending range. That check call. As things stand, he's opted to check it on over to Barbero, who has the best of it with King High.
Barrels once more, and that draws the curtain on the affair. So Nacho feeling it. Obviously, a lot of times you'll see guys that might want to check back in that spot, realize equity. But not Nacho.
Oh, with that pot, he is now the chip leader with 9 left as we swing back round to the outer, to the red feature table. Ali, looks like Ike's getting busy from the small. Check raise with the 2 overs. And gut shot, I do apologize.
No, King-Queen for him as well here. One of the 10s he hunts busy in Yan's hand.
Yan with an interesting one, ace of diamonds. Overcard to the board. Also having a 10, not great. Blocking hands like 10-8, 10-7, King-10 that would maybe check raise. Undeterred. Flicking in the call with the best of it.
And promptly binking the ace. Henry, what a dream card that is for him. considerably less dreamy development for Haxton, but might he be able to leverage the presence of an ace to look even stronger if he were to barrel at this turn?
Yeah, I mean, he certainly has 9x in the small. Maybe not as many as Jan does on the button, by the way. I mean, I think we're leaning more towards 10-9 suited exclusively. But Jan going to be opening wide as he does cover both the blinds, and he is second in chips. 1.8 million in the middle. Ike, of course, who was just one card away from eliminating Genia Gavrilovic moments before the break. As it comes ace-ace.
So the runner-runner boat for Jan. Do we feel like, given none of the straights or flushes got there on the end, that we attempt to place Jan with that sort of kit? And if we do, by the way, do we simply seek showdown with the king high?
It does feel like a showdown type of hand, beating the hands that you mentioned, you know, Queen 10, 10-8, diamonds. A bet in the form of a block. Maybe fold out some Jack X. Bit dicey. See what Ike comes with. I mean, king high does have a decent amount of showdown.
The diciness, of course, compounded by the fact that Jan can play Reaper in this spot, having Ike covered in chips, and Haxton elects to check. Deep breath as Jan centers himself and tries to determine what the right number is here.
It's a bit of a weird spot. You'd expect most 9x to double barrel on the turn. So really trying to extract value from Jack X, some king highs. I can still have some 9x. I like going polar on the ace-ace run out. I mean, so much missing. Under pairs to the board that get counterfeited. That maybe call a check raise. Looks like a lot of kit here. 1.6 million, if I'm not mistaken, into 1.8. And this makes a ton of sense, given how all of the draws brick.
And it's precisely that reality that is on the mind of Ike Haxton here as he attempts to determine whether or not king high can make a call.
Having no diamond or heart, it's pretty bad for Ike. Good in terms of Jan having more bluffs, but bad in the sense that could end up making an incorrect call. Not having a 10's good as well.
Does block some of the straight draw combos with the king-queen.
Unblocking under pairs is nice as well. 5s through 8s. This is a nuts or nothing spot from David. Turn went check, check. Don't think he's doing this with a 9, the line that he took.
Not a lot of midfield kit here.
For sure, this feels like an ace or nothing.
I call.
There we go. Makes the call with king high, and David Jan scoops a 5 million chip pot artly and is now the overwhelming chip leader with 9 left.
Well, the other side of that story, of course, Haxton taking a devastating blow to his stack there, and one can certainly sympathize with the thought process that left him making that call, and it's one that puts him further away from a bracelet.
And talking of bracelets, David Jan in pole position to get his hands on a Shambhala Jewels bracelet. Of course, they are the official partner of the Triton Poker Series, with Shambhala Jewels bracelets going to our champions here with exquisite men's jewelry. Shambhala Jewels creates high-end designs with diamonds, precious stones, and 18-karat gold that are braided and polished by hand in Copenhagen, Denmark. We saw a couple of pieces dished out already here in the series. Jason Kuhn, Santosh Savana snagging a piece in event 1 and 2, and now David Yan, 1 of 9, looking to add a piece to his collection.
Not sure whether or not you caught it, but Nacho Barbero donning his Shambhala bracelet at the other feature.
Does not surprise me. That man has a lot of flavor.
Swaggy.
He's very swaggy. Have you seen him walk?
I'm sure I have. I never really looked at his gait in a manner that suggested that there was something unique about it. Go on then.
B-knock. Here's Mr. Barbero.
Raise 200,000.
Yan goes to work with the new tokens. No waiting. Min raise open as Haxton looks down at this queen 4 suited and considerably less armament than he had moments ago. Might not have even known the action was on him. He was still dwelling on that king high call. But shake it off.
David Yan loving this, by the way. He has the 3 shortest stacks left in the tournament at this table. Jenner in 7th, Alexander Chlukin in 8th, and Mike in 9th. So what you want to do, it's a spot you want to find yourself in bounty tournaments, covering the entire table by quite some margin.
Yeah, it's a pretty dreamy setup for him, isn't it?
Oh, as good as it gets.
Not sure whether or not we've had a chance to explore Gavrilovich's bio, but I suspect some civil engineering might be there on the CV, just based on chip stacking. Did you get a look at that?
I haven't seen it yet, but I know he's got some
exotic.
He's got some moves. I mean, he 4-bet jammed ace-6 earlier. He then 3-bet called off ace-9 incorrectly against Ike for like 30 bigs.
Exotic architecture. This cantilevered single stack.
Crafty.
Jams it with the ace on the button, and pocket 9s and ace king both await him. Oh, wow.
19 big blinds effective jam. Alexander, who was 1 of 12, now almost out. Does have the best hand. David Yan obviously beating them to the pot, going for a double bounty spot. And not only is he going for the 2 bounties, which would guarantee him a minimum of 60k, Ali, looking at 2 potential eliminations and ladders to get us to the final table if he can find an ace, king, or some diamonds.
Doesn't look particularly bothered by the fact that he's up against these 2 9s, as he recognizes the value of this situation. Gavrilovich is packing his belongings, perhaps prematurely, but obviously in terms of equity, we can relate. 9%, and it's even less on the king 6-5 board, where David Yan has outflopped the 2 9s. Turn card, delivering a spade, and suddenly a ray of hope for Gavrilovich, who has the biggest of all spades.
As well as an open-ender. Look at all those outs with 1 card to come.
6 of diamonds not among them, though, Henry, as the board pairs. And David Yan claims 2 pelts at once. The Belarusian and the Russian both dispatched. And just like that, we find ourselves 7-handed, which means we're going to consolidate.
Final table. With that, Alexander did have the shortest stack going into that three-way all-in. So he's going home with 54,000. Few bounties for him that he'll get to pull tomorrow. Genya going home in 8th for 67,600. And with that, the last of the 5-figure payouts, everyone now guaranteed 92,100. But our lead, David Yan, overwhelming chip leader now with 11.1 million. Second in chips is none other than Nacho Barbero with just 5.7.
Just consider how wide the margin is between the chip leader and second. And if you thought that the setup at that particular table was dreamy going into the FT, really the stage so set for David Yan to maybe hunt not just bounties, but a title.
Yeah, I mean, north of 100 big blinds. And with the presence of Ike Haxton as well, just playing 12 bigs, it's going to allow David Yan to really lean into those middling stacks because obviously there's the mystery bounty stuff to worry about, but there's also ICM. There's now some sizable ladders between 7th and 2nd. So expect to see Yan lean into the field.
Yeah, very much so. And that field, as you mentioned, does contain Ike Haxton, the shorty, Henrik Hecklin, the Dane in 6th, Danny Tang, as we take the Triton Poker Plus app, sitting there in 5th, Biao Ding, Marta Rossi, and Barbero. This is going to be a delightful one.
Yeah, so loving this spot is the Kiwi David Yan, way out in front, Ali, and yeah, bounties, titles, Shambhala jewels bracelets on the line.
Yeah, all on the line in short orders. We're going to cut out some of the delay during this final table reset, but don't go anywhere. In just minutes, we will bring it to you from right here at the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino. Stay close and check out this GTO Wizard quiz.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. What is equity in poker? A, the expected value of your hand. B, the probability that your hand will win. Or C, how often your hand goes to showdown. Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
GG Poker. It's the best poker The biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
And welcome back inside the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel, Resort, Casino, and Spa. Ali Nejad alongside Henry Kilbane and 7 hopefuls here in event number 3. It is our 30K mystery bounty, a divided pot where half the monies go toward this prize pool that we're looking to award right now. 1 5-figure payout still remaining, $92,000 and change. We will work our way up the ladder. Our eventual champion earning $540,500. But in terms of what I'm focused on, Henry, and I would imagine to an extent the remaining field, as well as those who managed to pick up some tokens heading in to this money bubble, is exactly that. The bounties, $345,000 available. 1 envelope of that, $145,000 all the way down to the min, which is $30K, a couple of redraws. I mean, you could potentially place third if you pull that envelope.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, we've already spoken about, you know, how many bounties some of these guys have. Even if they go home in 7th, tomorrow a bit of run good with the bounty redraw, and they walk away with more than first place payout here.
Curious as to who we think has the most bounties so far. Obviously, didn't cover every single table. I don't know what the high water mark would be at this point. What do you suspect? 4 or 5 bounties? More?
Yeah, I know Biao Ding had a couple of, he had 1 double elimination. I think he got busy on the outer table when we were down to the final 20 or so.
Yan just had the double as well himself.
Exactly, yeah. So couple of guys with maybe 3, 4, even 5.
Yeah, and those envelopes are going to be drawn tomorrow during the dinner break of event number 5, our 40K. So you won't want to miss that. We will bring it to you. As now we bring you into the arena where the blinds at 50 and 100,000. And David Yan, presiding over a stack of 11.1 million, will kick off our final table here in event number 3. Isaac Haxton, of course, did his part to put Yan at the top of the leaderboard, making a big call with King High that was understandable, but now finds himself as the short stack coming in here as we get things underway with Nacho Barbero suited, connected, opening to 225,000, and Martirosian waking up to a couple of kings in the small. Loves to see it.
Yeah, great start, obviously, for Arthur. Unfortunately, unlikely to get much action, although they are incredibly deep, depending on what size Arthur goes for. 900K, bang on 4x from the small blind. Background to Nacho Barbero. Took down his first Triton title back in Vietnam. Deep run here, finds himself second in chips coming into this final table. He's going to let it go.
Evidence of that title being donned on his right wrist, as we discussed, the Shambhala Jewels bracelet.
What's his score? 1-0?
Oh no. He's sat next to Danny Tang. Gonna be talking football again for the next 2 hours. They've been wagering on some games. Barbero's apparently retired from sports betting now. But
involuntarily, I would imagine.
yeah, after running bad today.
The book tends to end up the winner in the long haul in those equations. There is a tremendous overlap between high-stakes poker players and a desire to bet sports, oftentimes for big sums as well.
Too much money,
Henry.
mate. That's the problem. Too rich.
Well, the book is all too happy to fix that.
Yeah.
2, please.
Tough to fake that 10%.
UFC, basketball, American football.
The likes of Jason Somerville come to mind, though, as someone who has managed to transition his focus predominantly away from poker and really get deep into that sports betting world with some models and, you know, good stuff, as they call it, research, data, UFC in particular.
I know a couple of guys that used to crush high stakes poker who've transitioned out to sports betting as we dive back into this. Hecklin rejam potential here for 22 bigs. 6 of 7.
There it is, as expected. 6th of 7 in chips.
No inducing. Oh boy.
Ace-Jack suited for Biao Ding. 4th in chips, ahead of Hecklin. Binned it without much fanfare.
How much is it? 215.
And now Barbero left to ponder whether or not he wants to risk 2.1 plus
Yeah, the math obviously a lot different now that we're down to the final 7. Some heavy ICM implications coming into effect compared to when we started the day. You saw people calling 15, 20 big blind rejams with hands exactly like this, King, Queen, O, but now with ICM and sizable pay jumps, the pay jumps are worth a lot more than what they were at the start of the day.
What do you think? King, Queen offsuit, even with that bounty overlay? Doesn't feel like enough, does it?
No, not King, Queen offsuit, I don't think. Cut off rejam with ICM, especially given that Ike is as short as he is. Like, this jamming range from Hecklin is going to be pretty tight. I mean, 10s plus, ace-jack suited, if I had to guess. As Nacho does correctly fold. Also some future game stuff as well. Nacho's in second. If he calls and loses, all of a sudden the hunter becomes the hunted. And
right. And his safari has not gone well thus far as he opens and folds. 2 straight occasions.
Hecklin with that pickup. Now up to 5th, covers both Tang and Haxton, so a couple of bounty opportunities for him. Are you going to be up to your normal shenanigans tomorrow? Getting players to swap.
Listen, I really want someone to buy envelopes. I really want 2 people to swap their envelopes. But I was reined in. Not so much with the shenanigans, but I do have a time constraint.
Right.
As we do need to get it underway and finished before the conclusion of the dinner break in the 40K Event 5, which is when we're going to be handling the bounties.
What's that, 45 minutes?
They say I can take up to an hour.
Okay.
But, you know, those squeezes really do protract things, as we see Hecklin. Ace Queen, 200K. Yeah, not interested in an Ace 8.
Is it 39 bounties? So you got a minute and a half per bounty. You could do that.
I think there's also the 2 extra envelopes courtesy of the redraw, so 41 bounties
in a
total.
Minute 28 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the 30Ks, you got 6 or 7 bounties or something. You can probably rip through those rather quickly.
Yeah.
But
it's going to be fun.
I'm not sure.
Nonetheless.
If you had to bet the over-under on me getting done within an hour.
Oh, you can do it.
I can do it, but will I do it?
Will you do it? I believe.
I mean, never have I been happier.
It is a lot of fun.
Than the day that I had the opportunity to live out that game show host fantasy as I handled the bounties in Vietnam. Producer James, by the way, stepping in rather ominously to advise I can do it. More importantly, quote, I will do it.
That feels like a challenge from James.
More like a directive, I would say. Non-negotiable, if I'm to read into the tone.
I reckon you can renegotiate that one. Go for a minute 15.
I reckon Daft Punk could use a 3rd member.
Wait, they don't have a 3rd member?
I don't know. I thought it was just 2 guys, but whatever it is, Biao Ding, I'm sure, could buy his way in, just with the glasses alone. Time traveling. Back to 2023 to join us here at this FT. Future fashion. Ace 10 suited, the opener. Haxton off of the shorty. Ace 7, sub 10 blinds. Does he expect a wide range out of Biao in this spot?
Not sure. I mean, opening into Barbero, who covers Yan on his direct left. This is going to be pretty tight from Biao, given that he has 2 players behind that have him covered. So we see Ike take up a time bank to make that fold.
It would seem far more prudent than not taking up the time bank and calling, as it's now on Barbero, who shares a 10, but no shared interest in playing this one. Bins it. I mean, truly, look, just Did you and Randy cover that?
Looks like he just plugged something into a 3D printer and it's like, give me something futuristic. Where do you even get those from?
That's a great question.
Any
It
ideas
looks-
on the brand?
On the temple there, I'm seeing what look to be Greek keys, and if they are, that would be Versace. No need to squint and speculate here. It is the ace of clubs for sure for Martirosian, but the second card, a mystery. Min raises his way all the way through the button, but now the small blind of Nacho, ace-jack.
And these two second and third in chips. Barbero with all the options on the table.
Yeah, the boys are definitely not looking to tussle, but I stand corrected as Barbero 4X's it up to 800.
Yeah, the offsuit ace-jack from the small. Doesn't really play too well multi-way. Obviously, flat calling would open the door for Tang to defend. You end up being in a bit of a sandwich. A hand like ace-jack.
Danny felt a little bit pained by having to fold that king-9 suited. I think at the end of the day he knows it's right, but maybe had Barbero flatted or folded, he would have been able to take a flop.
Yeah, he's getting excited about maybe defending his big blind and seeing a flop, but Barbero with the best hand. We know that much.
Yeah, it's not ending up in the muck if it's a jack or better as a side card for Martirosian. And we'll pass 200,000 over to Nacho. Look at that sophisticate with the little cup of Turkish tea.
Do love the Turkish tea.
A spot of tea, I think, is how they refer to it from your part of the world.
Spot of tea.
Yeah.
Cuppa.
That Turkish tea is strong, by the way. They don't brew it light.
It will keep you up. Try to avoid drinking coffee or Turkish tea past like 2 p.m.
Keeps you up until you overdo it, and then it knocks you right down. Careful with the caffeine. Moral of that story is Biao Ding doesn't need to be careful. It's ace-queen, and it's raising, and now Barbero with ace-9. A couple clicks back from that ace-jack that he sported moments ago.
Gonna see a lot of 3-betting and caginess pre, just really leaning into the ICM. Biao Ding comfortably in fourth. Nacho gets to just push him around. Do apologize.
No need. This is where really the presence of Haxton is exploited. Sub 10 bigs, as you touched on, the ICM, but ace-queen is a lot of hand. And any arguments in favor of just calling the 400? And
the arguments are that some of Nacho's 3-betting range are going to be hands that we have crushed, like King Queen, Queen Jack O, weaker Ace X, as we see the Ace 9, 7, and maybe, just maybe, Ali, it really is the year of Nacho. Flopping top 2 in this 3-bet pot, and obviously Ding with the incredibly under-repped Ace Queen.
Uh-oh.
SPR 2. Ding looking for running spades. Or a lady. It's a really grim spot as well, because with ICM we really want to protect our hand a little bit more.
well, independent of what Biao might be looking for, what he's found is a position bet follow through of 425,000 from the Argentine.
Flats. Could be showers.
Stage does feel a bit set, barring improvements for Ding. Turn card, a 10. No assistance.
Looks like a scare card, but brick can comfortably remove Jack 8 and 8-6 from Ding's opening and then calling a 3-bet range.
What about ace 10?
Ace 10 certainly an option. Only one combo of ace 10. Obviously, variety going to hit the mark, so unless he holds specifically ace 10 of hearts.
1.2.
Now things are getting a little more serious. 1.2 into 2.3 from Barbero with just 2.6 back. It's too much hand to fold and not enough hand to feel great.
Yeah, and it's a hand on this turn as well where doesn't have much clarity going to rivers. A lot of scare cards. May want to look to deny as well as get some value as well. Would not fault Ding for check jamming here, especially on this turn card. 3.5 million in the middle already. Barbero has some bet folds as well, even with just 1.4 back.
Does that maybe suggest that Ding might seek fold equity in the form of a check jam?
Apparently not. They just flick in the call. So 4.7 million in the middle going to the river. Ding with 1.4 behind.
Needs a queen or a 10 for salvation. Hasn't hit it.
That's a brick. That's as bricky as it gets. Now having the queen of spades kind of works against us, but again, ace, queen. Underrepped. Beautiful run out for Nacho.
If we assign ace-x to Barbero's range here, as he jams and puts our 1.4 on request, it is specifically the ace-king combo that is kind of in the range at this point that we think might approach things in this manner, or, of course, on the occasion in which he's gotten a little friskier, as we see here, ace is up, such a real possibility. Ace-jack probably doesn't go about things in this way. So what are we beating?
Yeah, I mean, you can also have ace-queen, as you mentioned. Ace-jack feels a bit thin.
Ace-queen, exactly. But even then, is this the line with ace-queen?
I think so. I
Yeah.
think we can triple with ace-queen. You're right, though. Could be too thin. Ace-king for sure.
Palpable levels of discomfort enshrouding Biao Ding.
Jack 10, king 10, maybe queen 10. $8 million in the middle. Ding clicks call. Barbero is going to be up to 9.4. He's going to claim another bounty, and he's going to ladder up.
I mean, look at the price being laid to this 1.4.
I think that's the issue, right? Is the price that's being laid. What a disciplined fold. That is an incredible fold from Biao Ding, especially against the likes of Nacho. He's more than capable of having bluffs there. That's not an easy fold,
Oh, I like
especially
that
after putting in money on flop and turn.
Put some respect on that man's name right there. That was really resisting temptation of a deeply fiscal nature in terms of that pot to stack ratio. I mean, found the fold, Henry. Good on him. Lives to fight another day as a result.
Yeah, Biao
albeit
Ding.
with just 1-4.
Just saying that Nacho has 0 bluffs in that spot. Truly have to tip your hat
King queen, huh?
at that fold.
King queen, no spade, huh?
No.
Queen Jack no stick.
Ding knows he doesn't
King High
have
got
King,
you.
Queen, or Queen, Jack of Spades.
Dang, just laying it on.
You didn't have anything?
Ding, not entertained.
Oh.
Answer your name.
Oh. King Jack.
Truly impressive from Biao Ding is Tang and Barbaro
By bluff, of course they're bluffs.
are at it. So Ding is 6th of 7 players, and the one shorter stack than his belongs to
Neat fog. Sorry, guys.
Isaac
sorry.
Haxton, who is sailing in there for 925,000. Inadvertent exposure from Barbaro there.
925.
King Jack suited for Henrik Hecklin. Relatively affordable bounty hunt opportunity.
Yeah, certainly not going to get many opportunities, as he is 4th in chips, covered by Artur, Jose, and David for now.
And the jam comes in just to usher Artur out of the pot, provide some protection, and give him a table for 2 against Ike Haxton.
This all in brought to you by bookmaker.eu. It's 2 good friends, Haxton and Hecklin. No friends at the poker table, aren't they?
Well, a friendly flop of Queen 6-5. Haxton
What about 10?
10 would be fair.
manages to leap in front.
Oh, wow.
Trip Queen's on the turn.
Boring one, isn't it?
This one's done.
Yeah. What a life. What a life, Isaac.
Well, with that, Biao Ding now the shortest stack by a decent margin.
You have 2. You still have,
Haxton
you still have
vacating
2? What? Do you still have 2 million?
the 7th slot.
No. I have
There's 1.8.
1.7.
175.
Okay. Cheers.
You cover him?
Yes, I do.
Oh, wow. Danny, let's go. You
Hey,
covered 2.
I cover 3.
3? Oh, my God. What
I
a
think.
life. What a
No, no.
life.
What do you have, 8?
2,050,000.
Like 1.9, right? Roughly.
2,050,000.
Yeah, see? Oh, no. We are. Oh, what?
The same.
I had
Exactly the
925 and I doubled, which is
exactly
1850,
the
and
same.
the blind
We're
200
exactly the
more.
same. Me and you exactly the same.
Strikes Isaac is fairly simple math.
One of us win both.
The way he explained it as well, the tone, bro.
That's quite true.
He's like, how'd you make it to this FT?
Math not your strong point, Danny.
Oh, Danny can crunch numbers with the best of them, don't you worry. As he is dead even at 2,050,000 with Ike. Even more so than your average table, you want to keep a real eye on who you cover and who you don't in a bounty event.
Oh, for sure. Especially when it comes to
2-0.
the calling off
Man
of
United.
rejabs.
Garnacho.
Garnacho de Argentina.
Hecklin's button open. Off of a leaner stack than it was moments ago. King Jack of Spades didn't work out for him. Now he's going to try Queen Jack of Spades on for size. And what is Artur up to? Pressure. And the jam puts Ding into the muck and puts the rest of the Danes' stack forward. 3.7 they'll play for. King 9 offsuit, Henry?
I mean, the viewers at home can't see it, but my eyebrows are raised.
We'll see.
All in brought to you by bookmaker.eu. I'm pretty shocked at this one, Ali. The King High pretty much seals the deal. Poor old Hecklin.
10 at least. 10.
Just got it in good against Ike now. Dead on the turn, calling off with the Queen Jack of Spades against Artur's small blind rejam as the Deuce of Spades
Yes, like 80%.
17 is my
Boats up Artur on the river.
Martirosian loving that as he picks up yet another bounty, and Biao Ding loving it as well as he manages to ladder into the first of our six-figure payouts. Hecklin going to collect that 92,000 and change to bring him up and over 5 million in career Triton earnings. The Dane notching his 10th cash, but not going to notch his third title, as he is 3 for 3 here in North Cyprus thus far.
Love to see Henrik doing well at Triton Super High Roller Series. 12th in the 25k GG Super Millions, 18th in the 20k, and now a final table added to that already impressive Triton track record here in the 30k Mystery Bounty. Getting a bit unlucky there, doubling up Ike, even though he had him dominated and then turned dead against Artur's King 9 rejam.
Would you say the bad luck extends beyond simply having run into that King High flop and even Artur's choice to just jam it in there with the King 9?
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the rejam. Something I maybe have to have a look at later on, but I'm certainly not going to question Artur's knowledge of rejam spots at that stack depth, especially with ICM. Just gets to get better hands to fold. King 10, King Jack O.
Couple of threes being put to work by Danny. Blinds at 50-125. Min raise open. Ace-4 for David Yan in the big. And yeah, there's the application of pressure.
Danny kind of just pointing towards Biao Ding there, saying nothing he can do with the 9 big blind stack at the table.
You got a donkey, right? Like everybody else.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, who's a donkey?
Bounty.
You're the chip leader, and you have no bounty.
Oh, so I don't have to figure out which one is.
Ah, okay.
Incorrect assessment there.
Yeah, Danny's paying too much attention to the football.
Well, we're not sure how much action is on that match, but who knows? Maybe he's grinding low stakes at this FT relative to what's going on in the football, right? Ace deuce suited.
David Yan with that double elimination just before the final table.
Right.
He's got at least 2 bounties. And he also knocked out Vogelsang and Cecilia Zhang in the same hand, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's on at least 4.
Nice little overlay. As added spoils will await all who have bounties after the conclusion of this one. Biao Ding from the button. King 9 worked for Artur.
This is 1-8, 1-9.
In it's going. Yan going to be bounty hunting here.
Can well afford to do it. Over 11 million, and it's going to be just a million and change to call. So Yan will jam. Ike's 4X into the bin. And now the fate of Biao Ding, who managed to stay alive courtesy of a very impressive fold on the river against Nacho Barbero with the ace-queen on an ace-high flop.
100%. He's got himself a ladder, and he's now got himself a 38% chance to double back up to 2.5 million. I mean, you talk of heroic bluffs and hero calls. How about heroic folds as he flops best? Ali, and now
Why he says it always?
Heroic board. King of Hearts working as well.
Oh, the King of Hearts is so strong too. Yeah.
Barbero. A fact not lost on him. Board pairs on the turn. Now just need to fade a needle on the river.
no Barry. Biao doubles.
Where was that on the turn?
Yeah, it was impossible.
Don't like using the word deserved in poker, but got a lot of respect for big folds. Especially in tournament poker, and especially against the likes of Nacho, who is more than capable of having bluffs, but correctly deducing that ace-queen was no good. Top pair, second kicker, hit the muck after putting in money on flop and turn, and yeah, big fold from Biao. Still alive, now up to fourth in chips, covers 2 players.
6.8.
You're so strong. Dangerous, very dangerous, very dangerous.
Value bet king 9. Crazy.
Same king 9, right?
Yeah, king 9 seems to be the hand.
Very similar. It might be the same suit the other way around, or the same.
Queen 9, Queen 9 rather, not quite as attractive to Danny Tang.
Oh, no,
One of
you're
few
the cheater
players
anymore. You should
that we're certainly not going to lose track of in the event of a power outage.
Speech play got me.
That
Yeah,
day
right.
glow orange. You can see that from a mile away.
Man, I wish I had that hair, bro. Oh my god.
It's okay, it's all.
Thank you, bro. I don't have a Samoan hair. Or like, no, Maori, right? Maori. Samoan. No.
Barbero
It's
also
like, it's fine.
expressing adoration for that chip leader hair.
Yes, it's strong. Give it to David Yan. Same for Barbero, though. I mean, come on.
That looks like Wolverine.
Bro, I am intimidated. Can you... Is he allowed to play like that? Like this, like...
Where are you going with this one, Nacho?
The only thing that matters, like you do the haka in front of us and get scared. Come on.
I could see Yan doing a mean hacker.
Hello.
That, of course, the pre-game ritual dance of the Kiwi rugby team, the All Blacks.
You like rugby?
New Zealand, very successful club for decades now. Not a successful bid for a third title for the Dane Henrik Hecklin, who was the only casualty thus far at this FT. Axton and Tang level at 14 bigs, trying to avoid claiming $124,400 sixth place prize. I asked this question of Randy earlier, Henry, but what do you think the average number of bullets that was spent
and then these
by the
guys
field?
Start, like, hugging the ball and like running.
Let's say trying to get into the money. Once we burst the bubble at 23 players, what would you say the average number of bullets
Seems a bit rough for me.
was?
When I'm in primary school.
Buy-ins, rather.
I'd probably say, without looking, because there is a way for us to find out, of course, I'd say close to like 1.5, 1.6 bullets per person.
I think I want to take the over on.
I mean, it's close. Like, it's not more than 2. Is that, where's the...
You don't think most people?
No, but you're saying average. It doesn't matter.
Of the last 23.
Ah, okay, that's different.
That's what I was asking. Once we got into the money, right?
Right. Okay.
Because
yeah,
one presumes that to get into the money, maybe there was a bit of an effort there.
It's different. Yeah.
As Barbero puts forth some effort with Jack deuce, Danny Tang's got the right kit for him, and he's going to make the call. So, delightful development for Tang.
Just throw him in the muck. Just throw him in the muck, please. Please.
I've never seen a deuce in the deck in my life.
Oh, let's see a 10. Let's see some
Nacho
red board, yeah?
has all the tricks, Henry.
No.
You say he's never seen a deuce.
Right. He's going with the reverse. Doesn't work for him.
That's good.
That's a good start.
That's good. That's okay. Just
Now
no
it's
deuce.
surely coming a
Anything
deuce.
else, I'm okay. Even chop, I'm okay. Okay,
Oh,
that's fair.
chop out.
I say chop is okay. I said chop is okay. So
10 giving both players an open ender. And the 4 will seal the double for Danny Boy.
And sad.
Gets to put some distance between he and Ike Haxton, who will now preside on the short stack all alone.
Happy.
You call with
all-in
jack high? You're crazy.
I'm happy the all-in like the all-in like.
Oh man, that show is so entertaining.
I'm telling. Imagine having to sit next to the guy for hours on end as you're playing cash.
Yeah.
And listen to all of this.
He's fantastic.
Did you expect me to pull 10 decks suited?
No. The year of Nacho. Danny apparently prefers short deck over Hold'em. Good news is, if he ever goes missing,
Like, you can go overboard comfortably in that hoodie. I mean,
I'd rather have 10 jack.
maybe not insofar as the amount of water that that thick fabric can hold could just take you to the bottom of the sea, but we'd find you.
Low 40s? Low 40s, I think.
We'd probably spot you on the bottom from the surface.
Probably.
Against 10 jack? Or pocket
Yeah,
queen
I mean-
crushes 10 jack.
What did you say?
Pocket queen's like the best hand you want against 10 jack.
Queen jack.
What is it?
Oh, well.
This is mine?
Is it? I think so. I don't know. I don't actually know any of the short deck equities.
What is this?
I'm guessing.
Oh, okay.
I think pocket.
No, I don't.
If Ike doesn't know, I'm not even going to try answer it, you know.
I was about to
I'm-
say, I mean, if
I don't
Ike
know.
doesn't have the answers, then I don't know who does.
You're not quite sure, huh?
Queen's is better than jack 10, for sure.
No. Which one crushes 10 jack more? Queen jack or queen? But your face tells me it's queen jack.
Queen jack? What?
No, it's queens.
You said
By the
queen
way,
jack
this is a
crushes
short
10
deck
jack
discussion
more
that
than
they're
queen jack.
having, I believe.
Pocket jack. Jack
Not
jack.
Oh, well, yeah.
long deck.
550,000.
Well, perhaps seduced by King 9's performances thus far here at the FT. Suited version for Biao Ding up front. He decides to min-raise open and gets his hand smacked by David Yan, who's ace-3 suited. 3 bets to 550 and
Yeah, sit back down.
yeah, promptly rewarded.
Gal does cover 2 stacks.
How do you feel about the King 9 suited min-raise open there?
I
Under
think,
the gun?
yeah, absolutely fine. I mean, we want to have raise folds.
No,
King
queen
9's
crushes- See?
more than good enough.
I'm right compared to Ike. Queen crushes jack better. No.
Queen is ahead of jack 10 by more than jack 6?
Yes. All right.
There we go. Learn something new every
I
day.
hope the whole world knows.
It's very important information you give
I
the whole
will
world.
never challenge him when it comes to long deck.
I don't think you're an idiot.
I don't think you're an idiot at all.
I am quite surprised at that.
250,000.
Certainly you're not referring to this 250K cutoff open by Barbero with 4-5 suited, as Danny Tang might have something for him again.
Yep.
Button flat.
Yeah, it would be a disaster.
Yeah.
To jam.
Especially considering Martirosian is ready for the boys with pocket jacks in the small.
Arthur does cover both. Only just covers Barbero.
But he's second in chips.
50 effective against Nacho. Love to see an in-juice. Something like 1.2 million.
Risky
1.1 million.
business, though, Henry, when you've got 4 shorter stacks than your own. You're out of position with these 2 jacks. Kind of a tricky scenario, but Artur looks pretty comfortable.
This is a really fascinating spot for Danny. Ace Jacko.
I might have saved myself.
I think you did save yourself, pal. Quick fold
Arthur, how much you have now?
from Danny.
More than 6? You cover me, right? Yeah, that's pretty
He does indeed, Nacho.
Don't understand.
Seems plausible.
Don't understand. Ah, don't understand. Ah, ah, don't understand. Ah, I'm gonna get you. Don't understand.
Arthur playing the old I don't speak English card.
He's definitely trolling. He's definitely trolling.
Oh, he's just trolling. And by the way, good on him for doing so because
He's
he's
friends with my favorite player.
giving Nacho
That doesn't say much. Friends with your
a helping of his own. Cuisine.
Don't understand.
There's some good needling going on at this table.
Oh, just add Barbero.
Definitely one of the most entertaining players.
That's the recipe.
Oh my, what is this?
Speaking of recipes.
Blind v blind.
Ace, king, ace, queen suited. Biao ding. Into the chip leader. Writing's on the wall. And Yan is going to be a snap caller.
Oh, David might have done us a big favor here.
It was this much behind, right?
That's insane.
Some confusion as
He's gonna get away.
David thought that Ding was all in. He did have 250k behind. David announced call and exposed his hand.
Okay.
So still action.
Make the pot.
That's my penalty.
Let's see the flop. Is there no like 2 orbit penalty for David? Or maybe disqualification?
Wow, Danny.
I mean, if he folds, you can still win the bounties.
Hey,
right?
yeah,
I
that's
don't
right.
even know if it's bad for you.
That's very good.
It's queen, please. It's like worse for me.
Yeah, of course. Don't.
Sorry?
No, don't do it. Don't do it. What are you doing, bro? We will not allow you. What are you crazy? You can flop the nut flush.
Yeah, if he flopped the nut flush, you can check fold.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's not discuss strategy.
Yeah, I was
for a
about to
hand
say,
that's
like,
not-
yeah.
Hey, David, it's your first time playing?
Yeah.
What is Ding?
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
Fine.
The king of spades was beautiful.
Was the flop out?
No.
He just jammed dark?
He just jammed out. That's what everyone's saying to him. Like, if David just flops the nut flush, you can just check fold. Like, you know his hand. He doesn't know yours.
It's a bit of a cooler, right?
This is insane cooler, yeah. Oh, it's never easy.
It was better just now.
Yeah, it was better before.
The queen is not good.
So the king 10-10 board improved Biao to kings and tens, gave Yan the Broadway gutter. Queen added some clean outs to a win,
I don't worse at the
as
final
well
table.
as
Don't worry about it.
chop outs that were maintained. 8 of diamonds.
Mine was for
250.
And we eventually got there, but
This
it
is
was
the
a weird one.
weirdest final table we've commentated on so far this series.
I love how you.
There's a
like
lot going
troll
on.
about this, yo.
I troll about myself.
Yeah, that's great.
You see, learn from the mistakes. You know, like not send, very send.
How tilt were you at the time?
I was very tilted, but then I just like I soaked it up.
You have to calm down. Like, what else?
I calmed down and I was leader with double second like 1 hour after. I mean, I went from 24 to 12 and then back to 24. So yeah.
Where
then
did you finish?
I still finished 4th, but then I got like a 3 outed. You didn't see?
I like my hand.
No, I didn't watch.
What can I say?
I got a 3 outed for 65% of the chips I played.
Ouch.
And that left me with 20 blinds. So yeah, 200 recover.
Of course, referring to
That was insane.
PSPC that Belarusian Alexander Shilko took down earlier on this year in the Bahamas. Still, the year of Nacho, cashing for over 3 million already this year. Number 1 on Argentina's all-time money list. Jan's having fun.
Recentering. It's always fun when you got a big stack like that, though.
Like, the shortest stack by quite some margin now that Danny doubled through Nacho ding doubled through Jan. Ike down to just 11 bigs. Danny Tang, 5 of 6 with 25. So even if Ike doubles up, still going to be at the bottom of the chip counts. Artur, second in chips. King 8 suited. Don't need to ask this man twice to open a suited king.
275, the figure.
Spin the wheel, Ike. Spin the wheel. Artur unlikely to fold against this rejam. Not saying that it's a guaranteed, but there it is. Action back on Artur. We're going to get a count.
Exactly, I'm pretty sure.
It's pretty grim with King 8, to be honest with you.
Doesn't know it, but he's got 39% equity.
It does make the call. Cards on their backs. 3.2 million in the middle with 5 to come. Ike with 60% of the equity to get back into this fight. Double up to 25 bigs.
And the flop. 9-4 tray rainbow.
It looks a lot like an 8.
Both players remain unpaired. Artur with some backdoor clubs as Ike turns him dead.
Another boring turn.
He almost seems disappointed by it. You see Jan saying, oh yeah, so boring. Go on and double.
Right.
I know.
1.5?
If you get a chance, by the way, it's worth heading to the Hendon Mob in search of Nacho Barbero's profile, where his photo, he's actually donning a terrifying, something like horror clown mask.
Can you tell me how much you have on
But
top, Artur?
8.9 million plus in career tournament earnings.
How much is that?
In total.
275. Thank you.
For the time being, just a modest 460,000 of that comes at
We
Triton,
have
but
exactly the same stack, 375.
I suspect those numbers will be climbing
That's pretty sick.
often.
Same stuff again. Well, you have like more, you cover me.
The year of the Nacho, Henry.
The year of the Nacho.
Who doesn't cover you, is the other question.
No one.
Covers everyone bar David Yan.
I'm trolling. You have the list.
That Ike double could be here a while now. Smaller stack, just 25 bigs. Average stack is 41. It's going to be a lengthy final table given how quickly we got down to it. It's our first final table that's been this deep. 41 big blind average. 35-minute clock.
On the button with King Queen suited is Haxton, fresh off of that double, courtesy of Martirosian. Min raise open. No longer on the shortest stack. That belongs to Danny Tang in the big.
He does kind of look like Wolverine, doesn't he?
It's the hair.
Like a Spanish Tom Cruise. Danny gonna defend with the Jack 8. Oh, this is 5th v 6th in chips. Ike has him covered by just half a big blind. So comes ace 9-4. Both players whiffing the ace high 2 club board. Ike with a betting lead.
125,000. Fold.
Little follow-through flick. Haxton will feel just fine about that one.
What time is it?
7:30.
Oh.
Well, make no mistake, these guys don't have their phones in hand. Diving down the TikTok rabbit hole, they are keeping their eyes peeled on the Triton Poker Plus app.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier for them to keep track of chip stacks, payouts, etc.
You don't realize just how spoiled you are until you go and play a regular tournament.
Yeah, I mean,
And
the
then-
feedback from the players has obviously been
I didn't put small blind.
phenomenal.
King 8 suited up front out of Biao Ding's fourth place stack, and he has run into aces from Martirosian in the big blind. Arguments in favor of a slow play from Artur?
I don't think so, with ICM and being this deep. The average stack is 41 bigs. This is third v fourth in chips, so
No, I want to know what he showed.
trapping and then losing a big pot.
Yeah, Henry Enklin when I opened.
Much rather 3-bet. Obviously more than happy to get this in here, but flat calling. This stack depth.
Okay. Oh, this? It's nice. Huh?
There is the 3-bet.
No, I bought it in Argentina. Like
1,050,000.
That's like a little 4x from the big.
Arturo, so strong.
And Martirosian will be a little bit disappointed not to have been able to earn a little bit more with those aces, but chips headed in the appropriate direction as far as he's concerned.
They had to do
Easy
something.
contain me.
Yeah.
True story.
Especially after he
True
doubled
story,
up
bro.
Ike.
What?
I don't object, but
You want?
There he is, second in chips, Martirosian, who first learned to play poker in his hometown of Voronezh, Russia, 8 years ago. He's played cash as big as 501,000. I would imagine sums such as the one on your screen there are traded quite readily.
Just 8 years ago.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Can I vote no?
Was he rocking the Gucci and Louis Vuitton combo back then? Or
Lassie, we say no.
is that something that was adopted over?
I'm not saying no. I'm not saying no.
I think
100%
as the
Lassie,
bankroll
but I'm
grows,
saying-
so does the
Don't
wardrobe.
run. We're
Price
having a break.
points.
I say,
We'll all
I say
vote for a break. Don't worry.
Apparently everyone's waiting for a break.
Yeah, it's okay. Actually, go now. Yeah, go now, and then we'll ask for a 5-minute break. Yeah, go. Go.
Haxton mucking the 2 6s as apparently David Yan is just
Okay,
headed for the loo and
Seems like an unscheduled break.
yeah, kind of negotiated.
This is a peak.
It's on me, yeah?
Yeah, the fold from Ike there, by the way. Take note, ladies and gentlemen. If Ike feels like there are players, don't need to name any names, but maybe there are players at the table that he feels like playing a bit too loose or maybe aren't as familiar with the ICM situation, that he just has an edge over. Just opting to fold there. Given how deep the average stack is, I can get behind it. As Artur comes with the 3.5x from the small, gets Biao Ding to fold from the big. Yeah, Ali, an unscheduled break.
Yeah, I'm told it's going to be just about 5 minutes in length. So without any ado, why don't we
Let's
let
join
all
him.
of you at home take a quick break as well. In just a few minutes' time, we'll be back continuing coverage of the final table here, event number 3, the 30K Mystery Bounty. Don't go anywhere.
GG Poker. It's the best poker the biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Back now, continuing coverage of event number 3, the 30K Mystery Bounty. Ali Najad alongside Henry Kilbane and 6 of the 7 original players at the final table. Henrik Eklund, the only one that we've lost thus far as we work our way up, not only the payouts, but obviously the bounties, 5 of which still left to be claimed by the eventual champion. Not all of them, though. You're not able to do all your own bidding.
That's true.
No word on who's got the most bounties at present right now. Do you have a guess, Henry, if you had to speculate?
So, yeah, I mean, David had the double KO just before the FT. I know he was also involved in a 3-way all-in with like 3 tables left. So, I mean, maybe Jan has got like 4 up his sleeve. Tough
4,
to
you
say.
think the high water mark?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think there's going to be more than that. I mean, there's, 39 coming back to today.
Well, listen, if it is the high water mark and it belongs to David Yan, he's sitting on that $9 million right now, off of the 11.3, I think it was, which
peaked,
represented the
yeah.
kind of peak for him and a bit of a narrower gap than it once was as Martirosyan is working his way up. But certainly feels as though there will be an opportunity for him to continue to compile. The next payout right now is going to be $124,400 as we take the Triton Poker Plus app. $160,500 will be the jump. So call it $35,000, $36,000 roughly. And we will send it right back down into the arena now where the players have returned from an unscheduled break. Blind steady at 50, 125,000. Chip counts brought to you by Poker Stake. Danny Tang, the current short stack, although no longer do we have those kind of sub-10 big blind stacks, which really tend to influence navigations. 22 bigs is the kind of stack that needs to be respected.
Haxton doubling through Hecklin. Danny doubling through Jose. Nacho Barbero Ding doubling through Jan. I mean, we could be here a while. 41 big blind average. This could be a 2-3, maybe even longer final table ordeal. Currently 245 big blinds in play.
Currently the Jack of Clubs in play for Danny Tang, who has opened, and Artur decides not to play the King 10 offsuit.
Yeah, I mean,
he's played a lot of King X, by the way, Henry. I'm sorry to interrupt, but not that one.
Yeah, the King, was it the King 9-0 rejam from the small against Henrik Heckland's button open?
King 8 suited, I think he took into battle as well.
Jan with the rejam spot here. 20 bigs, pocket 8s. It is a cutoff open, but does announce himself in action back on Danny. See what it comes with. Jack of Clubs, mystery card. Card's going to hit the mark.
Why do you just get to jam me every time? Why do I ever get a call?
Poker's not fair, that's why. Rest assured, if Danny was in David's seat and vice versa, would have played out the same way.
Qualified. Qualified.
Qualified.
Qualified. Yeah.
His hand did qualify.
Qualified to call. I qualified to raise fold.
Sometimes that be the cards. You be dealt, Danny. Still healthy 20 big blind stack. Triton champion, fresh off a victory in Vietnam, looking to add another one here in the 30K Mystery Bounty. Got some work to do, but
when I hear the term qualify out of poker players, generally it's around an Ultimate Texas Hold'em table, which is where you can find anyone that's missing in the casino. Just head right on down. Now that the legendary face-up Pai Gow jackpot that had grown to like $6.5 million that every poker player was pursuing got hit.
Yeah. That's. I think the closest I came was like 2 pair.
I actually have a photograph as we see the 275K open from the pocket threes flatted by Biao Ding's 10-8 suited of the dealer making a 7-card straight flush.
Oh, really? Wow.
Can you imagine? I think you got to rack up after that happens. It's not going to hit again at that table.
How about that for a flop?
Open-ender against
For you?
the underpair. Ding with the benefit of position.
You have one? Give me one. Yeah, I have one.
And what kind of ideas does Martirosyan have about how he wants to proceed. This does seem like the kind of texture that does connect rather handily with the flat calling range of Ding on the button. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree. Ding's going to have a decent amount of suited broadways, maybe some king queen O's.
Doesn't seem like Martirosian cares much, though, as he follows through for 250K.
Underpaired to the board because he didn't go nowhere, rather, with his open-ender.
Maybe keeping an eye on like the ace-X stuff that doesn't connect and maybe just goes away. As we see the jack on the turn promptly deliver the second nuts to Biao Ding.
Yeah, check mark with one card to come. Expect to see Artur slow down, although if anyone's going to find double barrels in an aggressive manner, expect it to be none other than Martirosian.
Not this time. Feels very much like he could be done with it. Two-tone texture, connectivity. No sense, it would seem, for Biao Ding to get cute.
No, unblocking all the pairs as well. Definitely wants to be looking to extract max value here. Been very impressed with Biao Ding. Certainly on the quieter side of things, doesn't really engage much in conversation, just dialed in the task at hand. Obviously made that impressive fold earlier on with ace queen. Managed to spin the wheel back up, now finds himself fourth in chips ahead of Ike Haxton and Danny Tang after picking up this pot.
Why are you laughing? Oh, we're ripping the same. Like, are we
No,
are
it's
we
a good brand.
Or what?
It's a good brand.
Everybody has something. These guys have Gucci, we've got
Yan's looking for flair.
Yeah, Yan a simple man. Likes to dress for comfort rather than flair. Pointing out all of the brands on display here, including that, what's that, Louis Vuitton?
Oh yeah.
Sure, little 2.5K piece.
the worst photo of you.
Might be less than that, but you're not going to find it on a sale rack.
That's for sure.
300K open at a Ding. 9 of spades. 50 now.
Nacho taking his time. Not sure the reasons for it. Mulling that one over. Ding chipping up nicely, by the way. Closing the gap on Martirosian.
If the stacks condense, how will that impact the action?
Well, I think it's going to slow down the pace of play. I mean, it already kind of has.
You're more of a Twitter guy, right?
Henrik obviously got incredibly unlucky. Had Ike dominated. Lost that all in, and then very next hand eliminated by Artur, button v small blind. But since then, I mean, the shorter stacks have doubled. Average stack is 34 bigs.
Can't read.
It's going to take a hand v hand situation. Or an ill-timed 3-bet jam.
Biao Ding. Going to come off a little speedy, perhaps, as he raises one more time. Ace 4 suited on this occasion. Queen 7 suited appears to have piqued Ike's interest, albeit briefly. Three for three.
DT. 7x in the big. These mystery cards in this mystery bounty really throwing spanner in the works. Danny gonna fold. Being on the climb, back up to over 5 million now. Had 1 foot out the door at one point. Managed to grind his way back up, almost tied with Nacho.
This is more deck change than usual, right?
No problem.
5.15 million for Ding. Barbero, 5.45 million. Martirosian, 5.8. That the cluster in the midfield. Haxton, 3.35. Danny Tang, 2.2. And, of course, David Yan. Chip leader, north of 9.
Yeah, I mean, anyone doubles through David, all of a sudden, he's down alongside Nacho and Artur.
Not the year of the 5-6 offsuit. Teams Nacho on the button. 10-9 off for Danny. Gingerly limps in there as Artur gets a look at the dirty diaper.
The dirty diaper.
His English has improved considerably here, as he needs a count from Danny.
What, over the last couple of orbits?
He was just trolling Nacho, of course.
375.
Yeah, it doesn't even need to go that big. Note the size, just 2.5x compared to some of the larger 3.5, 4x's that we've seen in earlier stages of the tournament, due to the ability to leverage the ICM pressure that Danny's under.
10-9 off enough?
I mean, you're the shortest by far. Gonna throw out a time extension. Issue being that you're playing the rest of the hand out of position, of course. Very easily be dominated. It's a disciplined fold from Danny.
I think he has a sense that Artur might be up to no good, just leveraging ICM there with a wide variety of hands, but it's okay to fight clean.
I mean, it's about as helpless as you can feel.
Yeah.
Especially as a professional poker player such as Danny, where even though your spidey senses may be tingling, especially someone like Artur who is leveraging it, there's really nothing much you can do with 15 big blinds.
Well, can you maybe fold pre-flop with some inkling that the frequency is higher than average out of the big to be leaning on you?
Well, you could, but I think you're giving up way too much, because there are going to be times there's a lot of Artur's range that does want to check back, and we get to see a flop, and 10-9 does, you know, okay. But I see where your head's at. Sure, some adjustments could be made.
Oh, wow. The adjustment from Martirosian is from deuce-3 offsuit to ace-ace.
The dirty diaper to the diaper.
The diaper, by the way, is deuce-3 suited. The dirty diaper is deuce-3 offsuit.
That makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. So does this. Nacho's, you know, this entire final table, a lot of raise folding, just due to the hands he's been dealt. This one may be defendable. Cut off his small blind. Again, wouldn't fault the fold, even in position. Is covered. Currently 3 of 6.
million.
Uh-oh. Barbaro, perhaps sensing that Martirosian is a bit out of line, decides that he wants to 4-bet, and this is the worst possible time to do so. Music to Artur's ears.
He's clicked it back. Would love to see a flat call here from Artur, although I wouldn't fault the jam again with ICM. Just picking up the 3.4 million chip pot is huge. Would move up comfortably into second.
Do we lean flat more in position than we do out? Or irrelevant given the stack depths and situation that we're in now?
There's certainly that. And also the reason being is that, you know, how polar Nacho is. We're stacking top of range pretty much regardless on a lot of board textures. We get to keep in the trashier hands.
Well, an interesting King-Jack 5 board here as Artur indeed did flat.
This is a really dicey one. I mean, Barbaro less than pot. Feels like a disaster to not be able to realize the equity that he has here with the 10 of spades. Sorry, the 10 and the backdoor spades potential. Shouldn't really get jammed on too much. It's like, what size do you go? Like 15%? Goes 1 million.
Yeah.
Quarter pot. These 4-bet pots, you know, really intricate part of the game tree. Especially with ICM. Barbaro trying to fight back. See the Russian going nowhere.
Another 2 million into the middle as this one grows to 6.3 and a deuce of clubs on the turn. Martirosian picking up the nut flush draw just in case.
Yeah, I think mandatory check back now from Barbaro. Took a stand. Impeccable timing. Running into the aces with the ace of clubs. Unless Artur folds, guaranteed to be chip leader at the end of this hand. Unless a 10 rolls off. So much money out there. It takes so much to check back and kind of wave the white flag. But as we saw in Biao Ding's case, just having that discipline to give yourself a lifeline.
It also takes heat pre and then called on the flop, and I think that's what's on Nacho's mind when he checks back there,
this is
as much as anything else.
Incredibly strong part of Artur's range. Have ourselves a new chip leader.
7 of spade river, of no concern.
I think this is exactly why we've seen some of the tight folds from Ike, who is probably one of the best studied final table players in the world.
Artur jams and Nacho doesn't Hollywood. He just mucks it.
That was a big pickup from Artur, and to just kind of go back to my point, the sixes fold that we saw before the break from Ike, a byproduct of the willingness of some of these players to play big pots regardless of the ICM. So we see that 4-bet pot knock Nacho down to 5th in chips now. Just 16 bigs.
Ace deuce.
Now he finds himself in a...
Deuce was a pair, right?
jam or fold situation.
You heard Artur cheekily say ace deuce.
Deuce was a pair, right?
The needles have been great.
Maybe it was deuce on the flop.
It was a deuce on the flop.
Deuce on the turn. Oh, deuce on the turn, yeah.
Someone was paying attention. Maybe that's why he won the hand.
They didn't have ace deuce. They didn't notice the card.
There you go.
Well, the newly minted chip leader, who is just a couple of 100,000 ahead of David Yan, will open this one with the very legitimate ace-jack from the button, and Biao Ding's got something for him. Ace-king in the small.
Or we may have a new chip leader. This is 32 big blinds effective. Ding v Artur. And Artur has been incredibly aggressive throughout this FT. Would expect Ding to take us down with a lot worse than ace-jack. Can obviously see he's got the goods here. So wouldn't fault Artur. Just trying to stick him in.
The jam from Ding.
Wow.
And you're suggesting, Henry, that
There it
Biao
is.
doesn't have to have the ace-jack beat as things shape up right now in order to make this jam, and it seems that Artur agrees with you as his chips work their way into the middle promptly, and now we play a 10 million chip pot.
10 mil even, and props to Ding. You know, that ace-queen fold, something he's going to look back on if he scoops this pot, which looks likely on the king 7-3. Top pair, top kicker, needs to avoid running diamonds, running Broadway. And just has Artur dead on the turn. And I mean, look, we mentioned the fold earlier on, gave himself a lifeline, and now he finds himself top of the chip counts with 6 left. A very healthy 65 big blinds covers the entire table.
You know, I really want to point out why it is so important. This fact perhaps not at all lost on the competitors here in the Triton Super High Roller Series, but those at home watching, ask yourselves how often you've been demoralized in the manner that Biao Ding was in that pot that left him with that 1.4 million.
Yeah.
And whether or not you don't sort of check out and just resign yourself to the idea that, well, today's not my day. Note, Ding just kept his composure. Now is going to double into the chip lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's classic chip in a chair, right? And I think it's one of the biggest things that does separate the elite from maybe your average reg, is the ability to keep yourself in the fight, albeit just, what, 1.4 million behind to go from, I believe at the time, second in chips to then 6 of 6, but sorry, to 7 of 7, but still be in the fight. And look, I mean, things have turned back around for him. All of it a byproduct of that discipline and the emotional regulation as well, to just be able to not become emotionally attached to the size of a pot, not become emotionally attached to the amount of money he had put in up until the river. As Danny Tang looks down, a very welcome sight, much needed, as he does find himself 6 of 6. He's been pretty card dead.
Not right now, though. 2 queens, and it goes. Artur on his feet, by the way. Maybe looking to shake that one off.
Absolutely nothing wrong with Artur's call. Being going to be jamming weaker ace-x, suited broadways that we have dominated.
Will he be a customer with 2 6s on the button? Hasn't even finished hauling in the spoils of that last one.
make the call.
The flat does infer strength. Will it infer enough strength to dissuade David Yan from participating? Out of the small, you see him shoot a glance over at Biao. What sort of range do you give the button flat from the new chip leader?
I think you have to be concerned that he's trapping here. Yeah, and Yan getting out of the way. So Danny in fantastic shape to double up here into third in chips. I mean, that's just how close it is here.
You think Yan would have been a customer had Ding mucked the sixes?
It's tough to say. Really is tough to say. There's a lot more ICM now rather than just looking for the immediate 30k in value.
4-4 deuce. Clean for the queens. As Danny hopes it stays that way. So far, so good. 2 outs to fade for young Danny Tang, who has been patient thus far here at the final table. And that patience is rewarded as the ace of hearts would have binked David Yan. Left Danny showered. Had things maybe played out differently.
You would have had me.
Everyone bar the person that put chips in would have beat you, Danny.
He'll be quite all right with that, by the way. Now that double will allow him to ascend.
Now Nacho, 6 of 6.
Who would have seen that coming? Now 2 red 10s for Artur.
It's got a bit quiet out there now. That Nacho's bottom of the chip counts. We need someone to double him up ASAP. I like the chirp.
Wow.
Oh, my days.
Aces. The hand that gifted Martirosian his chip lead, which was brief, now being passed along to Biao Ding, who is content to flat and lay some bait for those behind him. No takers. And now he'll have the benefit of position against Martirosian. An almost 1 million chip pot.
No 10s left in the deck.
Jack 6-5. 1 overcard to the 10s. And if we're Artur, do we suspect that the flat here could just be a function of having enough chips with which to speculate more so?
Yeah, playing in position, taking it to the streets to be able to lean into Artur post-flop. You talk about variance in poker. I mean, look, Artur potentially not going to go broke here. Had Ding just cut out a 3-bet. I can understand his reasons for trapping. There's some jammable stacks behind. A lot of good things could have materialized with the flat call, but this one potentially going to cost him 4.1 million.
Love the sizing from Ding here. It certainly just feels like, all right, you're going to check to me. I'm going to ask a question in position here as the flatter pre. Retains the 10s, yeah. Now a blank deuce on the turn.
Undercard to the board. None of the backdoor spades materialized. None of the backdoor broadways materializing. 1.6 million in the middle. Artur blocking some value, blocking some bluffs as well. The 10 of hearts, blocking Jack 10 of diamonds.
Continues to defer. Ding trying to sell apprehension.
What a swingy day it's been here for a lot of these guys. Tournament poker in a nutshell. Artur from chip leader to 4 of 6. In the span of a couple of hands to potentially out, I mean. Sizable turn barrel here from Ding.
Interesting, the 300, about 1/3 pot, and suddenly a much healthier figure on the turn. The line does feel a bit to me, Henry, like a man who wants me to go away.
We set up a very natural river SPR to get all the money in by the river. King of diamonds, obvious straight draws, flush draw bricking on this river. Overcard to Artur's tens, and it's going to check through. See, tables the aces. Ding shaking his head maybe after seeing the 2 tens, and looks around the table, maybe looking for some input.
Not being given any. Why the check back after the king rolled off?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's why he's looking around the table, as if, I'm not too sure, Ali. I don't want to pretend that I'm out there playing for this kind of, maybe just feels like he was being trapped.
I mean, if Artur had exactly King Jack, one would presume that he would follow through on the flop. And if he doesn't have a Jack, what combo do the aces lose to?
Oh, he checked here 9.
What a peculiar hand that one was. Ike folding out of turn. Jan. Oh my word.
It's left the whole table discombobulated, but the discombobulation.
Danny's peaked 1 queen. He's going to get to see the second one, and
it's going to be short-lived.
32% equity for Jan. Power of these suited ace-X, hence the open jam. So even when they do get called off from 9s through kings, they're still going to have a decent amount of equity.
32% to be exact. Almost 9 million chip pot, and the ace-high board leaves Tang in need of help. Options available, though.
Close to chip lead pot. Barbero, Martirosyan, and Haxton loving this as they see Danny Tang 1 card away from elimination now.
You got protected. He's good, he's good.
And as much as they enjoy the banter with Danny, they would enjoy seeing him dispatched even more, which he is, as running 8s. Down his 2 queens.
If you fold, I lose. I lose. I queen 9.
And Tang,
Maybe I limp. I don't know.
with his 13th cash, adding to his already 5.35 million in career Triton earnings, but not going to be adding a title to the mix, as he will finish in 6th place, collecting $124,400. Made a good showing, Henry.
Did indeed. I mean, getting it in great shape with the queens. Managed to fight his way back in, get a ladder. He's in a good spot to get more than just a ladder. I believe he was 3rd in chips at the start of that hand, but unfortunately the ace-high flop had other plans. And with that, $160,500 now guaranteed. These payouts brought to you by Merit Poker. And we know for a fact that David Yan has at least 4 bounties. That's just from what we've seen since we got from 22 down to 5. And obviously, maybe a couple more that he picked up on the way. Our chip leader guaranteed at least 120k in bounties, 160,000 if he was to go from 1st to 5th. Now, the average stack with the departure of Danny Tang, 41 big blinds, 3 sub-20 big blind stacks. Ding and Yan loving this situation here, although Ding, with the chip leader on his direct left, maybe not going to have as many opportunities to go bounty hunting as Yan will, as both of the big stacks get out of the way from early position.
Not sure how many bounties Danny had, but presumably he'll be there, pulling envelopes tomorrow.
I'm trying to think.
Oh no. I think producer James just promptly stepping in to advise he's got none.
Didn't see him in any all-ins, I must admit.
I'm happy over here. I'll stay over here.
Where he wasn't covered, that is.
Yeah, me too. I want to stay here. I don't want to bust. Arthur, why you so sick? What you had there? What you had there? Yeah,
He had tens.
Really?
Oh no, and he's talking about the Queen 9 v Aces hand.
That was where
You'll
Nacho
see.
ambitiously.
On the stream. I think you had it.
He did have it. He had it.
Tried to get after Artur's aces, yeah.
He asked me what I have and what you had.
Queen high. What you had? You had better than Queen high?
Oh, come on, Artur. Surely you can tell the man you had better than Queen High.
Then Queen high.
There you go. Ace deuce suited, worked so well a hand to go. David Yan going to put it to work again here at the new blind level of 100, 200,000.
Play 1-2?
Yeah. This is 1-2. 1-2 is this one.
Okay.
Arthur, a very lucky man to still be sat here in the hunt with 5 left. What could have been had Biaoding just simply 3-bet with his aces. Money would have gone in. Danny Tang would have still been sat here.
Right, you had like 4 million, right? Exactly.
Butterfly effect.
Like
And tournament poker.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You can really torture yourself psychologically. You start
really
thinking about that stuff.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. I counted these are 2. Yeah. Sorry, I counted that.
Well, situated on the beautiful shores of the Mediterranean, the Merit Kyrenia hotels in North Cyprus deliver 5-star accommodations and entertainment year-round, from beachfront cabanas to nightlife and gaming to all-inclusive dining options. Guests are looked after with pleasure. And as if that isn't enough, the Merit Poker Room provides Europe's biggest tournaments and best cash games with action to satisfy everyone from recreational players to high-stakes gamblers, up to 8 festivals a year. Book your trip at www.meritpoker.com today and be a part of the Merit Poker experience, as we here on the Triton Super High Roller Series are once a year.
Yeah, that 3 mil guaranteed. 12th until the 17th of August. Directly after Triton London. I may come over and fire a main.
Wouldn't that be something? Get to commentate on my fellow commentator.
There we go. Well,
Over
hopefully
here,
not.
covering the action.
It actually kind of ties in perfectly.
Okay.
Raise and take it for Barbero there. Red 10s for David Yan, the chip leader with 13.3 million. After dispensing Danny Tang. Small blind versus big blind. Opens to about 20% of Haxton's stack back. Of course, 200 already out there. So another 300 required for Haxton to defend with the Jack-8 suited. And he will do so.
Really dicey spot for Ike, given that Nacho and Artur both started the hand with the less than him, but he's going to come out on top on the King Jack 7.
For the time being.
For the time being. Middle pair. David Yan with some backdoors available to him at this SPR. Going to be awkward.
How
many GT started that one? 200? 100?
Nacho inquiring about event number 5, the 40k, as it checks through on the King Jack 7. Inconsequential 4 of diamonds on the turn, removing some of those backdoor straight draws that were mentioned. Jan now drawing to just 2 outs once. There are, of course, other ways he could win the pot.
Taking the passive line here is Jan, given this texture. 2 overcards, pesky. Is it so passive that Haxton will feel compelled to bet his Jack 8?
I think Ike's been displaying some
475.
fantastic ICM and final table awareness. With a lot of pot control, a lot of small betting.
Jan has a very aggressive chip shuffling technique, by the way.
just
Late in
thinking
his
that.
career, there's going to be some arthritic issues if he keeps at it with this clip. Oh, wow. The ace coming out on the turn, or on the river, rather, and I wonder whether or not it's the kind of card, after Jan made this call, that he might be emboldened to try to represent. Henry, maybe too ambitious a presumption on my part?
Well, I think 10s have a ton of showdown. Aces likely going in from Ike, blind v blind. So giving Ike room to continue firing with hands like, 6-8, 5-6, brick diamonds. Unlike the check. And it is going to check through. Jan's going to table the 10s, and Ike has him out pipped by 1. So 2.1 million chip pot going Ike's way does help distance himself from Nacho and Martirosian.
Felt like you had a good pair that you were not too thrilled about this.
You should have told me. I could have just folded pre-flop.
Oh, the way he played, I didn't know pre-flop. If I knew what he had pre-flop, I would have had to. Makes sense.
Ace 7. Back at it with considerably less kit from the button is David. Queen 3 off. Barbaro 8-9 off. 4th of 5 runners.
Yeah, I mean, it's all David Jan at the moment. The short stacks behind.
You a bit surprised he didn't put more pressure on Ike with the 2 10s in that pot, or it took shape pretty much how you expected it to?
I just think turning 10s into a bluff is a bit too much. Has a ton of showdown, and as mentioned, a lot of Ike's ace-X and strongest king-X are going to go in pre, so it looks like a jack or a bluff on the turn. And with that being said, let the hands that Ike's bluffing continue to bluff.
Barbaro flopping 8s on the ace 8-7 board, where Jan will barrel in position, telling stories. 250 the figure. Nacho makes the call. Welcomes a deuce of spades to the board. No cause for concern. And second check from him will be a bit of a fork in the road for David Yan if he wants to set up a multi-barrel bluff or just be done with it.
It's impossible to get a read off Yan. And you're right, that chip shuffle, super aggressive.
Never mind the arthritis, I feel like we're looking at some carpal tunnel down the line as well. I mean, you're really going to want to ease up on the frequencies. I see you have Barbaro with a far more silky affair there. Something that's going to keep the cartilage intact.
40%. Doesn't have to go too big with Barbaro playing just 2 million. To set up 3 streets. Barbaro going nowhere. Middle pair, 2.9 in the middle. Yan needs some help from a queen. And a queen only has, well, I mean, when it's your tournament, it's your tournament, ladies and gentlemen.
Where did that come from?
The 3 outer. Disgusting development for David. And again, you know, as for Nacho, expect strongest ace-X, or just ace-X in general, to go in big blind V button. So does Yan now jam for value, targeting precisely hands like this? 10-8, 9-8, some 7x that kept him honest on flop and turn. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see a jam here. You sicko. He's jammed for value on the river. And now it's Barbaro's turn to make a discipline fold after investing 3 streets of value. Sorry, 3 streets of chips on previous streets.
You heard him say, wow, you really have it? Well, not the it that you're thinking of, but enough to beat 8s, courtesy of that queen.
Why are you going to be so free with the nice? You really have like the nuts? Ace king? King? Queen deuce?
Wow. Queen deuce entering the verbal speculation realm.
Yeah, getting a glimpse into the mind of Argentina's all-time money leader. Correctly deducing, you know, like the weaker ace-X just jam. So in terms of the ace-X that David has, ace-jack suited plus. We heard the queen deuce as well. Bravo, sir.
That one took a bit out of him. But it's better to be damaged emotionally than financially in this spot.
Nacho really wants to know, even.
So that I would shove, might say you would shove is 20 lines.
Wow.
I think you have some weird two pairs. What?
Nothing, I just smiled.
Nacho down to 7 bigs, but case in point, Biao Ding still in the fight. That 7 can quickly turn into the chip lead. He's given himself a lifeline by folding river.
Almost 14 million in front of Yan now.
All of it. Understandably so. There we go, Jose.
Ace, ace. It's been an aces-rich environment here at this final table, and Barbero taking his turn, unfortunately for him, off of just the 7 big blind stack.
Yeah, but immediately rewarded for the disciplined fold to get back into this fight. Fantastic shape, 85% of the equity.
You had it last time?
Such a charming man.
Yeah, look at the charisma on display there.
Silver-tongued fox. A fun flop.
I take it, use.
Not greedy, Nacho. King for a sweat. How about 10?
Yikes. Open ender suddenly for David Yan. And Barbero not amused by that development. With 3.1 in the middle in his tournament life. Hangs in the balance. Can he fade? Yeah. Delayed deuce.
That's fair. We both got what we asked for.
I can't believe
That's
I called the
Barbero.
last time. This is insane. I'm tilted for folding.
Still dwelling upon the muck with the 8s, but he was correct.
You would have been out in 5th, Nacho. Now, you're back up into 4th. Cavarato, you're still in with the fight. To win his 2nd title the year of Nacho.
Maybe the hero hall saved me, or it was a terrible hero fall. I didn't have any spade in my hand. Just wanted to go so much. 0 spades. What? Funny hand. I mean, it would be so sick if you think, because I have like all the set. I will have all the super sabotage.
Jack 10. The follow-up act to the aces for Barbero with 3.1 now. He is 4th of 5 runners. Doesn't want to open into Martirosian, the shortest stack in the small, and then Biao Ding, 2nd in chips. Surprised to see it or no?
You left that spot. You're a psycho if you left that spot.
Doesn't want to let it go, does he? I mean...
Well, he let go of the Jack 10. Were you surprised to see that?
Again, yeah, I mean, with ICM, has almost 2x what Artur has. When he opens and Artur folds, Biao just gets to...
Half of my chips are folded already. It's like
punish.
For you for sure. I give you that much.
It was Martirosian doing the punishing.
I mean, it's part of the game. If you left me, you left me. I mean, I don't care. I really think you had it pre, though. You would have showed all the trash.
Didn't have it pre. Had it on the river, though.
Had King Jack suited and then bluffed it off. It's the only thing that makes sense. You had it free, but you were bluffing both.
Then you go all in the game.
The only possibility. Maybe pocket 6s.
Such a disgusting spot for Nacho.
Out 6. Pocket 6.
Gonna jam it. King, Queen.
Thank you very much.
Gets through.
There we go. Back up to 3.6 million on Ike's tail now.
Oh, I made a hero fall. I need to see what happened there in that hand.
Define hero fall. You have a big hand? Is that what you're saying? Or are you just saying...
Mediocre hand.
Mediocre hand in terms of relative hand
Yeah,
strength.
I'm happy. He's a good guy.
But big fold from a situational point of view.
I think Yan just let him off the hook, by the way. Four and a half from Barbaro.
Sorry, exactly how much you have, not sure.
50k less than you, Mike. Damn, Mike.
Thank you, David.
Mike's got some skills.
Go on.
You're nice.
I mean,
Sniffing out the bad spot?
Yeah, the ace-4 muck from the big. Get the notepads out, ladies and gentlemen. Some world-class ICM play on show here at the Merit Royal Diamond. Event number 3. 30k mystery bounty.
Mine was pretty hard too.
Now Biao Ding. King, queen, cutoff. Min raise open.
Hey, why don't you attack him so a little bit, bro? You attack all the time us. Come on, man. Give us a break.
Fairly sure you're not allowed to say that, Nacho, but
What is this, bro? It's like team play? Team play?
We go back like thousands of years.
It's a politician.
Discipline,
Note that
discipline,
Ike put another
discipline.
ace into the muck just now.
Yeah.
can we just have Nacho at every final table?
Where I went to university in
Even if he doesn't have chips, he can just, there's just an extra chair there for him to come and commentate.
Listen, if he's not in an
I
FT,
once met
bring him
somebody
into the booth.
From the Haxton family that owns the liquor stores. They're a prominent Providence, Rhode Island family, apparently. Also, I once found another Isaac Haxton on Facebook. An 8-year-old kid from Michigan who all he did was posted videos of the crane game. He was sick at it.
Queen Jack suited. Note the sizing difference here is. Biao.
Yeah, Artur in the big. Understandable. See, these chips are going to go in, though. You strike me as someone that would be sick at the crane game, Arlie.
Ace 8 out of there for Barbaro, and as you suspect, Artur the shortest stack in the game right now. Does jam. 2 overcards. What is this crane game that you speak of, Henry?
No idea. Ike was talking about it.
Well, if you don't know what it is, what makes you think I'd be good at it?
Because you're good at crane games.
Everything all right over there, Kilbean? Need a glass of water? Jack 8-7 as Martirosian is outflop for the time being. Does have a gut shot straight draw, hunting 9s and 10s to stay alive. Trip jacks on the turn. Nothing changes in terms of Martirosian.
Oh, he's got the bag.
Oh, what he's got is a straight.
When he picked up that, I knew he wins 100%. What he said?
So Artur employing all of the old veteran gambler moves there to try to will a win into existence, and he did just that. Now will find himself third in chips after the dust settles behind Biao Ding. 21 bigs.
Well, how about that for a river to keep us five-handed?
It's never easy.
Still 39 bigs for Biao.
Yeah, and still 31 bigs average. Absolutely insane. That's how things stand. Chip counts brought to you by Poker Stake. Here's David Yan, still way out in front. It's been a swingy day.
Henrik Hecklin and Danny Tang, the only casualties thus far at this final table. Get back to the action.
Yeah, Danny getting grimmed, of course. The queens into Jan's suited ace. There's been so much to take away from this final table. In terms of short stacks doubling up, disciplined folds, suck outs. Maybe the biggest story, just Nacho Barbero. What a character. Would love to have him at the feature table more often than not.
From 1 to 10, how bad is it to swear on stream? 3? 1.
The announcers.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Really?
This is not a PG stream.
Nah, this is fine.
We don't swear.
I say all the time.
Could still be a little bit bad, man.
Bullshit.
Obviously one off, like, oh shit, what a shit river, it's fine. Yeah.
Ike just putting us out there, say, oh, the announcers swear all the time.
A choice piece of profanity, seldom deployed.
Ike clearly watches the streams on mute. Not surprised, but still. Thanks, Ike.
He doesn't do that. How else would he know that we swear? Now, maybe you don't swear, Henry.
Ollie, I've never heard you swear on stream until prompted just then by Ike Haxton, so I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Hey, easy. Henry with the profanity. What? Did you just use the H word?
I did.
Oof.
Slap on the wrist.
What's happened to you?
The wheels are loose. Event number 3. 5 left.
Pocket tens from Martirosian. 475. Getting after the chip leader David Yan, who defends with Queen 9, 1 overcard to the tens, 1.25 in the middle, and wouldn't you know it, the Queen shows her face on the flop.
SPR of 3. A lot of merit to just taking it down right here, right now with the tens. Value to be had as well as some protection. I'm going to opt for some pot control, and again, showcasing just how much pressure they're under from an ICM point of view. I mean, Artur third in chips.
Check back. The flop did Artur, and the third club shows up on the turn.
Jan with the turn probe. B50. Expect to see Artur continue for at least one street here. Yeah, I'm going to have a bunch of one club hands with some gut shots, open-enders. Maybe even value owning himself in certain spots with some stronger 8x.
Well, the 600K bet from Yan does get called. And neither player with a club as one shows up, which pairs the board on the river. And will either of these guys feel the need to turn their hands into a bluff?
I can't get a read on this guy. Every hand it's the same. Checks it on over to Artur. Does he want to turn his 2 red 10s into a bluff, as Ali was alluding to? The answer is no. Check mark Yan. Back up to almost 14 million now. That's almost double Ding has in second.
I mean, I'll come back sooner.
Certainly feels like everything has been going the Kiwis' way.
I need to go to the toilet for sure.
As a break is upon us here in the action at the final table of event number 3. When we return, the blinds will be 125-250. As you look at the chip counts brought to you by Merit Poker, as we alluded to, the David Yan show has definitely been on display. Artur Martirosyan currently the shortest stack. Quick thoughts about that frame, Henry?
I mean, a ton of fun. From an ICM point of view, I know
Sure.
a lot of people are going to be dissecting it at home. Shorter stacks seem to just find these amazing folds with just 6, 7, 8 big blinds behind. And yeah, man, I mean, we're still five-handed with everything to play for.
Well, unfortunately, I'm going to lose you in the booth here, trading out with Randy Lou, but I'm sure you're going to be soaking up the rest of what's happening here at this final table before returning to take us into the home stretch. We will step aside from the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel Resort and Casino and return with continuing coverage in just a few moments. Stay close.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. What is equity in poker? A, the expected value of your hand. B, the probability that your hand will win. Or C, how often your hand goes to showdown. Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
GG Poker. It's the best poker. The biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
A warm welcome back to the break desk. Ali Najjar alongside Randy Liu as we come down to the final hurdle here. Obviously joking, as Ali has had to jump out. Down to the final 5. Randy took a quick break. No dinner break, because these guys are just raring to go. They just want to battle this one out as we play it down to a champion here. In event number 3, the 30K 6 Max Mystery Bounty, and it is none other than David Yan leading the final 5. And Randy, something that we have seen over the last, I want to say 3 or 4 levels is just some world-class ICM knowledge being showcased by some of these players in the form of, big blind defense, tighter folds pre, not taking as many spots as maybe they would. And I think that's normally a byproduct of people willing to play big pots, and then, we get to see other people tightening up a little bit.
I wouldn't expect anything less from these players, right? They're world-class players. They've studied. It's really the cream of the crop remaining in this field right now. They've studied all these ICM spots. There is that little bounty aspect, too, that does come into play. But because we are at the final 5, every pay jump matters so much. Yeah. So, we'll see how they adjust accordingly.
Well, there's still bounties up for grabs, as well as big pay jumps, as Randy alluded to. Everyone guaranteed 160,500. The next pay jump, almost 40,000. The eventual champion obviously going home with 540,500 for their efforts. And it's currently New Zealand's David Yan in pole position with a 2-1 chip lead over second in chips. Biao-Ding, as we throw back down to the main stage. We're going to be playing down to a champion. For now, Yan in pole. Artur Martirosyan, who potentially given a lifeline by Biao-Ding. Had 10s, Biao held aces and decided to just flat call pre. Money didn't find its way into the middle, and thus we find ourselves with 5 players left still. Next pay jump up to 200,000. And with the 3 sub-average stacks in Nacho, Ike, and Artur, we could be here a while. I mean, certainly some rejammable stacks out there, but given the presence of other short stacks, tend to see people tighten up more often than not. But not Artur. Going to come with the min off of 12 bigs.
Yeah, of course. It could be fast, it could be slow. I mean, it just depends on how the cards fall. What we can expect is world-class play. Ace-6 in the muck from the chip leader. See, Haxton, 9-8 offsuit in the big blind. Archer opening off of this stack, not all in. It is a little bit concerning, of course, from the cutoff. Shouldn't be too wide.
Yeah, I mean, Ike, in my opinion, has played
I got you. I
was going to shove too.
What?
a blinder of a final table.
I got good read on you.
No.
Most of it has just been him folding, unfortunately.
Folding is part of the game.
I think I was going to call. I didn't change my mind about that until the last second.
There you have it.
See Jack Tender in the muck for Biao-Ding. Big hand here, 5-3 offsuit. He's applying pressure, of course, with that big stack.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, even suited hands. We've seen Ike fold ace-X from the big blind. Just so tight at the bottom of the counts. Biao-Ding comfortably in second. But if any of these short stacks double through him, all of a sudden he joins the cluster. And look at this. I mean, min on the button, 7-5 suited, folding in the big.
Yeah, it's also because of how tight the race is at the bottom. They're just separated by 1 or 2 big blinds. Once you start defending and you start to bleed a lot quicker and then a big target on your head, if these min raises are and doesn't really have to risk, you know, doubling up a full stack as he can just fold through shoves.
Well, another ace for our chip leader.
It is very possible he just open jams this one, you know, with ace deuce. Yeah, blocking all the hands you can want to call you. You don't got to worry about the second big stack he already folded.
All you can eat. David Yan with more than a 2-1 chip lead on second in chips. Biao Ding now up to almost 15 million. Good for half the chips in play, thereabouts. 5 left. They can see 48% of all the chips at the table. Players decided to not take a dinner break.
And you can see that he's actually open raising this spot, not only because he's in an earlier position, but because Biao Ding's actually got a pretty threatening stack of 7.2 million, rather than just open jam.
You can come.
I'm going to pick up.
Is this what we're going to be seeing for the foreseeable future, Randy, until someone either takes a stand and doubles through Yan or bows out?
Yeah, most likely, of course. You know, it's been pretty clear that everyone, even Biao Ding, doesn't really want to get involved with David Yan. Just really easy for him to chip up right now.
Oh, he is loving the situation he finds himself in.
Yeah, and, you know, he keeps chipping up, and just by the time he might double someone up, but he might, you know, be back to where he is right now.
2 cashes back in Vietnam, which was his first time out to a Triton Super High Roller Series. Cashing the 75k and the 100k main. 0 for 2 so far, but event number 3 going much better as he's chipped up to almost 16 million. Nacho effectively jamming.
Yeah, David Yan just folded, so maybe a spot for him to pick up some chips here. Does take it down. Sliding up to third.
Yeah, with that pickup, as Randy mentioned, up into third, just goes to showcase how close these guys are. Artur's turn to potentially jam this in.
Yeah, in the cutoff. Probably going for that half stack jam.
1.5.
There we go.
Copycat.
That show's hilarious, man. What a character.
Nothing wrong with copying, is it?
No, I mean, they had the
You learn.
exact same stacks, exact same situation. So Ike, the immediate short stack after passing through the blinds, or the big blind rather, down to 9 bigs.
Nine six offsuit. Good enough for a jam, eh?
Yeah, it is.
Well, we got a little tank here. Ace deuce for Haxton.
Yeah, it's like the immediate short stack now. When do you take the stand?
Yeah, because Jose Barbero and Artur Martirosian did chip up that last few pots, there is some distance, and Isaac Haxton knows David Yan is going to jam very, very wide. Strongly considering taking this spot, thinking about the future game of doubling up as well. It wouldn't surprise me if we put the gyps in here.
No, 100%. As you mentioned, he knows how wide Yan's going to be jamming. There you go. Makes the call. Barbero with the 7 deuce. Cards hit the mark. So Ike, 6-4 favorite to double up and move up to 3rd. Everyone else rooting for Yan to secure that 40k ladder.
43% not too bad for 9-6 offsuit. Let's see a flop. How about that?
Well, how about 2 pair? Ike drawing to run a 2 pair or some chop outs, running trips. And dead on the turn. GG's Ike Haxton. Played a blinder of a final table from an ICM point of view, but just couldn't fight his way back into this one. And with that, David Yan extends his lead to a massive 17.6 million. I mean, he's got to be holding 65% of the chips in play now, if not more.
I need to know what he had when he bluffed me. No.
Ike out in 5th. 160,500 for his efforts, added to his already impressive Triton track record. 24th cash, up to 7.4 million in Triton earnings. And with that, Randy, we are down to 4 now. 200k guaranteed.
There we go. 200k guaranteed. 244 for 3rd. 366 and 540. Look at this, the stack distribution. 71 big blinds. Got it in with 9-6. Took out Haxton. Chipping up more. 17.6 million.
Well, there's what? 120 big blinds in play? Just trying to do the math. 123, 124 bigs in play. Yan with an overwhelming chip lead now.
No, then I double the next hand for him.
And it's another one of those spots where, with Biao Ding on his left, on his right, he just gets to run wild.
Yes.
Whenever
and
Ding's in the blinds.
We've even seen Biao Ding unfold some reasonable hands, you know, in the cutoff and hijack earlier when Isaac Haxton was around, just because of the presence of David Yan right behind him. And it's understandable. David Yan now going to work here, 9-5 offsuit. Archer making the stance here, Queen 9.
Yeah, he's kind of tied at the bottom of the pack with Nacho. Again, knows how wide David's going to be opening as he flops the open-ender. 1.4 million in the middle.
Yeah, he's got open-ended.
This one checks through. Yan maybe going for a delayed C-bet.
I think so. But for our turn now of open-ended and just queen high, a lot of merit to firing a bet right now. You can just get a lot of hands to fold ace highs, little pocket pairs, 6x, I'm sure as well. Give yourself an opportunity to win the pot without showdown. kind of like the sizing he's going for. You make it small, you might get looked up.
Shove the thumb, now I think about it.
Nacho still mulling over that 7-8 hand against David Yan. Did find out that Yan had the best of it on the river.
And a little pot there does create some separation between Nacho and Artur by a big blind difference.
Nacho rejam spot on the button, 4 of 4. Immediate short stack.
He's basically going to jam like most of his chips in there, I imagine. Leave a little bit behind just in case something crazy happens. But good spot for him, ace-9.
Yeah.
12 blinds.
All in and a call. David, the slight equity favorite, given that he does cover the clubs.
Ace 10.
Why did you have
one of ace aces?
Ace 7.
I'm going to chop this one up 97% of the time, Randy.
Yeah. I've never seen a 4 flush, have you?
You had a lot of hands.
See? Not possible.
Okay. Oh, spade. Flush. Oh. Which one was
Well, there's a 4 flush, Randy.
But you got to hold one of the
But not the
fifth
right
one.
kind.
Gamble, gamble. Man, I should have the 9 of spades. What a loser I am.
Nice.
It's been so entertaining.
What a loser I am.
The loser. Winning all the money.
Nacho Barbero, the only player amongst these final 4 with a title.
Archer ace 4. Probably actually thinking about whether he should raise or open jam.
500.
Min raise it is. Dean picks up pocket queens. Good timing for him. Been a little card dead.
Unfortunately for him, Artur with just rags, but does get to separate himself a little bit as he can kind of fallen back down towards where Artur was.
You really can never really complain at this phase of the tournament when you pick up a pot. Could always be worse. Get it in, lose it all.
Oh, one of our proud sponsors right now, bookmaker.eu, has reduced juice. Low vig, minus 108 sides and totals on all NBA postseason games. You can open a new account at bookmaker.eu now. You get up to a $500 cash bonus with your first deposit. Professional and recreational bettors welcome. High betting limits, high payout limits, and live betting on all NBA postseason games at bookmaker.eu, where the line originates.
It's an interesting spot given the stack distribution. See, looks like he's going to come in with one of those smaller 3-bets again. Nacho's got ace-10.
Doing the double chip riffle.
Look, ace-10 usually really good, but when there's a raise in the 3-bet with shallow stacks out there, I think that's a mandatory muck.
You had
Nice
it?
spot.
No. You had it? I had a big hand. Ace-10.
Don't understand.
7 deuce, there we go.
Hey, why so mean, man? I know you don't have 7 deuce. Come on. Ace-10. Oh,
And
ace-9
with
and
that-
ace-you. Wow, big fold you made. Wow, sick. Big fold.
Oh yeah, talking about the ace queen v ace 9 hand. Bial's got a dirty stack.
What?
The bad kind.
Yeah, I had ace-9, so I told you. I had 2 pairs on the flop.
Talk about 9s. How about 2 of them?
Yeah, disaster for Artur just
Really?
by raise folding twice. It's dropped down to 13 bigs.
It's crossing David Yan's mind to apply pressure on Biao Ding, given Biao's in second place. Yeah. His hand could potentially be very interesting.
And what does Ding do with 2 9s?
Big question is, how often is this chip leader going to try to cage me, apply pressure? Do I have fold equity?
The times that you run into top of range.
It's tough because it's also hard to play this hand post flop, right? 2 9s, lots of overcards come, you're out of position.
Yep.
You don't really want to risk your stack. Lots of fold equity pre-flop. Really, all choices are reasonable. Looks like he wants to continue in some manner, based on the way he's touching his chips, or he's counting how much he's got. It's a nasty situation. He's got a clear-cut lead on 3rd and 4th. Would love to see him continue, but I don't blame him from laying down these 2 9s.
Wow, you have a dirty stack. There is one on the right. Yeah, that one. Oh. You lost 20,000.
This one.
That one. You got it right. Okay.
Yeah, what's David talking about?
David Yan, you just stick to your chip leading tactics.
You lost 75,000.
I feel like there's a needle in there.
There is.
But yeah, David Yan just showcasing the power of the chip lead with 2 shorter stacks.
Also showcasing he doesn't know the difference between a 25k chip and a 100k chip just there.
Oh boy,
Ooh.
this just goes in, right?
Yes, 10 blinds, ace-3 suited, ace-3 offsuit. He wants, no really need to explain. This is a snap call, snap jam.
All right, he's going to peek down at the ace-queen and sees the ace-3 of Artur. So Biao Ding, a huge favorite here to get us from 4-handed to 3-handed. Artur Mortarosian going to need some help from the deck if he's going to get out of dodge in this one. 5 cashes at Triton series. 9-7 deuce rainbow was in for multiple bullets in this one. Did manage to claim a couple of bounties, so has that going for him tomorrow. Now looking for a 3 and a 3 only with one card to come. Can he convert this 7%? As Artur bows out in 4th, adding a 6. Heading home.
Yes, you are.
You are indeed, Nacho. Heading home with 200,000 even. And obviously tomorrow on dinner break of the 40K, we will find out what bounties Artur will be pulling out.
I don't even know what ICM is. I'm joking.
He's such a troll.
No, but I have a saying, you know.
2 final tables, though, for Artur Martirosyan, right? He had a 6th place finish in the 20K for 154K, finishing here.
Yeah, things looking promising for him in terms of runs, but just really, when it matters, either coming up short or running into it, or there was obviously that big bluff in the 20K, but still, 2 final tables from the first 3 events for the Russian, adding 200K to his Triton track record, and with that, everyone now guaranteed 244,000 as Biaoding claims another bounty. So Ding got a limp. Action on Yang.
1 million.
David Yan just applying pressure here, 9-4 offsuit. I mean, we've been talking about it. When there's a short stack out there, the guys in the middle have to play very straightforward.
How much you guys have each? Oh, you have
Yeah, so Biaoding playing 41 bigs. Nacho playing 11. David Yan
18, he has 10, and you have 2.6.
playing 73. Barbaro going to need to spin the wheel, especially given that we're now 3-handed. It's that big blind, and big blind ante. Here it comes announced. It's not going to be this one, Barbaro.
I've never seen a walk in this spot, but I see it might be the first one I see in my life. Really?
Might be the first one. It never works when you use that kind of speech.
Nice son.
Trying to bait David Yan into giving him a walk. Come on, Barbaro. Yan's been around the block.
You have better than 7-10 off?
Seasoned pro.
Possibly.
Nice son.
Did you?
I have 7-10 off.
You did?
I would have called with 10-9.
Aggressive call.
What?
Aggressive call.
I have
10-9.
Dominating some of your trash. You shove.
First up, David Yan, ace-3.
650.
You can see he's coming in with a bigger raise because he's trying to dissuade Biaoding from defending. Anyways, Nacho's got pocket 10s.
Money's going in the middle.
Priced in.
To get us heads up. Yan needs to do what he did against Danny Tang.
Messi. It's called Messi.
Find the ace-high flop.
It's the year of
Ace from
Messi.
space.
It's the year of Messi. Bro, I think you run enough good. Come on, give me a break.
It is the year of Messi.
How many sackouts you going to make on the final table? Stop it.
Oh, the 10's holding, but Yan with a heart and a gut shot as well as the over.
Oh, 8 doesn't do anything.
Well, 8 does do something, mate. It means that a 4 would be a chop. There's the 8.
I'm kind of happy with the 8 because you're chopping out with it. I'm very happy.
An ace and an ace only for Yan to eliminate. Nacho Barbaro in 3rd.
Yes.
Doesn't come. 7 of diamonds pairs the board, and Nacho Barbaro.
Because if I ask
150, right?
oh, now I'm dangerous, guys. Back to 5 millions. Oh, hello.
Yeah, very nice spot there for Nacho.
Messi was never going to disappoint me.
Gets him out of the danger zone. 19 blinds. Biao Ding doubled that. 38 blinds and 67 up top for David Yan. On to next one. Ace Jack for Nacho. Definitely a hand he can get all of the chips in there. Start for an open. David Yan gonna complete here. No connection. Quick little C-bet, gonna take this one down. And once again, Nacho chipping up. Slides him up to 5.7 million in chips. Very comfy stack now. Two sixes up against a 21 big blind remaining stack. Curious to see if he just open jams or comes in with a limp. Does come with a limp, most likely looking for a limp jam.
Happy to run this one, Randy, if Nacho does come with like a 3x.
I think so, because it's got a lot of fold equity.
850.
And, you know, Nacho's taking the bait.
There it is, the 3.5x.
Sixes also don't play that well post-flop. Out of position, so more reason to kind of just take the equity of the hand and push it in.
All you can eat, Mr. Nacho. Yan chipping away at one of Barbero's legs. Still in pole position to close this one out. Biao Ding and Nacho both with
Really? You went
sub-average.
for the lead shot against the short stack. Oh my God, David. David, really. Come on, David. That's not nice. You look like a nice guy, and then you do like not nice things.
I'm not a nice guy.
Oh my God, really. I'm gonna
It is pretty sick, though.
10 million from you now. I'm mad.
Blinds going up to 150,000, 300,000 with a 300,000 big blind ante to buy GTO Wizard.
15 big blinds. Let's see if Biao Ding wants to try to punish this limp. We've seen him do it in the past. It's crossing his mind.
Nice one.
Damn, just jammed 5-4 offsuit. This man, no fear.
I'm a big Ding fan. I mean, that fold that he made earlier against Nacho with 7 left had himself down to what, 1.4 million.
Yeah, he told me he 3-outed me, I know. No equity,
Came back
right?
fighting.
0 equity? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, he's a very situational player.
He was, I just felt, because I have a sixth sense, that the queen was bad. What?
Mounting here, king 4. Definitely a concept to be limping here, blind versus blind. Try to minimize the amount of chips going in there. 10 deuce, take a free flop.
Well, Queen Jack 5, both players remaining unpaired. In this blind v blind limped pot. Expect to see Ding in these blind v blind confrontations proceed with caution, given that he is comfortably in second and Nacho is on 14 bigs. It's a 122k pay jump between second and third.
Nice read here from David Yan, betting 10 deuce, getting the best hand to fold. Just knows that his opponent really can't splash around too much.
Yan still with more than half the chips in play. Nacho did tell him, I'm coming for you, after he limp jammed the 6s.
Stack size a little bit different now, but so that's why he's opting for a raise. You don't really expect someone to kind of I guess what I want to say is that when someone's like playing like 14 big blinds and lower, they kind of play a little bit more straightforward.
Less defending and more jamming, right?
Yeah. You can kind of raise them and they can't really defend too well.
What's Nacho thinking here in the small king, 12 bigs? He's seen how wide Yan's been opening.
Technically, king 7 probably fares to be the best hand on average against the button open. Yeah, he's just going to push this in, and this is a really nice spot. It doesn't look like a great hand, but you know, it does block a lot of hands that can continue against you, right? Like the king queens, king jack, king 10s. Really nice awareness here to make this play of king 7.
This is a wild one. This is a wizard one.
Wizard. It's a good one.
King 7 off.
Had Yan not opened, could have been showers for Nacho blind v blind. He's loving it out there though.
ICM? You know what they say. You know what they say about ICM, right? Did I say?
What do they say? What do they say, Nacho? Enlighten us.
He's chipping up.
He is indeed. He's now a threat.
Up.
Made a couple of back-to-back hands through Yan, and Yan's out the door in third. I mean, that's how close it is. That's how good a job number 1 on Argentina's all-time money list has done here. Tried running that big bluff against Artur, Queen 9 of spades in a 4-bet pot. Did run into aces, was then handcuffed.
Yao Ding gonna stay out of the way, let these two go to war. 7 deuce. So you gotta respect Nacho now that he's got that stack size.
No more pushing Barbera around.
I feel the momentum from him a
I
bit.
need to find a table with these chips. I've been playing for 5 hours.
year of Messi.
So, one more level we have?
One more lever until what? Next break, I guess?
Until next level.
I'd rather win this.
Oh, okay.
Registration.
One more, right, into event number 5.
Hold on.
Barbero saying he'd rather win this.
Barbero is in trouble here. Look at the stacks, and he limps. When you limp, you have the big intention to go for the limp jam with the forward equity. Biao Ding.
His ace-9 did crack Biao Ding's ace-queen earlier on in the tournament.
Yeah.
He's going to need to do the dirty again. Oh, and he's gone for the 3.3x.
I just don't see a place where Nacho doesn't do anything but jam. Can he somehow just limp call?
Oh, my
nope.
word.
He's in.
Snap call. Cards on their backs. Ill timing for Nacho Barbero.
Ace-9.
So nothing he could do as well. I mean,
But the 9
understandably
comes.
so. He's called his shot, though.
Maybe.
Nacho saying ace-9, but the 9 comes. It doesn't matter. Wow. He's going to need some running diamonds. Jack 5-4 so far, so good for Ding to get us heads up.
Hearts, honestly.
Wow, this guy is incredibly entertaining. 2 cards to come. It is a diamond.
Easy. We got these guys.
He's got his rail.
Diamond,
confident.
more diamonds than 9s.
Oh, he's done it. The year of Nacho. Up to 12 million chips. Now has Ding down to just 8 big blinds.
I have like 6 millions.
And Barbero now sat on 40 bigs.
Sick.
Absolutely sick. Wow. Nacho should be out. So he just wrecks Biao Ding's ace-king and ace-queen with ace-9.
Yeah, pretty much.
We're playing for a lot of money. It's big bad beat.
Yes, we are.
Super cooler, obviously. I know 20 big lines more against big
22k difference. Good luck figuring out the value and equity of that one.
Biao Ding could have also missed on that envelope.
There's that as well, Randy. Yeah,
It's an
you're
extra
right.
page up.
Yeah.
It's huge, and now he's at most likely to go out next, right? He's got 8 big blinds.
Wow, I didn't even think that. I mean, there's the bounty equity as well.
The envelope is worth quite a bit.
That's so sick.
From against short stack, like printing.
Got a feel for Biao Ding.
Well, we can do the math pretty quickly.
You can. I mean, he was so close in closing out that tournament in Vietnam. Got unlucky in some spots.
So each bounty is worth 56,700. So you had the 122k add on the EV of the bounty, 56.7k. I mean, plus then having the chips to go against David. Yeah, that's a 200k spot right there, mate.
Not
And then
fun.
some.
See, some action could happen here, right? King, Jack, Queen, Jack. It's a dealer button limp from the second place stack size. Of course, going to come along Queen, Jack, but dominated.
Doesn't matter. It's the year of Nacho.
Okay, let's see that flop. You telling me we're going to get a queen out there? Is that what you're saying? Like that?
Just like that. 3 million in the middle. David Yan with a potential triple off spot as well. ISOing from the big. King Jack has equity against hands that want to continue.
Yeah, not out yet, of course. You can hit a king, a 10. There are some scary cards like an ace as well. Gonna start with a bet.
We say 1.5, 1.4 million.
1.4 into 3, so just under half. It's a very tough. I don't want to say tough, but it's a scary spot. It's uncomfortable for Nacho, right? Because Biao Ding is sitting on 8 blinds. 8 blinds. And he's in a raise pot with millions in the middle right now with top pair Jack Kicker.
$6 million in the middle as the Jack of Diamonds maybe just the only card in the deck that saves Yan as he's picked up a considerable amount of showdown value and may now pump the brakes. Nacho with top 2. Still 1 card to come, by the way. Not saying it like it's clear cut. A 10 or a king would give Yan the best of it.
Yeah, and really thinking about this one. Goes for check. Top 2. I mean, it wasn't so sure earlier on the flop, right? But when you got top 2, you can put the chips in if you need to. 9 million total. The question is what size?
It's gone from spinning the wheel as the shortest stack. Now 1 card away from being the chip leader. As he fires out a bet of 3.5 million. What does Yan do here, Randy? I mean, second pair going to be good a decent amount of the time, especially with a king kicker.
Extremely uncomfortable here.
Unblocking.
I don't
backdoor floats.
think he should be expecting a worse jack to be betting here, like Jack 10. I think those hands will check a lot.
Right.
Back in position, especially with the smaller stack. It looks like he's going to come along just, with that straight draw to help him out. It's hard to say where he's at. Looks like he'll find a call for now, decide the river.
Well, SPR going to the river. Less than 0.5. Biao Ding on just 8 bigs. Loving life at the moment as he watches this one on. What a brick. What a clean river for Barbero. 100% check mark next to his name. Guaranteed to be up to 18.5 million at the end of this hand unless he can extract more value from David. David with a very interesting decision. Unblocking diamonds, blocking king, queen, king 10. So he has second pair.
Yeah, the first question here is what size Nacho's going to come in with. Most likely all in, given how much is in there. But, you see he's taking some time. So he is going to go for all of it. It's a little tough trying to find some bluffs here for David Yan because Nacho shouldn't be going too crazy here with Biao Ding sitting on 2.5 million. It's a suicidal bluff, isn't it? I mean,
well, for sure, but this is Nacho Barbero.
I know it's Nacho. That's the thing. We just saw him get in 3-bet, get in King 7 or attempt to.
He's even saying, what is ICM? Year of Nacho. What a spot for David Yan. Unblocking diamonds, blocking king, queen, king 10. Throw out all of his time bank chips.
Yeah, just think it through. Just in case you realize something. It's just
maybe a hand like ace 10 of diamonds.
Possible, but there was like a half pot bet on a flop, so I don't want to say that ace 10 is just auto continuing. Probably not with the short stack of Biao Ding out there.
Just trying to get a read on Nacho's, giving nothing away.
I'm just having a hard time finding some bluffs here.
It's been a long old day for Biao Ding.
You know, and then it is just second pair. Very connected board. I think he can find the fold.
Nacho's team railing on. Jan is so pained by this, and I completely understand. If it's me running the triple, he's already folded on the turn, but Nacho, so capable of having bluffs in this spot. And in agony. One in the chat if you think he's going to call. Two if you think he's going to fold. Randy says fold. I'm leaning towards call the longer he takes. Look at him staring Nacho down. Trying to pick up on something.
Can't get a read on that face.
Tank of the series so far. Three-handed. He does make the fold, Randy. As Nacho's rail. Now a round of applause. And with that, we have ourselves a new chip leader. The year of Nacho.
Things have changed. Don't forget, Nacho was just at risk. Ace-9 into ace-king. Got there.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty wild, right, in terms of swings.
Look at the chip distribution. 18.6 million for Nacho, 10 million straight for David Yan, and 2.375 for Biao Ding.
Yeah, Nacho with more than half the chips in play. Close to the 60%, actually. Did say he was going to dispatch of David Yan. Here we go, Biao Ding, looking to spin the wheel.
Definitely ace-queen. Let's see if we get some action. Not from David.
Not from Nacho. Tell you what, Yan can't wait for that stream to catch up.
Yeah, but for now, he's really just got to move on from it, play his game, worry about the results of the hand later. See, a 9-8 suited.
Yeah, defendable hand, stop and go potential.
Yeah, I think so. There's no other short stack out there that you're trying to wait out. Take a shot here.
Well, there we go. That's enough. 1.6 in the middle, 2.2 back. In it goes.
Stop and go.
King high hits the mark. Interesting spot there with middle pair.
Yeah.
SPR more than one. I wouldn't hate like check jamming, just getting so many hands like King 10 to potentially bet fold or just rags.
I think what's crossing his mind was
I
that
told
this
you
kind
I
of
was gonna run like a god when he came.
this
I
kind
knew
of
it.
connected
Why
board
do you think I win? 'Cause I know
might not
things. I know
get a
things.
C bet at 100% frequency, so he didn't want to kind of let some overcard come out.
Yeah, that makes sense. So that's how things stand. Barbero with 60 bigs, David Yan with 31, Biao Ding with 13. So Nacho Barbero with more than half the chips in play. Called his shot. Said he was going to run golden. 244,000 locked up, 122k difference between second and third. Biao Ding, the immediate short stack.
Yeah, I still do have like 4 cashes, 5 cashes. Like, I got like small third on like 7, 10, 11. I won actually, but I ran really bad. So I think I deserve to run good.
You deserve to run
I'm
good.
purely joking. I've been running like a god the whole year, but I ran really bad in Monte Carlo.
He's hilarious.
I mean, he played a full schedule in Vietnam, shipped one tournament, and got second in a different one.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Now here, three-handed. The year of Nacho.
Just event number 3. Biao Ding's got King 9 of diamonds.
All in.
All in and call. We're going to run it. Ace 7. Okay, hold on. Nacho did say call first and didn't
This
all
is like
in.
the second time
It's okay. I saw he
this
was
has
down.
happened
It doesn't really
at this final table. People just
Hmm.
not realizing there's money back. And it was against Biao Ding as well, when he had ace-king against ace-queen.
It is important because Biao Ding still got those 2 blinds. Sometimes there's some check-throughs.
But yeah, if it comes like ace, ace-7, he can just fold, right? Like
Yeah.
nonsense hands like that.
So definitely got to follow the rules here.
You think he meant it when he said good luck?
I'm gonna show on the
Well, he's going to shove.
What?
Not bad.
Gut shot
Where?
over
Very sexy.
and a flush draw. So Biao Ding is trying to calculate how many outs. He's got 60% of the equity, even though he's technically
the deuce of spades.
behind. Nacho asking for the deuce of spades. He's been calling cards, Randy.
I have 0% on this one. I'm drawing dead on the turn.
Well,
he's not dead, but
slim.
I know with these things that happen.
We know if professional poker doesn't work out for Nacho Barbero, at least
Tarot
maybe
card reading.
Tarot card reading, selling
Fortune
fortune
telling.
cookies.
Yeah.
With the 9, you were fine.
Biao Ding improving to the second nut straight, doubling up to 7.9 million, and with that, practically tied with David Yan now.
We got a match.
We do indeed.
No short
Three-handed.
stacks.
Still anyone's game.
I had a bad feeling. Bad feeling pre-flop, bad feeling on the flop.
Bad feeling on the river, too, I think.
All right.
Honestly, I'm going to start a petition to have Nacho Barbero at every feature table. Even if he's been eliminated from the tournament,
Henry,
I want there to be a seat.
the way he runs, I think he's going to be at every feature table, right? Like he said, he's been running great. He's just going to get there.
So you're saying he's going to win every tournament?
Possibly. I mean, he's had a magnificent year, as he's been saying over and over.
I just want an extra seat for him. Maybe even in the booth.
1.1.
A little 5-3 offsuit action. 1.1. Good timing. Should work, unless Biao Ding's got some crazy moves.
That he does, but not with Queen 3-0. Three-handed here. David Yan has dropped down to 3rd-inch hips.
How much you have?
Blinds have gone up to 200,000, 400,000. Meaning that these two are now playing 20 bigs apiece.
8.1, I think.
Thank you.
6, 7, 8.1.
It's like 75 big blinds in play.
I'll take a flop here, David Yen. Crucial pot for him, as if he loses this one, he'll be in 3rd.
Has flopped a gut shot, only player with a diamond in hand.
Really just no piece here for Nacho.
He's got the heart though, Randy.
He does have heart, he might come in for small bet.
1 million.
And Messi, it's Nacho with the 6-eye. This guy, man.
Yeah, but David Yen's got a piece he can continue with. Queen 10, draw to the nuts.
Definitely does.
He can also see those backdoor diamonds and, of course, Queen High.
Dialed in. Offsuit 7 for a sweat.
Interesting, actually, as this overcards the board. King Heavy is definitely Nacho's advantage, I would say, but does give David Yen an open in the straight draw. That's pretty darn hard to fold.
Would be tough for David to realize here. If Nacho did find the shell, it's going to knuckle back. The King of Diamonds river. Yan bricking his open-ender. Front door flush draw getting there. 4.4 million in the middle to fight for.
Yeah, it's interesting to see if David Yan opts to bluff this hand, or does he think Queen High has enough showdown value? The fact there was a 1,000,000 chip C-bet, which is larger than normal, might make me think I'm not up against ace high as much. Still gonna jam.
Wow. The 1.5x pot river jam with Queen High.
10 high.
I said over. You have 10 high?
I didn't have 10 high.
Nacho had a solid read there, but unfortunately just got 6 high.
Yeah, just basically put him on open and straight draw.
Would have been sick if he had like a bluff catcher. Like an ace 8 with a diamond or something.
Between those two.
Much more even in stacks now. The blinds have gone up to 200,000, 400,000. And well, maybe it's Yan's turn to start picking up some heat. He's flopped top pair against middle pair, blind v blind. 1.2 million in the middle.
Yep, a piece for both. I think Nacho actually expects David Yan to bet out this flop a lot with even his bluffs. Got middle pair, backdoor clubs, inside straight draw. Is a vulnerable hand though. Pair of fives. Actually going to raise it up. Mainly probably because it is a bit vulnerable. I wouldn't necessarily say this is a bluff. This is definitely like kind of a value define my hand moment.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Difficult to have clarity and visibility over turns and rivers against the small blind completing range. Barbaro looking to just fold out those rags. Has run into top pair. 3.6 million in the middle. Oh my word. Open-ended, straight flush draw after check raising flop with middle pair backdoor clubs. The dream turn card. Note the equities with one card to come. Nacho looking for an ace, 4, 5, 6, or a club. 3.6 million in the middle. David Yan, the effective stack with just 9 back.
Yeah, a lot of stack to play for still, actually. And he's going to keep firing away.
Did he say 3 million or 2 million? 2 million. Okay. No, 3 million. And now sending a message to Yan that, hey, pal, we're playing for it all.
It seems like a bit of a merge of sorts. I don't think he expects Queen X to be folding here. It's kind of extracting value, protecting your hand. It's vulnerable. The worst case scenario is I got 45% equity right now. Very interesting bet. Call comes as expected too. River card. 6.
Well, Barbero backing into effectively the nuts unless Yan had 7-4 of hearts, obviously. The 6-size straight, and that's maybe the river that costs Yan his stack. The obvious draw being hearts. Guaranteed to be back up to 18 million. If Yan clicks call, he claims a bounty, ladders 122k and gets us heads up against Biao Ding.
Just an awful spot for him.
It's
Puzzling.
like the King-Jack hand again.
Yeah, it's that's on his mind. He probably doesn't know to resolve that hand yet, right?
No. Wasn't long enough ago for the stream to have caught up.
So limp pre-flop. Davian bets flop, gets raised, call, turn, check call 3 million, river, jam. So the big question is how often it's 4x, I suppose, for David Yan. Really hard to say. He probably expects some hands that has a 4 to just call the flop. Like, I don't think he thinks 5-4 is raising a flop with that high frequency.
There aren't really many 4x, right? Apart from like 6-4.
6-4 also probably calls the flop a lot too.
Unless it's like a monster 6-4 of hearts.
Of course. Well, Davian doesn't block hearts if in case he's trying to pick those ones off. Davian not worried about kicker because I don't think he thinks a worse kicker would be, or better kicker, like Queen 9 would be jamming on this river card. It'd be quite dicey.
I think it's the flop raise as well. It's kind of polarized to 2 pair plus.
The flop raise is what's confusing him right now.
On this run out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yan really thinking this one through. The FT, courtesy of a double elimination.
4 so far? And then 5 after this, right?
He's used up 4 time extensions. This battle against Barbero has not been going his way. Just a dreamy run out for Nacho. I mean, perfect run out. Raise flop, pick up the straight flush draw on the turn to allow him to continue barreling for big. Then the offsuit 6 on the river, where the obvious draws brick, bar the 6-4s, the ace-4s. David Yan with top pair.
Oh, it's a big moment. Can he find a fold?
Nacho's so composed. Yan calls, we're heads up, and Barbero has a 3-1 chip lead for his second title in as many events. Wow, Yan makes the call, gets shown the 5-4 of clubs, and with it, a fist bump shared between the two. Can understand Yan heroing off there. I mean, that three-handed play, the battles between him and Nacho. Biao Ding looks shocked, Randy, as David Yan bows out in third for another cash on his Triton track record, 244,200. And tomorrow, hopefully going to run a little bit better in the mystery bounty pools compared to that three-handed play. That was a rough stint against Nacho Barbero. And with that, Randy, we find ourselves heads up. It is Nacho way out in front with a more than 3-1 chip lead over Biao Ding. 60 bigs, going to be playing 18 as we're going to have Luca come over and set the stage for this final table, or this heads up match I should say. 366,000 guaranteed for both, 540,000 going to the eventual champion, as we're going to throw it to a quick break. And stay tuned during the commercial break to join the GTO Wizard interactive quiz. We'll see you guys shortly.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. What is equity in poker? A, the expected value of your hand. B, the probability that your hand will win. Or C, how often your hand goes to showdown. Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
A warm welcome back to the main stage here. We are heads up in event number 3, the 30k mystery bounty, live from the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Spa and Casino here in Northern Cyprus. Is Nacho Barbero squaring off against Biao Ding, a 3-1 chip lead for the Argentinian. Both players guaranteed 366,200 for their efforts. Plus, if they win this heads up, Randy, an additional 2 pulls at the mystery bounty prize pool. Biao Ding with work to do, but if you think back to the start of this final table with 7 left, the hero fold that he made against Nacho Barbero, fighting back to get heads up, has to be thrilled with his performance here.
Like 6 millions?
As we kick things off with a little 10x v 10x. Welcome back, Randy, by the way, from break.
Yep. Well, Biao Ding, one of China's finest players, really. Like, he did a performance in Vietnam, almost
play
took a
fast.
title,
You
got a
agree?
chance here.
Barbero, the
You wanna
domination,
make it
rotation.
15 minutes level? 1-5? We can do that if we ask.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, 15
I think the boys want to jump in
1-5,
this
yeah, 1-5,
40K,
yeah.
event number 5.
Priorities.
Gamble, 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 gamble.
So they're going to play a 15-minute clock rather than the 35-minute clock to try and speed things up.
It's because there's only so much registration
Yes.
time left in the next event. Regardless, still playing for a lot. And the 2 extra bounties, the bounty of your opponent as well as your own bounty if you happen to win.
If I'm not mistaken, they've both agreed to have their chips put into the 40K and they're being blinded out because late reg has actually closed.
Oh, okay.
Hence them agreeing, hey, look.
Even
15
more
minutes.
reason.
Yeah. That's what's
These
happened.
degens, they're just like getting blinded out in the 40K.
Well, you know, when you've locked up 366K, I guess it
Doesn't feel so bad. Just use my bounty money, okay, for
There
the
we go.
registration. One pull, one envelope.
Straight back into it. Shout out to Secret Lab, by the way. See these two battling it out for a Triton trophy. The Secret Lab chat. Barbero with the open jam, going for his 2nd title. Would get himself on a banner. The halls of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Special shout out to Secret Lab, the official chair partner of the Triton Poker Series, of course. What's that coveted Triton trophy? Also many wish to get their hands on, but very few have. Other than Jason Kuhn. 6-time champ, no big deal. I've seen this trophy room.
2 10s and Queen Jack.
In it goes, Randy.
Very easy.
In it goes.
There we go, snapped off.
For the title, for the 184,000
flip.
difference between first and second.
I'm good at flips.
He is good at flips. Is he good enough, though? Barbero looking to connect in the form of a Queen Jack. Spades or hearts as it comes. Ace,
We have the Queen of
Ace,
Hearts.
3. Couple of hearts. King for a sweat. Wow, 7 of hearts for a sweat.
Sweaty.
He's feeling it out there, isn't he? It's almost as if it's his tournament to lose. Heart, Queen, or a Jack needed for Barbero to win his 2nd Triton title. Clean river for Biao Ding fans out there as the 5 of clubs completes the board, and now the deficit down to 2-1.
Getting the work done. Biao Ding.
Both players guaranteed 366,000.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, we got a match here now that he's got this double.
Yeah, we do. 26 bigs, plays 52. 15-minute clock as well, agreed upon by both these guys as their chips have been put into event number 5, the 40K. Due to the length of this final table, I mean, what we got here at, I want to say 6:30-ish, 6 p.m. Coming up at 11 p.m. local time.
Nine.
Shades back on. Let's go, Biao Ding. I mean, that fold that he made, the viewers at home will recall, obviously.
He's been making a lot of plays. You know, not just big folds, but big moves. Really well-timed player. Does make the call. King High still good. Hand's not over yet, though. Definitely King High goes way up in value and heads up.
$800.
Yeah, we expected this c-bet, but what does Biaoding do with King 7?
Yeah, Nacho with one of those, happy to take it down here with a c-bet, has an overcard to the 8-4, picks up a ton of equity on, you know, I say a ton, you know, picks up a decent amount of equity on any diamond 5-7.
Looks like Biaoding gonna stay out of trouble.
Thank you.
A quick dealer change. Does that mean the blinds are going up with the 15-minute clock? No. Still 200,000, 400,000 with a 400,000 big blind ante. 55 bigs, plays 22. Barbero going for his second title. Biaoding looking for his first after coming close on a couple of occasions, as Randy mentioned, back in Vietnam. Had 2 final tables over there in the 30K and 50K, cashing for over 1.4 million. Just looking over at the Triton Poker Plus app, what a swingy final table it was for Biaoding.
Got 2 4Xs here with some paint.
Biaoding's turn to c-bet with Jack high and try and get a king high to fold.
Doesn't get Nacho out. Nacho does see that little 4. May bring in some backdoor straight draws, but king high often the best hand in heads up.
Yeah, spades on the turn. Does complete a couple of the flop draws. Hands like 8-9, 8-6, improving to 2-pair.
It's a tough one to double barrel on. Of course, these straight draw hands now would be paired. Definitely impossible. Man, he's reaching for chips here. This will get it done.
Looks like 2.2 million in a snap fold from Nacho. Up to 125 entries, by the way, in event number 5, the 40K.
Big one for a 40K.
5 million in the prize pool.
2.5x, 5 deuce offsuit. Nice pickup.
First 7-figure payout of the series going to be in that one. First prize going to be 1.26 million. 17 places paid. The main cash of 78,500. And again, the Triton Poker Plus app. For those of you wanting to sweat that one, Danny Tang is chip leader over there after final tabling this. Came 6th in this 30K. Jumped straight into the 40K and he's now chip leader.
Check.
You can see that Biaoding's got a mixed strategy of limping and raising. We'll opt for a limp this time. Try board. Often gets checked to the dealer button, and Given that it's a limp pot, that big blind's got so many hands that's just got to check fold the paired board. Mandatory bet here of Queen 4.
Mandatory bet.
Not mandatory, but you know what I mean. It's just highly profitable.
Yeah, to fold those 6 outs rather than giving them a free turn.
Yeah, and they can't really attack you because of how dry it is with no flush draw.
Nine.
Pocket 9s for Bialding. Definitely a hand worthy of getting all the chips in. There's a case for jamming all the chips in, or maybe 3-bet smaller to induce. Kind of depends on how you work your 3-bet bluff range with this stack depth. Very powerful hand. I like this.
3-bet, call it off. 3-bet induce. Well, there we go. Barbero going nowhere.
Yeah, he snap called there with King 7 suited.
6.4 in the middle. Being the effective stack. 7.8 back. See Nacho's rail watching on.
Not a good board for Bialding in this 3-bet pot heads up. 2 overs, all red. It's also the type of board that kind of hits that 3-bet calling range usually. You know, the Queen X, 10X type hands, and that's why he's checking. But if you look for Nacho, he's got King 7, no connection at all.
Yeah, it is one of those ones where you'd expect Nacho to have maybe a piece of this. It would be Broadway's. Well, now.
A good one.
Counterfeit outs. Should a queen roll off?
Because of the counterfeit outs, you might see Bialding reach for chips a little bit more often than not.
Yeah, no diamond, no heart in hand.
We'll check. Nacho likely worried that his opponent hasn't fired yet. Seems a little trappy. Ace. It's a kind of a bad card for Bialding, but normally it's a good card for him.
Nacho gonna just take his showdown?
Kind of has to. He could easily be up against something that's not going to fold to a bet anyways.
Yeah. It's good. 14.2 million plays 16.8. We're now almost tied in this heads-up match.
Yeah.
That being the second crucial pot. Going Ding's way.
Should we raise the blinds too? We're gonna miss so many hands.
I hear them
Let's
talking
make it
about
600, no? We have the same. There's 600. 6-6. I'm on the big line. I'm getting 6-6 the blinds. Well, we go.
Barbero just skipping a level.
Yeah. Can we do it, Paulo? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, he said yes. I'm on the big line. I'm getting. We have kind of the same now.
Same?
10.
So the
11,
reason being,
12,
just to reiterate
13, 14,
for the viewers, is late
15,
reg
and you have like
of event
13.
number 5, the 40K, has closed. Bialding
It's the same. Yeah. Turbo, we
and
play
Nacho
turbo.
have agreed to buy in, have their chips put in play,
Yeah, thank you.
and they're currently being blinded out. Hence, Nacho saying, look, let's reduce the clock to 15 minutes rather than playing a 3-hour heads-up match. Let's up the blinds to 300, 600, and may the best man win. I mean, the sick thing now, Randy, is a couple of raise folds, single raise pots not going your way. You become runner-up rather than getting to outclass. I mean, there's still edge to be had at this stack depth, but you know.
I hope, you know, that both of them are going to still play to the best of their ability. But, you know, there's that little bit of sense and urgency in the back of your head. Like, I wouldn't mind pushing a really close spot a little bit more often just because of them blinding out in the 40K.
No, right? Okay, okay. I felt like I had one. I don't know what happened.
Nacho going for his second title. Looking to join the likes of Ivan Liao, Orpin, Michael Adamo, a couple of the two-time champions. We need to remove that banner, Randy. Jason Kuhn, 5-time champion.
Well, hopefully he might ship another one so we can skip the
We
6.
we save the money.
We save a little bit.
One, yeah.
Hit limp pot here.
Yeah, this is interesting from Nacho.
Well, we're playing a big blind ante, so he really shouldn't be folding any of his range.
Even 8 deuce?
Yeah, so that's why you're going to have to protect the limping range with some strong hands.
We're going to take a stab hit just to try and fold out hands exactly like this, but with the back doors, didn't go in nowhere.
Yeah, nice call here.
Board pairing turn card. Potentially a card that Nacho's going to wave the white flag on as he does. Jack of Diamonds completing the run out. Ding with the check mark.
It's got some showdown value. Definitely capable of stabbing as well. We'll check. Does Nacho think he can get a hand to fold like a 7x, a 10x?
2.5.
He does.
This would be a sick hero call from Biao.
He didn't release yet, because he's probably thinking, did you really check Trip Kings? There we go. Nice.
Let's go.
Yeah, nice little pickup there from Nacho. Back up to 20 million.
When I registered on a 40K with with 50 blinds. Seems pretty degenerate. All in.
Wow, that was a big jam there. Quick one.
$174,000 between second and first, as well as the 2 bounties that will get a pull at the top bounty prize tomorrow, as well, of course, as the Shambhala Jewels bracelet that comes along with the coveted Triton trophy. Yao Ding got to defend. 2.3x from Barbero. He's dominated. $763, a couple of diamonds.
Check.
Snap check through. potentially Ding's chance to pounce and take this one away from Nacho.
It's a tough one to bet on. Usually you'll be checking the king to the pre-flop raise after it checks through on the flop. So he does check. His hand's over. Wants BLD, no.
That monster, I wanted you to shove. I would have snap called your link.
Cool. He didn't have a hand to go all in with, Nacho.
He's brilliant. Some of the stuff he comes out with.
I kind of get the sense of urgency from Nacho right now, right? He really wants to get to the 40K.
Yeah.
He's kind of been the one that's been suggesting let's cut
Skipping
the blinds
a level
down.
up in the, yeah.
Playing pretty quick too, you know, with just fast raises. You know, still playing his game, but I do notice a sense of urgency. Jack 10 ace deuce.
How much is this for? This is for 13 bigs. Biao could just jam here.
If he jams, well, we're going to run it. There we go.
There we go. So for the win, Barbero with the best of it pre-flop.
Oh, nice.
Looking to hold
You
here.
have 14 blinds. Hold one
Similar
time.
spot. Had the
Ace.
king 9 of Biao Ding's against Nacho's ace 7 earlier on. If Barbero can hold here, we're going to have ourselves a 2-time champion in as many events. Biao Ding looking for a jack or a 10 as there's an ace in the window. Never easy, followed by the queen 8. So double gut shot for Ding. What a sick flop.
Lots of cameras.
King of diamonds on the turn, giving Ding the nut straight, but note the deuce of diamonds is live, Randy, for the suck resuck. 17.6 million for Ding to take the chip lead. 6 of clubs on the river, and we have ourselves a new chip leader. Nacho seeing that ace of diamonds in the window.
Yeah, it seemed like he locked it. Seems a bit annoyed about that turn card.
Understandably so.
Flip flop.
It's for his second trophy. Also close. A couple of occasions now. He's had Ding on the ropes. And you're right, he seems itching.
Yeah, he's standing while playing right now,
done
too.
with.
I mean, he hasn't changed how he should be playing at all, but you can see that he's ready to just run over there.
He doesn't like people stealing his blinds without him being there to at least fight back.
He's playing the stand-up game right now. Is he going to sit down? Okay, here we go.
There we go. Back into the secret lab chair. Down to 22 bigs.
Playing for a lot right now. 2 bounties, 200K difference in prize. Queens and King 4. This is a great spot for Nacho.
Well, I mean, there are worlds where this just goes in. King 4 suited against Barbero has been super aggressive.
Yeah, definitely some frequency. We'll be coming in for call. Gonna take this one post flop. Got 20 big blinds back. Raise pot, heads up. 3.2.
No club on board. Complete whiff.
6.
For Ding. Barbero going to continue. And a snap fold as he manages to regain some of those lost chips. This is about as close as it can get. $15.3 million in Barbero's stack. Still shaking his head at that ace deuce v
Seems
jack 10
flustered.
hand.
Ding's been maintaining his composure.
There's just half a big blind between these two stacks. 15.7 million plays 15.3.
Check.
Got a quick check there from the big blind.
Well, somehow the dealer has pinged off a board that both of these players are going to be potentially interested in. Barbero with the flopped bottom pair and turned double gut shot. Biao Ding with the flopped open-ender and 9 high.
Yeah, deceptive check back there of open-ended. We'll make the call.
Doesn't get there. Board does pair. 3.4 million in the middle.
Yeah, let's see if Nacho thinks there's value of this pair of sevens. No kicker. It's a hard value bet to find, and even in heads up, is going to be able to find it though, but 9 high won't be able to do too much here.
Ding hasn't immediately conceded this pot.
Yeah, I suppose he's thinking about some bluff raises.
Oh my.
It's tough to do it, right? Check back the flop, 10x. Not that likely.
The fact that he's checking back a 9x.
He's a sick man. Can he really raise? Oh, he's thinking about it.
He really is. Hasn't let go of this 9 high. And he's going to check raise. Sorry, he's going to raise it up to 5.5 million.
How did he find that raise?
Let's have some of that, Barbero. And if he's checking back the open-ender, there's going to be some top pairs that he checks back for pot control, right? Hands like 10-9.
No, for sure.
Maybe even flop straights.
Of course. For him to be able to raise this, he knows his ranges.
Hand like pocket fours, maybe. Barbero seems incredibly...
It could be some 8x thin ones, too. Nice play.
Well, just when it looked like Barbero was going to regain the chip lead, Biao Ding had other plans and now extends his lead. The biggest it's ever been during this heads-up match, almost a 2-to-1 chip lead now. Barbero down to sub 20.
That is a huge play right there. And Nacho has no idea. He just got bluffed.
Well, now he does. The live Nacho now knows.
Okay. Well,
that Nacho you see there doesn't
I only
know.
live in this simulation.
But
okay?
you're here. He's back then.
Okay, Henry. Queen 9 suited and ace 5. Did he just jam?
He did indeed. Biao Ding with an ace.
He's got a call here.
He's going to ask for an official count. This is 19 big blinds.
It is a lot of blinds.
Asking for an official count.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.2.
11.2.
I mean, he snap jammed his pre-flop. Didn't even consider maybe limping or raising. Here we go.
The call. Cards on their backs. Can Nacho now convert the two middling cards to the over and the under? Or can Ding hold for his first Triton title? Right? Saying he has to win at least one. 2 bounties on the line, as well as the 174,000 difference between first and second. Well, Queen 10-5.
Queen, no suffering.
Nacho now a huge favorite, 4-to-1 favorite to double back up and have Ding back down to 8 million.
Queen, no suffering.
Biao Ding hits it. Top and bottom. Just 2 queens left.
What a sick, sick turn card. Top and bottom for Ding. Holds on the deuce of clubs river, and we have ourselves a champion in the 30K mystery bounty. And it is none other, Randy, than Biao Ding, who fought back. He was 7 of 7, the shortest stack by a considerable margin after losing a huge pot to Nacho Barbero, the ace-9, the ace-queen, where he made a massive hero fold correctly, might I add, to then fight his way back into this one and emerge victorious against Nacho Barbero. Nacho Barbero going home with a few bounties to pull tomorrow, 366,000, and another strong start for Argentina's #1 in terms of tournament cashes. But for now, the focus on Biao Ding, of course, our champion here in event number 3. It's going to want to dive straight into event number 5, Randy, the 40K. You know, these guys are itching, itching to get there. Don't like using the deserved word, but the fact that he found himself 7 of 7 after making a really heroic fold against Nacho Barbero to then fight his way back to come out on top here. $540,500 plus quite a few pulls at that mystery bounty tomorrow, at least 4 that we know. There's a look at the chip counts brought to you by PokerStake as we welcome you back to the break desk here. Henry Kilbane alongside Randy Liu. Randy, nothing much to really say about that heads up other than things really not going Nacho's way.
I mean, Biao Ding actually played a really perfect heads up match. He played a really nice final table as well. In heads up, right, like he made that big play with the 9 high.
Right.
And, you know, Nacho was playing really fast, and he just hung in there, right? He was down to 2.5. He was unlucky. Remember, Nacho got him with the ace-9. You know,
Yeah,
it just seems
true.
like he played a really phenomenal final table. It's good to see him win one for sure.
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, 3-handed the ace-9 against the ace-king. Swings and roundabouts in tournament poker, as these professionals know all too well, the variance involved to not only make it as an MTT pro, but at the highest stakes as well. But yeah, Nacho Barbero finishing in second there for 366,200, jumping straight into event number 5, which we'll be covering tomorrow from 2 p.m. at local time. That's the 40K. As we mentioned, 125 entries in that one, with our first 7-figure top prize going to be awarded tomorrow. Biao Ding finishing first for 540,500. We know he has at least 4 pulls at bounties, maybe even some more that we didn't see televised, and obviously jumping into that event number 5 as well. Now, for the viewers at home asking about the mystery bounty pulls tomorrow, event number 5 dinner break, in order to not disrupt the play, we're going to then do the mystery bounty pulls then with Ali Najad with the game style, you know, pulling the bounties, trying to sell them to each other. So make sure you join us tomorrow for that. Randy, 2 p.m. local time tomorrow for the 40K dinner break mystery bounty pulls, as we're about to set the stage to have our word with event number 3 champion Biao Ding, winner of the 30K mystery bounty.
Well, a Triton title is something coveted, and for many, it is also something quite elusive, but not for Biao Ding, who here in his second ever Triton Super High Roller Series has picked one up in Event 3, the 30K Mystery Bounty. And the first question that I want to ask Biao is, did you make any adjustments coming into this specific format?
我平时就是正常玩我的，完了也没当这个是猎人赛，就积累自己的筹码嘛，先。
Actually, I am the be myself. Like I am not like a use. Like it's like a very like a dangerous game inside. So it's like only. It's like I am like trying to keep my chips.
Well, keep your chips you did, and keep everyone else's chips as well. 5 bounties picked up by Biao, which means he's got a minimum of another $150,000 coming his way. I want to talk about a very specific hand where it looked like you were in your head a bit when it was all over. Pocket aces against pocket 10s for Artur. Check, bet, call, check, bet, call, then check, check on the river. What were you thinking when you checked back?
我想他河底没有太多的牌可以跟我了，跟我的牌都比我大，所以我这个牌也拿不到他太多的价值。但是他翻前比较松，所以我也没有再加注他。
Like he think like maybe he hands maybe it's like a less than him. So like he's thinking about if he at the chip, maybe it's like it's not have any price. So like I just like thinking about this in the like between this difference.
Playing it a little bit safe, perhaps. Last question for you, Biao, is how did you hear about the Triton Super High Roller Series, and what has your experience been like thus far? Obviously, we know it's been very lucrative.
我是在这个网上还有朋友间看到这个视频，看到传奇扑克，我觉得这个是世界高格选手一个最高级别的挑战嘛，所以我才知道这个，所以来玩。
He was in the online with the friends, like in the internet, like he checked about the Triton poker and this tournament. Then like he think it's like he can try himself, like improve himself to and the better and the highest way. So like he want to come and join this time.
Well, I certainly hope that he realizes he has absolutely proven himself a worthy participant here on the tour, enjoying $540,500 for the victory, up to almost $2 million already in just his second series. Ladies and gentlemen, Biao Ding, your Event 3 champion.